Jun Wu, a notorious hunter and the bane of all monsters, after sacrificing himself to save the world from doomsday, is reborn as a baby-faced boy, losing all his former authority. The first thing Jun Wu does is enroll in the Monster Hunting Academy, founded by his comrade from 42 years ago. From here on, Jun Wu faces many new challenges, from testing his skills and battling mythical creatures to confronting enemies from the past. Reborn once more, will Jun Wu succeed, becoming an outstanding student and saving the world from destruction? Or will he follow the same path, sacrificing his life once again? Join Academy Manhwa to follow the thrilling and captivating events that await us ahead. Day 5691 since the disaster. At the unclassified Eastern Dungeon, the Dark Mausoleum, desperate cries echoed continuously. Commander Jun Wu. Commander. Wake up. Hey, Jun Wu. Open your eyes. He slowly woke up and asked weakly, how's the subjugation operation going? His comrade looked at Jun Wu, sobbing. The Gigantiana subjugation operation was successful. Jun Wu, despite his paralyzed body, laughed happily. So, we did AT. Gigantiana was a monster on a completely different level from those Jun Wu's them had defeated. Ada took 3 years to suppress this monster, and hundreds of members sacrificed themselves. In the end, Jun Wu's them succeeded. The them members were extremely worried about him, shouting, "Do not lose consciousness. Hang in there. The medical them is coming." But Jun Wu thought to himself, do you guys think I am an idiot? Half of my body is UV there. Knowing he was about to die, he gave his final instructions. Vice Commander, please take care of the rest of the them. Finally, to those who have gone before, you can go apologize. Jun Wu breathed his last in the arms of his comrades. Jun Wu was the first hunter in Korea and the creator of the subjugation system. He died bravely fighting Gigantiana, the most powerful and terrifying monster. But then, he woke up after a hard knock to the head. 3 male students glared at Jun Wu, grumbling, I told you to refill our hot pot every time we take a break. What is this? Not even bread for us. You trying to starve us? Need another beating to wake up tomorrow. Somehow, Jun Wu had become their gopher. A sudden voice echoed, what a meaningless sacrifice, Jun Wu, making him hover in the air. Wondering, am I not reacting? Am I really dead? The voice replied, you may be dead, but we continue to exist. Now, no one is strong enough to need us anymore. This made Jun Wu angry, and he shouted, do not talk nonsense. Do you think my comrades are just fools who rely on me? What defeated you was not my sword, but the subjugation system, meticulously built to handle any situation. Your weaknesses, the tailored strategies for each individual, and the proficiency of combat skills, I carefully built them step by step through the experiences I gained from battles. So, brace yourself, because in the future, there will be hunters stronger and more effective than I could ever be. The next answer made Jun Wu jump in surprise. You call AT a system? Not bad. 42 years. I will return after 42 years. Until then, I hope the world you speak of becomes a reality. As soon as he heard that, he mocked. By then, you will be nothing but a cockroach crawling on the road, waking up from a long days. Jun Wu looked around, wondering, what is this? Where am I? A hospital. What is going on? Clearly. I thought I died fighting Gigantiana. And this appearance. What is this? I have become younger. No, I do not look like I did as a kid at all. What the heck is going on? Jun Wu was blankly staring at the ceiling, when he suddenly heard the voice of a doomed man. You are finally awake. I am with the police. I have some questions for you regarding the incident. Can you answer them? Then the police began questioning him. Name, Jun Wu. You are 17 years old this year. Right. Jun Wu immediately corrected. No, I was born in 1975. The year of the rabbit. This made the police and doctor extremely surprised. Thinking he was confused after the accident, the police patiently asked, do you remember anything about the events leading up to the accident? Jun Wu honestly replied, I was seriously injured while suppressing Gigantiana in the dark dungeon. The police officer, bewildered, whispered to the doctor, is his condition really stable? From a medical perspective, it does not make sense. The doctor quickly clarified, as I mentioned before, he needs to focus on resting. The police officer, unconvinced, questioned, but even so, does he really think he is the hunter Jun Wu? The doctor, on the other hand, thought AT was quite normal. Short-term memory loss after an accident is not uncommon. Severe cases, delusions can blur the lines between reality and imagination. Jun Wu interrupted their conversation. Feeling confused, what is the situation? Anyway, the police officer was silent for a long moment before patiently repeating, so, you really do not remember? Yesterday, Jun Wu was attacked by the Sonai gang. The problem is, AT happened early in the morning, so there were no witnesses and no CV footage. You do not remember anything about the incident. Right. Seeing Jun Wu silent, police officer sighed helplessly. I understand. Let us stop here for now. Here's my DNIC card. If you remember anything, contact me. The doctor also quickly left the room. Saying goodbye. All right. I will be going now. Get some rest. But Jun Wu called him back. Wait. Doctor. Can you tell me what year AT is now? The doctor looked at him with a bewildered expression. March 1st, 2051. This information shocked Jun Wu, and he exclaimed, No way, 2051. He rushed to the window and threw open the curtains, his eyes wide with shock at the scene before him. What is this? Seoul, in Jun Wu's memory, was a ghost town, left to decay after the wars with the monsters, dominated by vagrants and homeless refugees, suffering from all kinds of diseases and hunger. He could not believe how much AT had changed. Skyscrapers that seemed to reach the clouds. The residents here seemed very prosperous and happy. The scene made Jun Wu unconsciously smile happily. At this point, I have no choice but to believe time. Two young men were enthusiastically playing sports together, making Jun Wu's mood suddenly drop. I wonder if everyone is still alive. In Biam. Sikdu. Wu Shik. Yan He. AT's been 42 years. They must be together now. 42 years have passed. Now that I think about AT, this year is exactly 42 years since then. The room suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a warning signal. Incident. A major crisis has occurred at Gan University Hospital. Desperate screams echoed continuously. Run. Quickly report to the association. Jun Wu instinctively ran quickly out of the hospital room. The thought occurred to him. Good timing. I will get to see the upgraded version of the subjugation after 42 years. I can't wait to see how much AT's improved. By this time, Jun Wu had safely run out of the hospital. He stopped in his tracks when he saw the scene before him. What? Why is everyone gathered here? A security guard quickly announced to the crowd. This time, an advanced hunter will participate in the subjugation operation. To ensure everyone's safety, please stay behind the safety line and maintain a safe distance. Then, in 10 minutes, we will lure the monster out of the dungeon. Jun Wu was shocked by the announcement and shouted, What? You are going to lure the monster out of the dungeon? Jun Wu had once reminded his comrades. Everyone, do you know, once the monsters leave the dungeon, we will be at a huge disadvantage from that point on. It is normal for a city to be destroyed by a single monster, and in severe cases, an entire country can be wiped out. No matter what, the subjugation must be carried out inside the dungeon. It is a prerequisite and essential rule. Remember this? Worried about the reckless decision, Jun Wu pushed through the crowd, shouting, You crazy bastards. The media them was also busy shouting to each other. Is the the crew ready? AT starting. The editor was starting the live broadcast when he was interrupted by Jun Wu's loud shout. What are you doing? Luring the monster out of the dungeon. Are you crazy? Monster hunting is not a child's game. Gathering people and doing something reckless. But the crowd did not care. They were all chanting Goanche in unison. A car suddenly appeared at the scene. Everyone held their breath, watching the owner's every step. The appearance of a beautiful girl attracted the attention of the press. Hunter Goanche, please look UVA here. Jun Wu watched, thinking to himself, so, that is a modern hunter. She is younger than I thought. I wonder what her skills are like. The crowd kept cheering Goanche as she walked towards the dungeon entrance. Unche quickly performed the first operation. System connection. Announcements were immediately displayed. Access to the subjugation support system has been granted. Access complete. Skill level. The security guard then announced in surprise. The monster is coming out of the dungeon. Cracks gradually appeared on the dungeon door. The monster's foot suddenly appeared, followed by a set of sharp fangs. The rescue them was dispatched. Everyone was safely evacuated. Jun Wu kept staring intently. Zhang Han was being carried away for first aid. Suddenly, Wu Sik came and asked, "Are you okay?" "Looks like I could not hold back," he stated firmly. "Thanks to that, no one died." He considered, "You are going to be under scrutiny from now on. The teachers, as well as the parents, will find out about this. It is only a matter of time before Ada reaches Goseok-do." But he was cut off. Wu Sik. "The school's teachers are trying to get rid of me, put unprepared kids in the dungeon, and a 19-year-old lost an arm." Jun Wu seriously asked, "Do you really think this is reasonable?" Seeing that expression, Wu Sik was horrified. He warned, "If something like this happens again, I won't stand by." In an instant, the giant monster revealed its true form. "Do not force me to go back to my active days." The scene shifts to another location. Wu Sik spoke up. There were not any problems during the test. Were there? This time, Father Cha forced AT to be changed to a practical exam. "Did you forget?" Jin Min calmly replied. "The practical exam was conducted to resolve educational inequality in Class 1E. That decision has absolutely nothing to do with the incident." Hearing that, he frowned. "Even in this situation, you are still making excuses like that. You think I do not know that test was designed to eliminate Jun Wu?" Jin, who was in front, was stunned upon hearing that. "What? I did not think he would not notice." But to say 80 so bluntly, could there be someone scarier than Minister Oh Mungjin? No way. As far as I know, there is no one like that. Come to your senses. Jin mine. He retorted. The test complied with all procedures without any problems. There was no point where anyone was forced to submit or was in danger. Even the dungeons used for the test were approved by the association's control them, and all procedures followed the guidelines. Wu Sik directly cut him off. "I will say AT again. The problem is the reckless change to the practical exam." Che calmly used her tactics. Ice subsystem magic. Crystallization. The minimum score is 60 to avoid failing the test. And Father Cha, you know full well that regular scholarship students won't stand a chance. Jin Min said. But Jun Wu is not a regular scholarship student. Did not he receive a no evaluation ruling? And accordingly, he achieved the best result in this test as well. He continued, "I will say AT again. This incident is simply an unfortunate accident caused by a natural disaster called a dungeon intrusion. More than anything, was not this test approved by the chairman as well?" He silently looked at Jin Men's mocking gaze. Then he closed his eyes and replied, "I understand. Prepare a report on the incident and bring AT before the end of the day. We will review AT with the control them and examine the body-worn camera footage before making a decision." He bowed. "Yes." Jin Min smiled, adjusted his collar, and left. Suddenly, Wu Sik's voice came from behind. "Let me make one thing clear. What I am afraid of is not Minister Mang Jin," he said. "Jun Wu. Even now, the Jun Wu from Juik 40 years ago is the one I fear the most." The monster displayed its sharp teeth, aggressively charging straight at her. Jinmin was slightly surprised. What do you mean?" Wu Sik calmly said. "If something like this happens again, I won't be able to do anything for you." Hearing that, he glared and remained silent. The scene changes, and now Jin Min has gone outside. He exhaled a long breath. Jin Min talked on the phone. "Yes. Minister. AT's me. Okay. How's AT going? AT seems like AT will be resolved internally. I am a bit relieved." The person on the other end of the line said. "AT is a relief that Zhang Haiyan was only slightly injured. Is not his father a police officer? I heard he was dismissed last time for corruption." Jin Min remained silent and then replied, "Yes. That is right." The minister smiled and said, "Then AT seems like they won't blame you for this. That guy was not even an official candidate from the start, and AT was thanks to Father Cha that he got in. That guy should be grateful." Jin Min was slightly fearful. I am sorry about the scholarship student issue. Their abilities are not as expected." The minister spoke up. "Is that student really capable enough to justify their admission?" Goanche was still trying to maintain her balance in the whirlwind that was tearing up the rocks and soil. Jin Min hesitated slightly. The minister was straightforward. Father Cha, let me get straight to the point. As a member of the Parents' Association, I think the candidates for the Freshman Student Council have been decided. What is Father Che's opinion? He gave a forced smile. Of course, that is exactly what I believe. The person on the other end was curt. Okay, I believe you will handle things properly. Father Cha, you have worked hard, so do not be negligent and keep paying attention. You must be tired of teaching to this extent. Right? He flattered. Just leave IT to me. The minister nodded and scheduled a time. Okay, keep IT up, and let us have lunch sometime. Jin Min then looked down at his phone and remained silent. Jin Min's expression became unpleasant. Is he seriously saying that he is at the level of a student? That guy is no longer at the level of a student. He is stronger than most veteran hunters. No, this is an opportunity that I somehow got back. I can't mess this up here. I have to take down that bastard. Jun Wu. No matter what. The scene shifts to the hospital. Jun Wu listened silently. This will sting a bit. She quickly regained her composure and struck back at the monster with her sword. He was injected by the nurse and shouted loudly. "Oh, oh, oh." The nurse instructed. "AT's done. Do not lie down until AT's dry. And if AT starts bleeding, please call me." A Yun mocked. "You are acting like a kid Juik a small wound. When you handled a rank 6 boss by yourself." Jun Wu was annoyed. Shut up. Pain is still pain. He suspiciously thought. Damn A. Is AT because AT's been a long time since I have used supernatural weapons? Or is AT because my body has changed? I am not the same anymore. Jun Wu spoke up. You keep showing up and bothering me every day. That is enough. Do not come anymore. A Yun bluntly made a request. If you promise to help me. He scratched his head helplessly. Are you seriously still talking about becoming a student council member? How many times have I told you? Whether you join the student council or not has nothing to do with me, and I do not have time to help you. She remained silent. Someone next to them opened the curtain. Joining the student council. That is not easy. Is it? A Yun was surprised. Oh, I heard you were moved to this hospital room today. Are you okay? This action made the audience cheer in excitement. So cool. Amazing. Ada looks like dancing. Senior Zhonghai, how are you feeling? He smiled and replied. Well, I do not think I am going to die. But AT hurts like hell. Haha. The two chatted. By the way, did you hear? That guy. I heard he dropped out of school. Yes. The day after the practical exam. Junwoo sighed. Seriously. If someone saves your life, the least you can do is show up and say thank you. But instead, you cowardly ran away. Zhonghain consoled. Okay. That is enough. In the end, we both survived. And that is what is important. He asked him. Your body has ended up in this state. Do not you think you are being too optimistic? Zhonghain avoided their gazes. He hugged his arm and said, My dad used to say, as long as you do not die, you will get through everything. Well, I did not die. Did I? Somehow. Everything will be okay. Junwoo helplessly smiled. I initially thought he was shatty when I heard he was digging into my background, but he sacrificed his arm to save a junior. Even 40 years ago, people like him were very rare. By the way, as long as you do not die, you will find a way. It's been a while since I have heard those words. A Yun suddenly asked, what did you mean by difficult earlier? Junwoo also saw a boy nearby. Chirping, Dad. When I grow up, I am going to be a hunter and protect everyone. He pondered and replied, Well, just like I said, I heard you are aiming to join the student council, but AT will probably be very difficult. She was sweating nervously. Is 80 because I am in class? He laughed and said, What? No, not at all. Suddenly, Zhonghain seriously spoke up. Have you guys ever heard of the Parents' Association? Hearing what he said, Ada did not seem like a normal gear-up of parents. That is right. There are a total of 5 freshman members in the Parents' Association. Those parents have a total of 5 children, and the quota for student council members for each grade is also set at 5. What do you think this means? The two were horrified. Oh my god, could AT be? That is right. Zhonghain continued. 80s Ajap the Ripuv influential parents gathered together. They have predetermined that their children will be student council members. She looked at him with sad eyes. So, are you also a part of them? Senior. He hurriedly explained. No, not at all. I was just a reserve candidate. But I was only selected because there was an empty spot. Jun Wu asked. So, whether it ties the Parents Association or the Blue Moms Gia Rup or whatever, they all preselect candidates. And if there is someone they do not approve of, they will eliminate that person. Is that what you mean? So, could AT be? There are students who have died in the process. That statement made him unconsciously smile happily. Zhonghain remained silent and then inquired, what do you guys think? Yun, as your senior, I feel a little awkward saying this, but no one knows what might happen. So AT's better if you give up on becoming a student council member. She directly lost control and shouted, no, I can't give up. Are you saying that AT's okay to decide the results in advance and harm other kids? Someone could even get hurt because of that. They might even die. Yun hurriedly asked, Jun Wu, do not you think this situation is completely ridiculous? His expression became pensive. The corruption in the school is endangering the lives of students. Of course, I want to stand up and take action. For me, the Gigantiana's resurgence is a more urgent issue. Jun Wu spoke up. I have told you many times. I am not in a position to worry about anything else at the moment, at least not until I meet Goanche. He was surprised. Goanche. Great. Just in time for today. She said she would stop by to visit me. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Jun Wu was dumbfounded. What? Goanche. He could not believe things were suddenly going so smoothly. He hurriedly went to her. Hey, you Vite here. Yunche's steps were tireless. Unche was slightly dubious. You? Jun Wu hurriedly interrupted. At's been a while since then. Right. But she did not pay any attention to him and went straight to Yun. She spoke up first. Long time no see. Senior Yunche. What? Has AT been 2 years? You came to me before and told me to give up on entering the Hunter Academy. What are you going to do about that? I have already enrolled. Unche remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The two of them stared intensely at each other. Jun Wu was curious. I do not know what happened between the two of them, but Ada seems like there is a serious grudge. Maybe the reason she is so focused on becoming a student council member is related to their relationship. Yun left first. Since AT seems like there is not much more to say, I will go ahead. He was surprised and asked her, You are leaving? Yun was dejected. She is in a worse situation than I am. Suddenly, Unche spoke up. Are you hurt anywhere? She lunged towards the monster, striking at AT. She coldly walked away, pretending to care at this moment. Zhonghain tried to run Juik and mediate. Thank you for visiting me. You two know each other, right? He was caught in the middle of the two. I do not think the first impression was very good. I can't sit here. I am going to suffocate and die. Zhonghain made an excuse to go outside. I heard there were some issues between you two, so take your time and talk comfortably. I will take a walk. Jun Wu nodded and said, Let us go outside and talk for a bit. So the two of them walked past Zhonghain. He directly turned into a light bulb. Upon going outside, Yunche asked, So, what is your problem with me? Jun Wu cursed inwardly. Damn A. How was I planning to start this conversation when we met? Should I just ask straight up to meet Goanche Du? Then quickly jumped into the air. No, maybe I should start by saying I am a fan and try to get close. Damn A. How would that make us friends? Seeing that he did not say anything for a long time, she spoke first. I heard you handled the subjugation alone during the exam. He waved his hand. No, Senior Zhonghain did AT all. I just finished AT off. She directly cut him off. No, to be blunt, Zhonghain can't take down a boss of that level. AT is a situation where panic is understandable. But you, a freshman scholarship student, handled IT impressively. AID seems like the advice you gave me back then was not just empty words. Huh. Jun Wu avoided her scrutinizing gaze. Senior Zhonghain is not like that. But you seem a bit arrogant, do not you? Unche narrowed her eyes uncomfortably. Are you trying to provoke me? He calmly replied, Not at all. I only requested a meeting because I wanted us to get along. She asked, So, you want to become a student council member? You are just trying to build connections. Right. Frankly, with your skills, You do not even need to bother with things like this. Jun Wu frowned. No, I do not care about becoming a student council member or anything. Che continued to interrupt, but let me say one thing. Seeing this, the monster roared, shaking the earth and sky. Whatever you do to become a student council member, do not get Yun involved. Jun Wu sighed. Honestly, both the younger sister and the older sister are the same. You guys never listen to anyone. What? Whether is about getting involved or not. The one who has been constantly talking about wanting to become a student council member is Goanche. Anyway, forget about that. I have some unfinished bidi nut with your grandfather. Suddenly, Che pushed him against the wall. She was agitated. What is it? Do not tell me Yun asked you to do something. He gasped. What the hell? She urged. Spit out. Did she ask for help in the election? Or does she want you to avenge her? He was being pressed uncomfortably. Damn. Seriously. Jun Wu raised his leg to gain leverage. Then he immediately broke fuckery from her control. Che's foot slid a long way across the ground. At was struck by the sword, cringing in pain. She was no slouch either and raised her leg to kick him in the hip. Jun Wu hurriedly used his hand to brace himself. He dodged while feeling annoyed inside. Look at this. The two quickly separated. Jun Wu assessed. This is completely different from last time. At this level, AT's quite advanced even for the dungeon management them. Che directly rushed to attack again. He hurriedly dodged. The speed is extremely fast. I really underestimated this girl. With skills like this, why was Aita like that during the public subjugation last time? Jun Wu seized the opportunity to crouch and dodge. He reached and tore off the tape. Then Aita lay motionless on the ground. The witnesses cheered endlessly after Che's victory. Then Jun Wu directly threw At straight into her eyes. He quickly used his hand to restrain Che. She quietly asked, is not this a violation of the rules? He sneered. Does this school have rules? Che calmly said, for a scholarship student, you adapt quickly. Jun Wu praised. You are doing pretty well. Better than I thought. But what happened during the subjugation last time? Did not I tell you? The battlefield is different from what you imagine. She said. At's not about how you perform the subjugation. At's about how much you excite the crowd. Jun Wu frowned unhappily. She asked, so, what do you want? He immediately said. At is nothing big. I just need you to talk to your grandfather. All I need is for you to bring me a few weapons from the support headquarters. She was surprised. Weapons. Jun Wu was stunned in amazement. That is impossible. Jun Wu tried to persuade. I heard they are just for display anyway. As the director of the support headquarters, surely he can allocate a few. Right, she flatly refused. No way. It's impossible to persuade my grandfather. No matter what the request. He was dubious. What do you mean? A nurse ran Nuvi and called patient. You are not allowed to make noise here. Che brushed Jun Wu's hand away. She calmly left the scene. Jun Wu was silent and then politely said, see you later. She was bitter. I hope you won't appear in front of me again. He calmly replied. That will be difficult. Especially since you are Go Seek Du's granddaughter. The scene shifts, and now Jun Wu is pushing the door open and entering the room. After giving a bright smile, Zhang Hein was curious. So, did you have a good talk? He replied, not very good. I guess IT would be like that. He came UVA and asked, is AT about senior Goanche? Is her relationship with her grandfather not very good? He was dubious. Director Seek Du. You mean? How should I put AT? AT's not exactly good, but AT's not exactly bad either. Kind of like a formal relationship. I guess. Jun Wu was dubious. Not like a typical family. That is right. He was curious. So, what did you talk about? He explained. I told her to ask her grandfather for a favor. But, she said AT was impossible. Zhang Hein sympathized. That is understandable. Che has never asked her grandfather for anything before. That old man. He is quite scary. Jun Wu was curious. What do you mean? He slightly avoided his gaze. AT's not something I should discuss here. Zhang Hein laughed loudly. Anyway, AT's your fault. If you make such a one-sided request. Of course she won't agree. He directly glared. So should I give her money? Zhang Hein laughed loudly. Why would she need money from you? There is something that might pique her interest. Jun Wu was curious. What is AT? Zhonghayan seriously said. A Yun dropping O of school. He suddenly realized. This is not AT. I am not sure why, but she really seems to dislike a Yun at the academy. Jun Wu recalled her actions, considering how quickly she acted. That is definitely true. He inquired, do you think AT's feasible? If we convince Ah Yun well and get her to drop O of school, she might consider AT. Suddenly, he gestured for silence. Immediately after, someone approached. The scene suddenly shifts outside. A Yun was silently sitting on a chair. She was sadly thinking, I have done everything I can to become a member of the student council. The reason, just for Goanche do, to get revenge on that old man. But I also have a vague feeling. No, I am definitely sensing AT. With my abilities, not only is becoming a student leader difficult, graduating also feels impossible. That is why I need Jun Wu, a freshman who far exceeds the level of the class. If that guy helps me, AT's definitely possible. That is why I have asked him so many times. But this is what they call subjugation. A Yun was sad. Now, there is really no reason for him to help me. He's okay. That is always the case. This time too, I have no choice but to manage on my own. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Jun Wu called loudly. Who do you think you are? Acting all pitiful while you are still doomed. He asked her. Are not you going home? A Yun replied dejectedly. I am about to leave. Jun Wu sighed and sat down. Just asking. Are you thinking of dropping O? A Yun was annoyed. Why would I do that? He smiled. I knew you would say that. Then Jun Wu smiled and looked up at the sky. He recounted the situation from earlier. I had a falling O with Goanche earlier. Everything was a mess. She was curious. Huh. What are you saying? A fight. Jun Wu folded his arms. Yeah. We went at each other. She is skilled. Jun Wu sighed. Anyway, thanks to that, things have become a bit more complicated. The first impression was already bad, and now we fought a second time. I am thinking of changing my plan a bit. I will stop trying to persuade her and start threatening her instead. She looked at him in surprise. Then A Yun's expression became annoyed. Disgusting. She was astonished. Threatened Goanche. Are you kidding me? He mysteriously smiled and said, No, I am thinking of finding Goanche's weakness from now on. A Yun was curious. What kind of weakness could that person have? Jun Wu slowly pointed his finger towards her. Jun Wu smiled and said, You are her weakness. Think about AT. Goanche is a student leader and a hunter who topped the rankings even before graduating. On top of that, her grandfather is a big figure in the association. Why would someone like that care about someone from Class E like you? No matter what you do, you will never come close to her level. A rookie hunter dressed like a celebrity and relying only on skills to fight. There is a reason why you should not be in the Hunter Academy. For example, you being there could jeopardize her future hunter career. Or maybe, she thinks you could replace her someday. A Yun retorted, Hey, at least I know how to judge myself objectively. What you are saying does not make any sense. Jun Wu smiled. You just need to make AT make sense. A Hein was confused. Huh. Jun Wu explained. I will make AT make sense. You will be able to threaten Goanche's position enough to find her weakness. She just stared blankly at him. He frowned and asked, What? Are you not confident? She slightly avoided his gaze. A Yun exclaimed. Annoyed. No, I can do 80. Seeing that her spirits had lifted. He smiled. The support them was useless. Not even providing support from the rear. Jun Wu stood up, preparing to leave. Okay, then this conversation is Zhu. I will tell you in advance. There is not much time. Starting tomorrow, we will be going all O, so be prepared. The goal is to become a student council candidate before the second semester starts. She looked blankly. Does that mean? He said seriously. Yes. The parent-teacher association or whatever. One of those guys needs to be taken down. At 80, I am leaving. Suddenly, A Yun called out, Jun Wu. Thank you. He sighed and waved his hand. The scene changes to a sushi restaurant. And the most annoying thing was, a man with a goatee smiled and said, Is Taehang doing well? The person next to him smiled. I guess he is doing well. I was worried that he would become soft after entering Class A. Oh. Well, I heard he ranked 5th in the practical exam. The table was full of food. That is something to be proud of. Director Jung. My Ji-Yun is just happy she passed this time. Suddenly, the door opened. Jin Min walked in. Oh. Ada, looks like everyone's here. I apologize for being late. They cheerfully greeted him. Teacher Che is here. AT's been a while. They inquired. I heard there was an accident during the exam. Are you okay? He gave a forced smile. Yes. Fortunately, the situation was handled well. The man smiled. I am glad to hear that. I was worried that the accident might cause problems with the selection of candidates. Haha. We will talk about that Sev Turai later. So, the Parents Association. First-year meeting. He smiled and said, well then, let us begin the main topic. Jin Min smiled. All right. Let us get to the main topic. The first semester is almost to end, with only the final exam remaining. Let us slowly prepare for the process after acceptance. Then, let us begin. After reviewing this, please sign the document regarding after acceptance here. Conducting a subjugation operation. A real-world situation with numerous variables. On a street crowded with people. Okay. Starting with Taehang's father from Class A. A man smiled and said, yes. That is Jung Hoon, CEO of Gravity, an AT company that developed integrated conquest support and infrastructure for ARC. Next is Lee Soo-young's father from Class A, named Lee Kung-sik, the vice president of Dungeon Daily, the only media agency for the conquest industry. Next is Wang Ji-yun's father from Class B, named Wong Cheng Su, the SEAL branch head of Acres Guild, a leading company in the private hunter industry. Next is Wang Ji-yun's father from Class B. The form quickly went around. Jum Chan-haik's mother from Class B, named P. Mayan, Thim Leader 2, SEAL branch of the Supernatural Resource Management Corporation. Jin Min smiled as he handed Juviki the form. And finally, Ojusik's father from Class C, named Omung Jin, the minister of the Korean Conquest Administration. He slowly walked away. Everyone, please sign at your leisure. Do you have any questions? Jung Hoon spoke first. Well then, there is something I could not mention before. ATI's about the recent practical exam. I heard a special admission student completed the conquest alone. Is there a possibility that child will register as an additional candidate? Jun Wu clenched his teeth in anger. Jin Min sat down in his chair and said, AT seems that the kid still is not interested in running. If they run later, will our children be pushed aside? Frankly speaking, as a teacher, that is highly likely. Mung Jin spoke up. Teacher Jin Min. You have a countermeasure, right? He confidently replied. Of course. You do not need to worry too much. I will ensure strict management of all matters related to additional candidates. I promise everyone here once again. I will ensure that all of your children here can become members of the student council. The scene changes to the school. Jun Wu opened the door and entered the classroom. From inside, exclamations rang out. Oh, he is here. They eagerly approached him. You are discharged from the hospital. Are you okay? Have you fully recovered? Then he kicked away the reporter's camera. I heard the recent practical test would have been a disaster without you. How did you do AT anyway? Is not your skill unregistered? Tell us. Jun Wu blankly looked up at the scoreboard. What the hell is this? Jun Wu blankly looked up at the scoreboard. What the hell is this? On the scoreboard, his ranking was first place. He ground his teeth and cursed. This is insane. The people surrounding him chattered excitedly. I heard Senior Jonghan was also seriously injured. If I knew you were this good, I would have talked to you sooner. Jun Wu, we are going to the Sinech bar. Do you want to come with us? Tell us the step to Rai on the way. He glared irritably. Hey, all of you. Do not pretend to know me and just get lost. The people instantly froze. Speechless, Jun Wu quickly explained. Really? After talking for a while, he finally went to Yun. He grumbled annoyedly. What is going on? That teacher would never give me a perfect score. She replied curiously. I am not sure about the specifics either, but I do not think they can rig the scores. Can they? He said, a bit annoyed. At least AT seems like the results were not manipulated. So that is a relief. I guess. This action made the security guard angrily shout, "That is enough. What are you doing?" He spoke up, putting that aside. "Go. Are you doing what I told you to do?" Yun retorted, "I am doing AT. But how long are we going to focus on physical training?" He sat down and replied, "Hey, strength and stamina are the foundation. Skills and weapons do not matter if you do not have the strength to fight." She worriedly said, "Yeah, I understand, but you need to prepare for the upcoming final exam." "What is the final exam format? Is IT another dungeon raid like last time?" She replied, "No, a written test and a sparring match." He exclaimed in surprise, "Sparring?" His eyes turned pensive. "The curriculum is strange. Why are students sparring with each other?" "No. Actually, that is better. Since AT's simpler, you just need to defeat one person." She asked in surprise, "Huh, who is AT?" Jun Wu casually said, "Who else? AT's Juik." "Juicia? Yeah, that guy is definitely one of the candidates pre-selected by the Parents' Association, with his father's powerful background as the Minister of the Conquest Administration. After I had a conflict with him, that snake teacher plotted this, leading to this situation. This kind of mess can't happen without the Parents' Association. They said student council members are selected based on midterms, monthly and final results." "Right. Yes. Juik has been disciplined twice and could not even participate in this month's final assessment. There is a high chance he barely has enough points to pass the first round. So, as long as you beat that guy, you can pass the first selection round." Yun became vague. "Juicia? Huh." Jun Wu also shouted back, "What the hell are you guys doing? Pulling the monster O of the dungeon? Are you crazy?" His eyes sharpened. "What? Are you not confident?" She hesitated. "No, I will try. Try. I will do 8. I will make IT happen." Jun Wu left, satisfied. "Okay. We will start tomorrow, incorporating martial arts training." "Got AT." She avoided eye contact. "I understand." He smiled. "If you have time, ask your friends if there are any other candidates." "Huh." Yun worried slightly. "I do not have any friends." Jun Wu, hearing that, looked at her worriedly. Yun retorted, annoyed, "What is with that look? You do not have any friends either." He teased, "Come on. How can I not have friends?" He quickly counted. "I mean, there is Wu Sik, and... Suddenly, an image flashed in his head. "As long as I am alive, I will find a way." Jun Wu became silent. Yun asked curiously, "What is wrong? Is there a problem?" He looked up at the window. "No, it is nothing. Do not you realize that a monster leaving the dungeon can go berserk if AT does not adapt to this dimension?" The scene changes to the hospital. Zhang Haiyan muttered, "AT's so boring here. There are some fun younger students, so I am not bored. Should I watch YouTube or something?" Suddenly, he noticed his phone. Zhang Haiyan was silent, not knowing what to think. Abruptly, someone approached from outside. "Son." Zhang Haiyan gave a bright smile. "Dad?" he asked, checking on him. "Did not you say you had work today?" He replied with a smile. "I talked to the THIM leader and finished early, so I came." He sat down on the hospital bed and asked, "How are you feeling? Are you getting better?" He gave a forced smile. I do not feel like I'm dying or anything." He sighed. "That is good. Your grandfather also lost his right arm during a conquest, but he never gave up until the end. In fact, he became an even greater hunter afterwards. While practicing his remaining left arm, he always said." Zhang Haiyan interjected, "As long as I am alive, I will find a way." "That is right, son. What if you activate your skills in a crowd like this and something goes wrong? What if the monster possesses unexpected characteristics beyond the information provided?" Suddenly, his father took a stack of papers. "Anyway, I have been secretly investigating something. The accident 2 years ago. I think I can prove the Parents' Association was involved." He became silent. "That again?" he insisted. "I am telling you. This time Atai's Rio. Look at this document. The originally planned test was suddenly changed the day before. Right. Now, if we can find evidence that the Parents' Association bribed someone for that test." Zhang Hein cut him off, shouting, "Dad, please stop. You were kicked out of the police force for investigating the Parents Association. Why can't you just let Ada go? Because of that, we lost everything. What else do you want to do?" He stared blankly at him. Zhang Hein. He left, annoyed. "Dad, it's time for you to accept a time. No matter how much you investigate, you can't take down the Parents Association. Just like me, no matter how hard I try, I can't become a hunter anymore," he called out urgently. Zhang Hein. "Your grandfather," he shouted. "Please do not talk about grandfather anymore. Who is going to believe a Sitha to write from Vuva 40 years ago? And the rear position is completely open." So, Zhang Hein went outside, leaving his father sitting sadly in the room. The scene changes. Jun Wu questioned the Gyepsha rep. "How's Ada going? Did you find anything?" The chubby one replied, Ada seems like there is nothing in Class C or D right now." Jun Wu pressed, "What about the other classes?" The chubby one hesitated. It's a little difficult to directly ask people in Class NB. He frowned, thinking, "I am trying to find out who intends to run for student council. Ada seems like these guys are not capable enough." He decided. "Good job. You guys. Here's a little something for your efforts. Treat yourselves and your friends to something delicious," the chubby one said. Frightened. "Oh, no, you do not have to," Jun Wu retorted. Annoyed. "Tech. Just say thank you and take a tea when an adult gives you something." He directly handed the money to the chubby one. "What are you doing? My hand is about to fall off." "Oh. Thank you," the chubby one stammered. "This is only 1,001. Jun Wu calmly replied. "Oh, 80's okay. Do not feel too burdened. 80 should be enough for the three of you to buy snacks." He sighed, watching the Guille rip leave. "These kids. Reminds me of the old days, when I was their age. Just 1,001 made me feel like I ruled the world. You call this a subjugation operation. This is nothing more than a street performance. Anyway, for now, I should focus on what I can do, defeat Jusiok in the final exam. As for the written test, I can only hope a Yun studies hard. The most important thing is the sparring test. This is where I need to create a big gap. Jusik's abilities are definitely terrible, but I have to prepare for every situation because I can't predict what tricks the Parents Association will pull. The problem is there is no suitable place to train Yun. Getting Wusik to help now would attract attention, so I'd be troublesome." While he was walking, someone called Oh, Jun Wu. Seeing who At was, he smiled. Senior Zhang Hai." He greeted back. "We meet again like this." He cheerfully started a conversation. "You are discharged from the hospital," he replied with a smile. Well, I just came here to take care of some things at the department office and then go back. Come to think of At, you said you would help Yun. How's Ada going? Is A okay?" He smiled awkwardly. The two walked to the stairs. Zhang Hein muttered, "I see. At's for practicing sparring. Right. At's true that if Klassa wants to use the gym, there be all sorts of restrictions, like time slots or limited number of people." Jun Wu sighed. "Yes. That is why I'm a bit worried." He asked, "So, are you really planning to go up against the Parents Association?" Yunche intentionally cut him off. "Are you from the academy? This is everything we are taught in class." "Right. The rules of the subjugation operation. The procedures. The positions?" He was a little surprised. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" "Of course I want to." Zhang Hein avoided eye contact. "Ada won't be easy. We might even risk our lives," he said comfortably. "Oh, Ada was like that not too long ago too. But we all got through AT together, did not we? We will find a way again." He looked at him and said, "You are right. We all survived." In Zhang Hein's memory, images of the two of them running away appeared. Zhang Hein was unable to save them. His expression turned sad. "I wonder what would have happened if you were there 2 years ago." Jun Wu did not hear clearly and asked back, "What?" He stood up, brushing off dust. "It is nothing. You said there is no suitable training place. Right. Then, would you like to come to our gym?" The scene quickly changes to the counseling room. Your passion is great, but do not think that everything is taught in the classroom. Jin Min looked at Ju Seok. I am telling you honestly. He called his name. Ju Seok. Right now, you are the one in the most danger. He retorted, annoyed. Danger? What do you mean? Jin Min said. Jun Wu might run for student council. He angrily cursed. That bastard. Jun Wu. Really? Jin Min continued. Yes, that Jun Wu. Do you know he is exempt from assessment? No, I heard vaguely. But there is no way a special admissions student would be exempt from assessment. He took down a rank 6 boss alone. I saw AT with my own eyes, so there is no doubt about AT. Ju Seok trembled a little. But anyway, the student council positions are already decided. Right? My father, he said bluntly. Ju Seok, how much can your parents take care of everything for you? He continued, your midterm scores are terrible, and you could not even participate in the final monthly assessment. At this rate, Jun Wu will definitely surpass you in the final exam. He shouted. You just need to make sure you do not let that happen, Jin Min calmly said. At the very least, you know we can't lose in scores. He clutched his head. Oh. During the entrance orientation, I confidently guaranteed I would become a member of the student council. Jun Wu questioned as soon as he heard IT. You call A to fieldwork, he said. Do not be discouraged. You can still do well from now on. You have the exam questions. Right? Yes. Okay. Memorize them, and make sure no one else finds O. The most important thing is the sparring match. Ju Seok recalled his appearance and became frightened. I do not think I can, he said. Do not worry, I have a plan. Jin Min silently took something O. He placed a machine on the table. He exclaimed, This is an arc. Jin Min quickly explained. A ties an arc unregistered with the association. Its skill level is B. He exclaimed in surprise. What? Ju Seok was filled with terror. Rank B. Most people in our school are rank D. If AT's rank, whoa, that is really scary. Jin Min smiled. A ties the minimum level professional hunters use. Use AT in the sparring match. Ju Seok became frenzied. This is insane. This is definitely cheating. He asked. By the way, where did you get this? He explained. This core used to belong to my father. Tae Hyung's father helped process A into an arc. This little brat. Dare to talk about fieldwork in front of me? He asked curiously. Oh. Right. Did not you say that your father used to work on the conquest management them? Jin Min slightly avoided eye contact. Just for a short time. He reassured. Anyway, I have called a senior to help you adapt to the new skill. Ju Seok asked curiously. A senior. Soon after, a figure entered the room. He gaped. Go. Senior Goanche. Ju Seok was overjoyed. Senior Goanche is helping me. That is amazing. Jin Min smiled. Yes. I made a special request, so listen carefully to the senior. He smirked inwardly. I did not expect she would agree to help, but Ada seems even Jun Wu's overly confident attitude bothered her. He said. Okay. Then, you two discuss the schedule and training methods. I have some things to do. Please take good care of our Ju Seok. She was silent for a moment. Then replied. Yes. The scene changes to inside a gym. Che was stunned by the harsh words. Jun Wu. While fighting, pointed O to Yun. Use the space well, and do not take your eyes off your opponent. Observe their movements and predict their next attack. She was unable to block and was kicked repeatedly. Yun hurriedly called O. Hey, wait, she said urgently. This is just training. Are you overdoing AT? Do you have a grudge against me? He calmly said. I already said. We are going to train seriously. Yun complained. Annoyed. If we are going all O, teach me how to use skills too. Everyone else uses skills in sparring. But are you going to make me fight empty-handed? He sighed and pointed at Yun. I guess IT's better to experience AT directly than to explain AT verbally. Then, from now on, take off your gloves and attack with skills. She looked blankly. He continued to instruct. Treat this like a sparring match and try a Ryu attack. Do you really think I will die if you hit me? Yun asked cautiously. Anyway, telling me to use skills on someone empty-handed. Are not you plotting to get me kicked out of school? Jun Wu retorted. Annoyed. If you keep complaining like this, we are not training anymore. Use your skill already. Yun took off her gloves. A notification appeared. User student Pei Yun access to rank skill complete. You can now use the skill. Fire magic. Skill activation. Blue fire. She poured her strength into her fist. Whatever happens, I do not care anymore. Her bodyguard quickly stepped forward to stop him. That is enough. You can't do that here. She directly charged forward to attack. Ian concentrated her power and defeated Jun Wu. Goanche shouted and unleashed her skill. A stream of powerful light, controlled by her, heading straight for the opponent. But Kim Jun-woo quickly dodged the attack and bent low, launching himself towards Ayan like an arrow. Ayan, with a determined expression, raised her hands to block and tried to control Jun-woo's power. However, Ada was beyond her capabilities. Jun-woo stood upright and delivered a decisive punch, causing Ayan to fall backward. She screamed in fear and pain. At that moment, Jun-woo turned around and said coldly, "Get up and try again." Ayan glared at him. Ayan, with a strong and determined appearance, stood up and took a fighting stance. Skill activation. Blue fire. Martial arts master level 2. Fairy array emanated from her. Ayan took a deep breath and strode towards Jun Wu. Jun Wu, unable to restrain his anger, continued to question. "You're Goanche, right?" Ayan attacked furiously, glaring as she kicked towards Jun Wu. Jun Wu quickly dodged. Thinking, she has switched to close combat. A considerable effort. Of course, that is when she can actually land a blow. Ayan continued to swing her fists, but Jun Wu stepped back and evaded the attacks. At that moment, Jun Wu retaliated, gently delivering a punch to Ayan's stomach, which was enough to knock her down. Ayan collapsed to the floor. Exhausted. She clutched her stomach and whispered something. Jun Wu spoke up. "Are you wondering why Ata did not hit, even though the skill has a wider range and is much faster?" "Right. There are 2 reasons." He slowly explained. First, the ultimate skill is the ability to be used in conjunction with your movements, especially skills like yours, which belong to the technical chain. And second, when using skills, you only think about how to use the next skill. Ayan warily asked, "Is not that natural?" Jun Wu replied, "No. If that happens, a gap will form between the skills. Instead of thinking about how to use the skill, you only focus on how to attack." Hearing him say that, Ayan sighed. "I do not understand what you are talking about." Jun Wu looked at her and said with a smile, "You will have to learn the hard way." He abruptly lunged towards Ayan and instructed, "Watch how your opponent moves. If they get close, use your knee. And the moment you see an opening, that is when you unleash your skill." Ayan struggled to reach Ouch. With skills at that level, you should be ashamed to call yourself a hunter. Jun Wu rushed in and thought with a smile, "I thought you would give up quickly. But you have guts. Let us see how long you can last." Ayan's eyes were sharp, her spirit unyielding. She attacked persistently. Jun Wu raised his hand to punch her, but Ayan quickly dodged. She leaned back to avoid his punch and raised her leg high. Ayan tried her best to deliver a powerful kick to Jun Wu's stomach, catching him off guard. Jun Wu took the hit, losing his balance and stumbling backward. He thought in a panic, "Oh, look." Skill activation. Blue fire. Level 3. Palm strike. Ayan powerfully dashed forward, demonstrating her offensive capabilities. She resolutely took momentum to fly in order to deliver a devastating blow. Ayan glared at Jun Wu, her expression fearless. Suddenly, she exclaimed in a panic, "Huh." Jun Wu calmly used his elbow to strike Ayan in the face. But she only responded with a contemptuous look. "Ada seems like school life is difficult." Ayan was stunned and lost her balance. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Huh," and the scene gradually fell silent. Ayan only had time to curse, "Damn A," and she fainted to the floor. Jun Wu then said, "The final battle is about exploiting the opponent's weaknesses. Whether AT skills or weapons, you can never exploit those weaknesses with just one approach. At AT, that is why the basics are so important." He remembered Hyen's desperate look from earlier and felt a little scared. Seriously? Damn A. Was she really trying to kill me at the end? I flinched with my elbow without even realizing AT. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. I have always been curious about one thing. You? Who are you? Or rather, what are you? Jun Wu looked at Ian and asked in surprise. Why are you suddenly asking that? Ian lay slumped on the ground and said tiredly. No matter how much I think about a time, I can't understand. We are the same age. So where did you learn all this? She looked up at him and said, You are not. Jun Wu stared at her, sweating. Then, Ian said suspiciously, some kind of secret agent raised from childhood or something. Right. Jun Wu sighed in relief and said casually, Do not talk nonsense and get some rest. Jun Wu could only watch with a helpless expression. What is this? At this moment, Zhang An opened the door and entered, saying, Oh, you guys are here early. Jun Wu stood on the arena floor and replied, Oh. Senior Zhang Ian. Ian greeted him dejectedly. Hello. Zhang Ian asked, How is AT? Are you okay? He's dusty. Huh. AT's been a while, since my father retired and stopped using A. Ian lay on the floor and replied indifferently, AT's okay. This is enough. Zhang Yin looked around and said softly, AT's been a while since I have been here too. I used to spar with my father here a lot, although most of the time, I was the one getting beaten. Jun Wu looked at him and asked, So, what are you planning to do from now on? Zhang Ian said, confused. Huh. Why are you suddenly asking about my career? He smiled and said calmly, Well, even if I gave up my position as a student council member, I still have to graduate. Right. I have been thinking about 80 slowly during this time. I have only thought about becoming a hunter until now, but 80 seems like that is not possible at the moment. Zhang Yin listened and became silent, looking thoughtful. Then he spoke up, 8 is not exactly impossible. That statement made Zhang Ian freeze. He asked, What do you mean? Jun Wu stood with his arms crossed and said, I am talking about becoming a hunter. You can still do it even without one arm. Jun Hospital had returned to peace. Zhang Yin glanced at him and said seriously, I know you are trying to encourage me, but you should not say AT so lightly, even if IT is someone else's problem. Jun Wu immediately denied AT. I am not saying AT lightly. I am just speaking from my experience. AT something I have heard, either from the adults around me or from what I have learned. There was a hunter who lost his right arm during a hunt. He did not give up and continued to train his remaining left arm. Eventually, he became even stronger than he was before he lost his arm. That surprised Zhang Yin. Jun Wu continued. Then, the saying he always said, almost as a habit, was, Zhang Yin quickly interjected, As long as you are alive, you can manage. Jun Wu nodded. That is right. Now that I remember. Senior, you said something similar before, did not you? Zhang Ian said. Coincidentally, that person's name was... Jun Wu said. His name was Kim Chung-hoon. He passed away a long time ago, so you probably would not know him. Zhang Ian unconsciously said. He was my grandfather. Jun Wu exclaimed in surprise. Huh. At the Hunter Academy training ground. Outside the training ground, a large explosion occurred. Jun Wu sat alone in the pecs, remembering the words he had once heard. I will return after 42 years. Until then, I hope the world you speak of becomes a reality. A student standing there said excitedly. Oh, what the heck? Is a B-rank skill really that strong? He said gleefully. Kim Jun Wu, you are done for. Suddenly, someone behind him reminded. I understand you are having fun with your new toy, but know your limits. He said. Senior Goanche. Yunche said coldly. A sparring match is still a test. I know you have a grudge against Kim Jun Wu, but be careful not to use too much force because of that, or you will be disqualified. And make sure you never use that technique. Juik replied vaguely. That one, he said confidently. Yeah. Well, I do not think I will need to use a tie on that bastard. At this time, someone observing them from behind thought, Juik is quite good at handling his skills. I knew asking Goanche was the right choice. AD seems like this is the end for that Kim Jun Wu. He recalled the words from before. I still find the Jun Wu from UAA 40 years ago the scariest. Teacher Cha stood in the middle of the five, looking up at the golden sky. The more he thought about AT, the more frustrated he became. This is bad. He walked and said casually. Just the meaningless words of an old man stuck in the past. Scene changed to the Conquest Management Headquarters, Area 2 camp. At this time, two men opened the door and entered, asking, "Hey, is Chung Hoon here?" A Dung man was sitting on a chair, intently reading documents. He turned his head and smiled. "Captain. And Wusik too. Why are you two here so suddenly? And at this late hour?" The other man replied casually, "The number of dungeons appearing this month has decreased, and we have some fieka time. So we came here for a drink." The man behind him held up a bottle of alcohol and said with a smile, "We brought your favorite." Hying Nim. Chung Hoon smiled and invited them in. Come in, please sit down." They put the bottle of alcohol on the table, and he asked, "Oh, is this blue?" "Whoa." "Captain, where did you get this?" The captain replied happily, "I got AT from an abandoned supermarket when I was in Chungkyong last time." Kim Chung Hoon, the leader of Squad 2 in operations, and currently the camp commander in Area 2. He is one of the few talented people I acknowledge, and with his easygoing personality, he is quite popular among his subordinates. Kim Jun Wu suddenly asked him, "By the way, where are the others?" Chung Hoon replied, "They went out for a meeting. It'll probably be a while before they get back." Jun Wu opened the bottle of alcohol and said casually, "Is that so? In that case, let us wait and—" Chung Hoon was startled and said, Hey, even if there is only us drinking, AT's not enough, so why wait for those guys?" He continued to think to himself, if there is one flaw, AT's that he loves alcohol a little too much. The skills of hunters now are worse than the weakest people 30 years ago. With the subjugation system collapsed, if Gigantiana revives, AT will be doomsday for everyone. I have to prepare from now on. But who would believe me? AT's been 5 years since we started sharing our deepest thoughts and raising a glass together. Before we knew AT, Kim Chung Hoon and I had become the closest drinking buddies, no longer caring about rank. He poured the alcohol and asked, "How have you been lately? You are still quite busy, are not you?" He replied sincerely, "Yeah, that is right." Chung Hoon, in a state of having lost one arm, still smiled and said, "Anyway, AT something that I can still live my life as a hunter with this body." 8 months ago, Jun Wu with a pale face and trembling eyes called Chung Hoon. Chung Hoon's body was completely injured and had to be bandaged up on the bed, but he always smiled gently and said, "Captain, I am embarrassed to say, well, this is what happened to me." Jun Wu quietly sat next to Chung Hoon's bed and silently looked at him. Jun Wu narrowed his eyes regretfully, thinking, "You are a great talent. What a waste." Suddenly Chung Hoon choked and said, "Captain, I'm sorry, but are there any combat techniques that only use the left arm? Can you teach me?" Jun Wu was surprised and puzzled when he heard him say that. "Are you sure you are okay with that?" Chung Hu smiled optimistically and reassured, "Is not AT a little early to give up like this?" Chung Hoon lay on the bed and said with a resilient smile, "As long as I am alive, I can manage." Then, Jun Wu exclaimed happily, "That is right." When Chung Hu's body began to recover, training began, and the two of them began to train together. Handling the sword with his left hand, which he used to swing with his right hand, was extremely difficult, but he did AT, and proved everyone wrong. His swordsmanship was even stronger than before he lost his arm. A delicate swordsmanship that no longer relied on strength, but instead analyzed every situation to precisely target the monster's weaknesses. Chung Hu was truly a perfect swordsman. Chung Hu sat drinking water and sighed. "Honestly, during that training, AAT was so difficult that I really thought about running away." Jun Wu laughed and scolded, "The guy who asked for help first should not say that. You bastard." Suddenly, he turned his head in another direction. Jun Wu looked surprised and asked, "Hey, you still have that?" Chung Hoon looked at the item and said, "Oh, that. Of course. He is the one I trained with, and AT's a symbol of my revival. When Dongju gets older, I will pass IT on to him." That item was the wooden sword that Chung Hoon used during training. AT was a weapon that could not be used in Ryu combat, but A was perfect for training. That is why I gave it to him as a gift. Wusik laughed and wondered. "Dongju, That kid does not seem interested in becoming a hunter. So why pass a tea on to him? Chung Hoon replied. Oh, then I will pass a tea on to my grandson. Jun Wu laughed teasingly. Yeah. Live long enough to see your grandson. Chung Hoon said. Huh. Is not that a dangerous thing to say? My them members, if I can find a way to contact them. Seeing Jun Wu looking blank, he continued. That is right, Captain. Have not you seen any movies? AT's a death omen. Jun Wu ignored him and joked. Really? Okay. You guys, do not live long. And make sure you die the day after tomorrow. Then all three of them clinked glasses enthusiastically together. A voice rang again. That is right. Last time, Dongju got a cut on his forehead while playing. Right. Chung Hoon seemed drunk and slurred. I was worried that AT would be gruesome. But do you know what that kid said? Wu Sik whispered to Jun Wu. He is starting again. Chung Hoon mentioning his son means. That means we will be stuck here for at least 3 hours. Chung Hoon's face was red from drunkenness, and he happily recounted. As long as I am alive, everything will be all right. How did he learn to repeat what I say? So, what I am saying is, he kept rambling on. And eventually, Wu Sik and I had to listen to him brag about his son all night, and that became the last drinking session with him. Back to the present in the gym, a voice rang. Oh, let me see. The photo is somewhere around here. Zhang Haiyan took the photo and gave it to Jun Wu. Here, on the left is my father, and on the right is my grandfather. Even when I see AT, an empty laugh escapes from within me. The camp commander of Area 2 and the leader of Operation 2. A man who likes to drink and likes to talk. But how am I going to find them? I can't just stop everyone passing by and ask. A swordsman who approached perfection, Kim Chung Hoon. He remembered the words from before. Live long enough to see your grandson. Jun Wu looked at the photo. A look of sadness and longing appeared in his eyes. Should I not have said those words at that time? Ian asked blankly. Your grandfather passed away a long time ago. Zhang Hein replied. Yeah. I heard he was a member of STEMA during the supernatural space crisis, and passed away in an accident. Jun Wu said with a sad face. An accident. Zhang Hein saw him lost in thought and asked. What is wrong? Jun Wu replied. Nothing. Zhang Hein laughed with interest. Anyway, AT's surprising. I did not expect that a junior would know about my grandfather's Sefturai. Jun Wu smiled back. Yeah. Then, Jianyan put the photo back in its place and said, but, honestly, I feel like it is all a bit far-fetched. Thinking that he became a stronger swordsman after losing his right arm. Jun Wu said firmly. I am sure it is true. Jianyan joked a little disbelievingly. If you talk to my father, you two would get along really well. Jun Wu thought. Thinking of that, I wonder what that kid Dongju is doing. Then he asked, is your father still healthy? Zhang Hein naturally replied. Huh. My father, he is healthy. We have had a little disagreement recently. Wait, now that I think about AT. I told him to stop, but he can't let go of the case he has been pursuing. He keeps saying that as long as he is alive, everything will be all right. Hearing this, Jun Wu was very surprised. A case. Zhang Hein was startled and said, that is. He thought for a moment and then recounted. That is right. AT is not completely unrelated to all of you. A few days ago. You asked. Right. If someone had died during the student council election. Zhang Hein said seriously. Yes. AT happened. 2 years ago. 2 people. AT's almost similar to the incident that happened recently. Right before the exam day, the exam 10 suddenly changed. And in front of everyone, 2 people were crushed under a pile of rocks and disappeared. Jun Wu pressed Zhang Haiyan. So, your father is investigating that incident. Zhang Haiyan replied. Yeah. In the end, he was fired during that process. Ada was like a police officer going against the entire parent association. Therefore, the outcome was inevitable. Ian spoke up. I can't believe AT. Zhang Hein continued. After that incident. Ironically, I became a member of the student council as the next person. With the 2 people missing, AT was natural for that position to come to me. Of course, I was not treated as an equal in the student council. However, surprisingly, Goanche was the only one who treated me like a human being. Jun Wu wondered, wait, Are you saying that the nominee of the parent association was also caught up in that incident? Zhang Ein recalled the incident and explained. No. Back then, there were 4 members in the parent association. The nominees did not even participate in the exam with us from the start. Sometimes I still think about AT. I wonder what would have happened if I had approached a little earlier. That little brat mentioned something about the academy. Maybe. Ein unconsciously asked, Did you save your junior last time because of that? Zhang Hein said calmly. People's hearts are hard to predict. Honestly, there are times when I feel a little regretful. In the end, the path to becoming a hunter has become useless. He laughed freely and said, However, when I think about the possibility of someone dying in front of me, like what happened 2 years ago, yeah, I think this is probably the best thing. Jun Wu smiled with satisfaction and a little pride when he heard him say that. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise when he saw something. Jun Wu bent down and picked something up. This is, Zhang Hein said. That. Jun Wu held up the sword and thought. The wooden sword, Zhang Hein said. Anyway, AT's the only memento. I heard my father has been keeping AT all these years. Jun Wu remembered the old days and thought. He said he would pass AT on to his grandson. He said, I see. Senior, can I borrow this? Zhang Hein was a little surprised. I do not mind. But why suddenly? Jun Wu held the sword and said thoughtfully, You said that your grandfather's sift to rice sounded far-fetched. Right, Zhang Hein replied. Well, old stories are often exaggerated. But Jun Wu smiled and affirmed, 8 is not an exaggeration. Why do not you come and watch the upcoming exam? That is right. Someone must have established a hunter academy in the last 30 years. The only person who could do that. The first day of the final exam in 4 days. The test for general subjects has been conducted. Everyone in the class is focused on their work. Jun Wu looks bored. AT turns OATs because he does not know how to do the test. Damn I do not understand a word they are asking. Thinking back, I have never really attended a proper class since entering the school. I have spent decades only fighting in conquests. There is no way I can handle subjects like Korean or math properly. Jun Wu struggled for a while. He glanced at his friend sitting across from him below. Oh Juik, today he looks unusually focused. Of course, there is no way that bastard is actually studying hard. He probably has the answers ready and has memorized every word. If this continues, things might become a bit difficult for Goa Yun. After Jun Wu turned around to look for help, he saw Yun's tense face. She is okay. Right. Hey Wu Shik. Jun Wu exclaimed in surprise when he heard him mention AT at the time. She has always been at the top in written tests in class, so I have no choice but to trust her in this part. While distracted, Jun Wu was hit on the head with a rolled-up paper cup. The strict teacher glared at him, giving Jun Wu no time to react. Unexpectedly, the teacher just gently reminded, Do not look away. Jun Wu obediently replied yes. Time passed, and the 4th day of the exam finally arrived. The school broadcast made an announcement. Attention. Attention. The first-year final exam. The sparring test will begin soon. All first-year students please gather at the main hall. Jun Wu looked forward to AT. AT's finally starting. He called a Yun. Let us go. Wu Shik nodded in confirmation. Yes. At the main hall, the crowd was bustling to watch. A Yun lost Jun Wu and had to call, wait for me, Kim Jun Wu. Jun Wu was helpless. There are too many people here. Jun Wu was surprised by the scene before him. Everyone was cheering. Below the hall, the stage was magnificently decorated. Everyone was excited, happy, and exhilarated. Below the stage, cameras were being adjusted to capture every moment in the clearest detail. Jun Wu and Yun discussed for a while. What is this? Professional wrestling or something? Are the final exams always this flashy? This is the last exam of the semester. The high-ranking kids here mostly become members of the student council, so the broadcast station is very interested in AT. Jun Wu thought to himself. After all, they broadcast the conquests. Watching students with superpowers fight each other is basically peak programming. The time has come. The broadcast station announced again. The exam will begin soon. Everyone please take your seats. Broadcasting children fighting and watching them to make money. These adults are terrible. President Bai Wu-sik will personally explain the exam rules and safety guidelines. AT would be great if this war ended in our generation, but that is unlikely. Right, after retiring from direct combat duty, I want to build an academy and properly nurture the next generation. To all of you who have studied and trained hard until today, you have all worked very diligently. Now I will explain the exam rules. The first test will randomly select 2 people to participate, and the winner will move on to the next test. Jun Wu chuckled. Is this King of the Hill? That is the same rule we used in the conquest management days in the tests we used to hold together. The test continues until the participant surrenders or is defeated. Winning the test will give you 1 point while losing will give you Z arc points. Participants with Z arc points are allowed to re-enter as many times as they like. If you have 1 or more points, you cannot re-enter after losing. The last thing I want to emphasize is this. The special protective equipment absorbs most skill damage, but AD does not protect you from all types of collisions. Please refrain from getting too excited and overusing your skills during sparring. Now we will begin the test with Class A. I hope everyone achieves good results. On the bulletin board, information about the match is displayed. That is right. What should we name the school? You decide. Commander. The first competitors of Class A are Jung Taeyong and Goanche. The 2 students please come forward and prepare for the test. The referee instructed the contestants. Both of you get into your positions. Fight. The 2 opponents immediately rushed at each other. A Yun sat in the stands blankly, her mouth agape in surprise. Amazing. Is that the skill level of Class? Jun Wu. What do you think? Are you sleeping? Hey Kim Jun Wu. This is the sparring test of Class A and you are sleeping. Jun Wu said while sleeping. Muttering. Yeah, Class A is too bad. Not worth watching anymore. I have not been sleeping well recently because I have to study for the exam. Wake me up when it is our turn. A Yun wondered. You are saying things like that after witnessing the skills of Class A. Jun Wu, in high spirits, suggested a name. Let us keep it simple. Korea Hunter Academy. Something like that. How high are your standards? Seriously. After a while, the sparring match of Class A officially ended. A Yun shook Jun Wu awake. Hey Kim Jun Wu, wake up. Is ATU already? Yeah, it's our turn. The broadcast station announced. Now we will begin the sparring test for Class E. Students of Class A, please prepare. In the stands, everyone has started to get tired. Is AT all V? Going to the cafeteria. What is for lunch today? I do not know. I am too lazy to care. I just want to take a nap. At the hall at this time, there are only the referee and a few students left. So Class E is completely ignored. Jun Wu said dejectedly. A Yun was speechless. Do you care about any other class? Suddenly a Yun saw someone. She looked closely and recognized. But Wu Shik looked dissatisfied. That is too plain. The person on the opposite side is Senior Zhang Haiyan. Zhang Haiyan also waved to Jun Wu and A Yun. Jun Wu smiled friendly in response. Now we will announce the first participants from Class E. Jun Wu with a face full of determination and readiness. We should save energy and hold back revealing our full abilities at this time. Choosing someone with average abilities would be the most practical. The first participants are Go A Yun and Lim Ji Hai. Jun Wu did not quite believe AT. Seriously? Nothing is going according to plan. A Yun said strongly. I will handle AT. Okay, Go A Yun. Just do what we have practiced. Just follow the exercises. Jun Wu shouted in encouragement. 10 consecutive wins. Jun Wu, relying on his memory, successfully found a Hunter Academy. Our class has 20 people, so just try to win exactly 10 consecutive matches. A Yun felt empowered after hearing this. Both participants get into their positions. Fight. A Yun's opponent is Lim Ji Hai, a person with rank skill access completed. Without hesitation, A Yun unleashed wind magic, punching Lim Ji Hai painfully in the face, causing Ji Hai to be unable to react. Falling backwards. Lying motionless on the floor, Lim Ji Hai has been taken down. The students who were watching the match in the stands were all stunned. Round 1. Go A Yun wins. People gossiped. Hey, what is wrong with Go A Yun? Is she always like that? He could not believe his eyes and exclaimed. Seriously? Jun Wu also sweated slightly. Is not AT a bit too much? Everyone is still in shock. What the heck is this? She knocked her opponent with just one punch, without even using skills. Passing through round 2, A Yun also knocked her opponent. Peachy Juntae has fallen. The final result of round 3 is no different. Song Yi has fallen at the hands of A Yun. Go A Yun enters round 4 with 3 consecutive wins. Is she really from Class E? She is pretty good. Zhang Hain watched the match and praised Yun. Progressing this much in just 1 month is impressive. Maybe she has the ability equal to her. Goanche is still attentively watching her sister's match. Anyway, AT's just the first year, and AT's a classy test that no one cares about. Are you not staying because of Yun? Or is AT because of Juik Sr.? But this school is ridiculously large. Che was a little uncomfortable with Zhang Hain's words. What about you? Are not you helping Kim Jun Wu or Go Yun? Who could I possibly help on my own? A junior said they would show me something interesting. So I came to take a look. Che was a little puzzled. Back to the match. The loudspeaker was still announcing. Anyone who wants to participate in the next match, please come forward. No students want to participate. If there are no more challengers, the classy sparring match will end here. Suddenly, a hand went up. Round 4. Student Juik is entering. Please come up and prepare for the test. Jun Wu worried. Juik. Even after witnessing Go Yun's skills, he does not seem scared at all. Does he have something to be confident about? The two participants took their positions. Jun Wu was blankly looking around when he heard a voice. Student. What are you doing here? Yun was overwhelmed with thoughts. He is finally here. Juik. His skill is Dark Spear Strike, with a long reach. Distance will be advantageous for him. The sound of battle rang out. Yun immediately rushed into attack. Juik wore a smug smile. A blazing fire erupted, leaving the entire audience dumbfounded. Jun Wu was startled. That skill. Zhang Hain was also utterly shocked, turning to Yun Che and asking, Hey, Goanche, what exactly did you teach him? Seriously? What did you teach him? Juik was strutting around. Arrogant. Oh. You endured that. Is AT because of your endurance or the protective gear? Either way, your tenacity is like a cockroach. Yun wiped the blood from her mouth. Wait, that is not Dark Spear Strike. Where did you get something so interesting? AT was the academy manager who continued to speak. I do not think I have ever seen you before. Are you a student at our academy? Jun Wu quickly replied. No, AT's not that. I have some net here. Oh. This? There are a lot of people helping thanks to powerful parents. You know, you really think that is something to brag about. Of course. AT's something you do not have. After all, Yun could not help but get angry after hearing that. What is wrong? Are you angry that I mentioned you do not have parents? But that is the truth. Is not AT? Yun tried to calm herself. Stay calm. Do not fall for those cheap taunts. She recalled the instructions. The first rule of combat is to understand your opponent. Alright. First I need to figure out what his skill is. What kind of skill is AT? If AT is an explosion-type magic, the rank must be C or higher. There is only one way to confirm this accurately. Yun proceeded to use fire magic. I have no choice but to keep clashing. She unleashed the Bai Dech skill. Blue Flame. Juik was not one to back down. The manager. Misunderstanding. Deliberately shoot him away. If you are here just to see me's. Che, you should go home. She is not someone you can hang around the gate and wait for. That statement made him secretly realize. Could that little brat be studying here too? You really think using a D-rank skill will make a difference? After all, magic skills have similar casting speeds. For now, I will focus on range combat. Right before Yun's eyes, a fierce flame erupted again, causing her to slide back. What is this? Even if I assume complete mastery, the casting speed is too fast. Could AT not be magic? Juik kept mocking Yun. Get 80 now. The skill I use is on a completely different level compared to people like you. Yun was trying to evade the energy from the flames. If IT's magic, you can't use skills continuously without a delay. Then, a combat enhancement type. The only skill that fits these conditions is Burst Impact. Juik was not afraid and even challenged back. You figured ITO, but does that change anything? Jun Wu then quickly asked, Do you happen to know anyone named Bei Wushik? The manager's eyes widened in surprise. Bei Wushik. Juik punched Yun's arm hard. But what he did not expect was that Yun immediately retaliated with a punch to his face. Juik got angry. You bitch. Yun responded to Jusiok's earlier question. Of course AT makes a difference. Burst impact is a skill that creates an explosion by punching the air, so all I need to do is stop you from swinging your fist. Right? Jun Wu, sitting in the audience, smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. If she mistook a T for a fire-type skill, she would not even be able to approach him properly. But she figured Jusiok's skill, magic-type skills that create explosions. For example, something like Scarlet Flame Blast can be created with even a simple finger snap. That is why it is basically very difficult to stop opponents from casting their skills. Usually, the standard approach is to exploit the gaps between their casts. But if the skill is a combat enhancement skill like Burst Impact, you will need to completely reverse your strategy. Since there is no delay between skill casts, using a strategy meant for magic skills will lead to a big mistake. The weakness is the movement. Burst Impact has a large, noticeable movement when activating the skill, a powerful punch into the air. If this action is prevented, you can gain a clear advantage in the battle. But the answer she gave is not absolute. Be careful, Goanche. Yun rushed in to attack Jusiok. Do you mean the chairman? Jun Wu exclaimed with joy. Yes. The chairman? Can I meet the chairman? Jusiok had lost his composure from before, punching Yun's arm hard. The continuous punches showed no sign of stopping, but those punches did not do anything to Yun. She continued to fight. I can do 80. I will take down Jusiok. Yun grabbed both of Jusiok's arms tightly. She used blue flame tactics. Her leg swung in a kick meant to strike the opponent hard. But unexpectedly, Jusiok broke free from her control. The flame erupted once again. The manager then asked a difficult question. Why would someone who is not a student at the academy want to meet the chairman? Knocking Yun away. Yun rolled several times on the 5e from the fire's immense force. Jusiok was annoyed. Damn, acting all arrogant just because you learned a little martial arts. You thought blocking with your arms was enough. Yun lay on the floor, trembling. Internally defeated. I did not expect him to be able to activate the explosion with his knee. Know your place. You fool. Jusiok had not given up, intending to land another punch on Yun. Die. You bitch. Suddenly, a hand reached stopping Jusiok. That is enough. If you continue like this, you will kill her, the referee announced. Yun has fallen. Next, Jun Wu will enter round 5. Jun Wu stood in front, protecting Yun. Jusiok was even more excited at this point. You finally decided to show up, Jun Wu. Are you a specially admitted student? Jun Wu did not pay attention and turned to ask Yun. Are you okay? Yun said, trembling. At's not UVP yet. Your turn is far from UVP, so go back. From the moment you took that first explosion head on, you have definitely reached your limit. I will acknowledge your fighting spirit. Jun Wu said bluntly. Did not you hear the announcement? The match is UVA. Step down. But still, do not be stubborn. Losing is losing. Yun felt sad and blamed herself. She lowered her head and trudged off the stage. The medical staff offered a stretcher to help her, but Yun quickly refused. I can walk on my own. Jun Wu called He praised Yun. You did well. Jun Wu quickly gave an answer. Yes, I am a specially admitted student. The manager, leading the way, complained. Really? You should have said that from the beginning. Follow me, and I will lead the way. Yun was confused, not understanding anything. Then she turned and left. Tears streamed down her face. Jusiok was still very excited to face Jun Wu. Long time no see. Huh. I was worried you would not come. Jun Wu glared and asked, do not you think you went a little overboard just now? What are you talking about? I held back a lot. I made sure she could at least walk on her own. You got a B-rank skill. Acting all high and mighty now. Huh. Have you forgotten what happened to you in the warehouse? By the way. Burst impact. That is not a common skill. Where did you get AT? Jusiok shouted angrily. What is AT to you? I do not need to ask who gave you that. I can guess. Jun Wu then felt a little confused. What is with that look of pity? Is AT just my imagination? Jun Wu remembered his past life. Damn I did not expect things to turn out like this. AT was just an accident. We were victims too. That guy looks familiar. Could he be his son? The loudspeaker announced. Round 5 begins. Well, that is another matter. I will do what I need to do first. Jun Wu took his position, warning his opponent inwardly. Pay attention, kid. I can't always perform. Zhang Haiyan, standing in the audience, saw Ju Wu's stance. That guy. Do not tell me he is only using his right hand. Juik burst laughing. There is a limit to looking down on others. Are you saying you will fight with one hand? Even if I do not kill you, I will make sure you are in the hospital for a few months. Prepare yourself. You bastard. Juik powered up with combat enhancement. His eyes were fixed on Jun Wu, like wolves eyeing their prey. He unleashed a fierce punch. After being led to a large room, in front of Juik now was a blazing fire. The entire audience had to cover their ears and shield their eyes from the fire's blinding light. The fire spread engulfing the entire arena. Juik leaned forward, intending to charge into attack. Zhang Haiyan could not help but worry. Is not this just a first-year sparring match? A cloud of dust and smoke billowed. Juik still refused to give in. You think having a little physical ability makes you special. In the end, the important thing is skill. Just having a strong skill is enough. No matter how hard you try to show off, you are no match for me. Rookie. A voice rang. Honestly, kids these days are hopeless. Juik frowned uncomfortably. A figure flickered behind the smoke. They think spamming skills recklessly will solve everything. Huh. Jun Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Why do not you just close your eyes and use your skill blindly? The blinding light is not good for your eyes. The guy gritted his teeth. Damn this is ridiculous. You are saying you were not hit at all. I covered the entire arena with the explosion. Jun Wu continued brazenly. Tell the truth. You idiot. The blast radius of burst impact is only 1 meter, and the arena is much bigger. You might as well just lie down. Though, there is no need to dodge at all. Want me to show you? Jun Wu charged forward without hesitation, causing Juik to panic. He is heading straight for me. Well. Too perfect. Die. Juik quickly regained his composure and launched an attack. But unexpectedly, Jun Wu used the wooden sword to swat Juik aside. He was bewildered. What? My skill? What happened? Ada felt like the explosion just happened. Jun Wu remained calm, maintaining his initial fighting stance. When he saw his picture hanging in a very prominent position, he could not contain himself and shouted, What is this? Juik noticed the sword. The smoke on his sword. Do not tell me you deflected the explosion. With that wooden stick. What is wrong? Does AD seem unbelievable? Then why do not you try again? Juik's anger flared up. He unleashed a series of punches into the air, to the point of exhaustion. Finally, he collapsed to his knees. Goanche, after witnessing the match, turned to ask Zhang Haiyan. He blocked the explosion with a wooden sword. It was not even a firecracker, so how did he block that explosive force on the spot? Zhang Haiyan replied, AT's not impossible. That wooden sword, I lent it to him, and AT has the ability to cut through mana. The manager reminded him. Dung man. No shouting in school. Jun Wu quickly apologized. I'm sorry. So you are saying he neutralized the skill by precisely cutting my knee right before the explosion happened? Is that what you are saying? Zhang Haiyan also answered frankly. There is no other explanation. Is there? Unless you have another theory. Goanche began to think seriously. In the split second when the skill is activated, he slashed through the invisible Mai with perfect timing and absolute precision with a sword. If someone said that was possible, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they are a fraud, or they are a hunter from UV 40 years ago. Juik was now kneeling before Jun Wu, panting. He still could not believe Damn this is ridiculous. I lost. Oh Juik. To a specially admitted student wielding a wooden stick. This is a B-rank skill. B rank. This is unregistered and unlimited performance. Yet, with this, I could not defeat that bastard. No, no, no. This can't be happening. He felt confused in his heart. A giant portrait. This is too much. A student council member. Juik recalled his glorious past. His career as a hunter. Being highly anticipated by Goanche. All were turning into smoke and ashes. No way. I won't let that happen. No matter what, I will defeat him now. Jun Wu. Ever since you appeared, my life has been completely ruined. Juik was trying to get back up. I will at least. He tried to gather his strength. Whatever happens, I will see the red you. Next to his portrait was another frame. The entire audience shook violently. Wait, oh Juik, you can't use this much power. Stop him. Security. Where's security? Deploy them now. Zhang Haiyan also panicked. What kind of skill is that? At this rate, the auditorium will collapse. Yunche was furious. That idiot. After trampling the arena floor, Juik stood towering before Jun Wu. He used a nuclear spell. Then shouted, "Die. You bastard." The vortex of energy from him spread throughout the auditorium. Jun Wu remained in a battle-ready stance, not letting his guard down. He intended to swing his sword but then stopped. Damn A. His sword stroke created a line that tore across the vortex. AT was the slogan of the hunter Kim Jun Wu. A hunter is made of 99% effort and 1% talent. Jun Wu's figure faded away. An explosion erupted again. Everyone in the audience panicked. Get out of here immediately. Evacuate quickly. Thick smoke covered everything. Figures flickered behind the smoke. AT was Juik. He was panting. Then he smiled smugly. Jun Wu knelt and a hole cracked open by the explosion. Juik was on top of the world. Hey, Kim Jun Wu. How does AT feel to lose? After acting tough without knowing your place. Huh, this is reality. You bastard. This made Jun Wu feel a little annoyed. Did I say that? Sorry, but your sins are too great to end like this. Anyway, consider yourself lucky, Kim Jun Wu. I do not like the idea of becoming a cripple. I will be generous and just leave you disabled. A powerful, decisive sword strike pierced through. Jun Wu stood up straight and said, Hey, oh Juik. He was surprised. What? How long has he been behind me? Juik unexpectedly fell down. His face slammed into the stone floor. What is AT? When did that happen? Where was I hit? Jun Wu commanded. Get up. I said get up. You scum. You have crossed the line. You bastard. The manager continued to knock on another room. The guy slowly stood up. Panting, covered in sweat, Jun Wu coldly and decisively raised his sword. A surge of energy ran through Juik. The guy vomited violently, then collapsed to the ground. I am out of breath. I can't breathe. Jun Wu remained ice cold, commanding, Get up. Get up. If I get up, I will die. At this point, Juik was afraid. He begged Jun Wu, Please forgive me. Please do not kill me. I was wrong. I won't do AT again. Please forgive me. Chairman. AT's manager. Jun Wu angrily scolded Juik. Hey, do you even know what kind of skill you were trying to use? AT's so dangerous that even in actual combat, AT's only used in ideal conditions. Because of you, this entire auditorium almost evaporated. Everyone here almost died. Do you understand what I am saying? No, I did not do AT on purpose. I just heard AT was a strong skill. You did not do AT on purpose. The guy who used that skill 40 years ago made the exact same excuse as you. Do you know what happened to him? The guy cried and asked. What? People like you should never become hunters. Wait, do you know who my father is? If something happens to me, my father will never let this go. Jun Wu still showed no sign of forgiving Juik. A sword flashed. A middle-aged man's voice came from inside. Come in. The auditorium was still covered in thick black smoke. The security outside wondered. What is going on? AT's too hard to see with the smoke. Juik's figure flickered, determining that the test cannot continue. From now on, the sparring test is cancelled. Students, please leave the area according to the teacher's instructions. Repeating the announcement, there will be no more tests conducted today. That sword. Maybe AT belongs to me. Chung Hoon. Chairman Bei Wuxik approached Jun Wu. You released Manhwa like back then. Maybe you went a little overboard. I told you, do not act like you are still at your peak. What can a puppet chairman do? I am telling you in advance. From now on I will be acting a little more decisively. Remember that. Before Jun Wu went inside, Manager Qi did not forget to tell him. Remember not to do anything rude. Looks like my good days are reached too. What? You think you will sit in that position forever? In a hospital room, Minister Mang Jin, Juik's father, was calling, causing the person who answered to panic. Damn A. Back in his past life, Jun Wu was quickly moving forward. Sweat dripped down, soaking his shoulders. He looked at the scene before him. What is this? The entire city was engulfed in flames, and unlucky people were losing their lives. A torn teddy bear lay next to a pile of ashes. Then he actively introduced him to the chairman. The specially transferred student for this semester is here. Jun Wu looked around blankly. Suddenly, he spotted a sword. He quickly recognized AT as the short sword. A name popped up in his mind. Chung Hoon. Looking around nearby, he finally saw Aid, a person lying on the ground, crushed by a heavy stone. Jun Wu could not hold AT back and knelt down. Chung Hoon. Oh my god! His teammates had gathered. Captain. What happened? Jun Wu asked. Then, I will excuse myself. A teammate reported immediately. AT seems the monster escaped from the nearby blue dungeon. As soon as IT entered the barracks, AT launched a self-destruct attack before we could react. What? Prioritizing the elimination of dungeons around the barracks is the by Dech procedure, regardless of their level. Tell me exactly what happened. A hand went up. We were responsible for AT, but we failed to eliminate AT. Failed. AT was a dark blue level dungeon. There is no way you could have failed there. The subordinate started to stammer. He's just another frankly admitted fault. I'm sorry. Hunter Chado Yan insisted on going with fewer people than reported for the elimination. Hearing this, Jun Wu went mad. How many people did you report for the operation and elimination plan to Captain Kim Chung Hoon, Sivin and people? How many people actually went to eliminate Atai? 3. Jun Wu began to feel helpless. Stuck. After only the two of them were left in the room. Then he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress AT. Have you always carried eliminations like this? Trying to consume supplies and spoils meant for 7 people with just 3 people? No. We just assessed that 3 people were enough for the elimination. This was an unavoidable accident. Unfortunately, AT happened because the dungeon invasion occurred. Jun Wu could not hold back anymore, approaching and grabbing the guy's collar. You kid. I do not care if you steal supplies or whatever. But there is one thing I can't forgive. Do you know who that was? That is the bastard who ruined everything I have done. Look here, he shouted and pushed Do Yan to the ground. Because of your recklessness. Do you know what is happening? I did not go through all that just to see this. Do you think the elimination management them is risking their lives in vain? Wu Shik approached Jun Wu and asked. That is strange. The guy still would not admit fault. Damn A. Why am I the only one? I did not want this to happen either. How was I supposed to know there'd be a dungeon break? I am a victim too. Just give me one more chance. I will return all the spoils we have earned. I can even cover the costs of rebuilding Sector 2's encampment. Jun Wu called the name. Hunter Che Do Yan. As of today, you are expelled from the subjugation them. Furthermore, your encampment residency and hunter qualifications are both revoked. Wait, hold on a minute. From now on, you can never dream of becoming a hunter again. Jun Wu raised the sword from earlier, preparing to eliminate Do Yan. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Back in reality, Minister Mang Jing kept calling, but there was no answer. Teacher Cha Jin Min worried. Oh Juik. That idiot. I warned him so many times to control his power and never use the core. ATZV. Finished. There is no way A2 was broadcast live nationwide. They are probably going to start investigating everything, from the arc Juik was using to every other detail. I have not heard anything about a specially transferred student for this semester. And on top of that, that arc was made from an unregistered core, something strictly prohibited by law. Is AT just the arc? This will expose collusion with the Parents Association. And if the incident from 2 years ago is brought back into the spotlight, all the final responsibility will fall on me. Teacher Cha, enraged, smashed the mirror in the bathroom. His hand was bleeding profusely. Calm down. Calm down. First, we need to retrieve the arc we gave to Juik. As long as the arc's origin is not exposed, there is still hope. After all, Minister Omang Jin has his own position to protect, so he won't easily speak up about this, and Goanche has no reason to open her mouth either. Okay, I will think about the rest later. Right now, I need to get the ark back. Suddenly, a voice rang. Oh, are you looking for this? Jun Wu brazenly walked in. What are you doing here? Did not you hear the announcement to return to class? What has got you so worked up? Tell me, who are you? I thought you might be looking for that ark, so I deliberately brought AT. Teacher Cha was flustered. What? I heard something today when I went during the mock battle. They said they put locks on dangerous skills that exceed a certain power level. Right. But the skill Juik was using, AT was so powerful that even with all the locks on AT was undeniably strong. The core he used at the end almost wiped the entire area. Why were not locks put on such a dangerous skill? Could AT be an unregistered core? As Jun Wu spoke, Teacher Cha's sweat poured down. Not only did the teacher provide the student with an unregistered core, but if this leads to widespread casualties being exposed, then things will become a lot more difficult for you from now on. Teacher Cha remained stubborn. What nonsense have you been spouting this whole time? Do you have any proof that I gave him that skill? Proof? Back then, someone was blinded by greed and messed with the hunter numbers for the hunt. There was a bastard who caused the destruction of Sector 2's encampment. What are you talking about? So I severed all the Mai in that bastard's body. I also kicked all the members of that encampment. Whether it's a coincidence or not, I am seeing all the skills that bastard used here, and they are not common skills. Before he could finish speaking, Jun Wu interrupted. Wu Shik, that bastard was Che Do Yan. By the way, Teacher Che quickly grabbed Jun Wu. You bastard. Who are you? How do you know my father? What is your Ryu identity? What the heck? So you really are his son? Seriously, your actions are exactly like your father's. Jun Wu said nothing, delivering a straight punch to Teacher Cha's face. Because of your actions, one student lost an arm. But today, dozens of people almost lost their lives. 2 years ago, 2 students even went missing. There is one thing I can't tolerate, no matter what. That is the bastards who ruin everything I have built up. Jun Wu growled. Demanding. Answer me. Did you give Juik the unregistered core? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, then quickly lunged toward the arc bracelet. That familiar call made him freeze for 5 seconds. He grabbed it. Standing up with rage, he raised the bracelet high, smashed it into tiny pieces. He frantically stomped and cursed. Damn I gave it to him. So what? What are you going to do? After satisfying his rage, he looked at him with a sly grin. He was still standing there observing his actions. He asked back, are you going to report to the police? Bring the evidence. Who do you think will believe the words of a high school student with no connections and no evidence? He began to prevaricate for his actions. You think adults are a joke, do not you? Not only did you turn Juik into that, but now you are even assaulting a teacher. You damn bastard. Your school life is you veach. Suddenly, someone came in and asked, why is AT so noisy here? Causing the teacher to freeze. Seeing that AT was the chairman, Jun Wu then deliberately added, AT's really you, Bei Wu Shik. I almost did not recognize you in that shape. What happened? You look so old now. He played the trick of blaming AT on him. You have come at the right time. Chairman. This bastard is a Ryu scumbag. I am telling you. He is threatening the teacher and even using violence. A scumbag like him should be expelled immediately. Bei Wu Shik hinted. You even broke the mirror. You need to restrain yourself, or someone will get hurt. He tried to justify. No. The mirror. I accidentally broke AT. Then Jun Wu spoke up. Did you hear that? I did not do AT. Do not blame the innocent. He replied. I thought AT was the captain who did IT. Seeing them talk so casually made him bewildered and confused. Wu Shik then asked, so, did you find any clues? He affirmed, yes, then reached into his pocket to take something. As I explored gently, he began to tell everything. He handed the phone to the president. He took a tea and said, please be more careful. The contract is still more than a year away. And please learn how to use your phone. Do I have to turn on and off the recording function for you? He said uncomfortably. Damn How do I operate the screen without buttons? Teacher Cho witnessed the whole conversation and was stunned. Woosik then asked, so what should we do here? He suggested, first of all, the school will make an official statement. He also agreed. I understand. Teacher Cho stammered and asked, President, why do you use honorifics with him? But he was busy listening to the phone. Yes. 80s me. Principal, please prepare an official announcement about the recent duel tournament. The problem involves an illegal request. Hearing this, he was startled and yelled, What are you doing? President. Woosik, do not you recognize me? 80s me, Jun Wu. Jun Wu. If you do that, not only will I be affected, but even Minister Oh Mung Jin will be harmed. How can you handle the damage after all that Minister Oh has done for us? Woosik said seriously. Teacher Che Jin Min. What I still regret is that in the accident 2 years ago, I was unable to resolve everything at this school. Che Jin Min questioned. Sorry. He continued, even if I to cost my life, if I do not brush AT off like an accident, at least I won't have anything to be ashamed of. He turned to leave. Finally, something like this happened again. I really do not have the face to stand in front of that person again. He wondered. That person? What do you mean? Woosik replied. AT's because you do not know that is why everything turned this way. Did not I make it clear to you last time? Even now, I still find Jun Wu from 40 years ago more frightening, causing him to be shocked to realize. Thank you for working hard, Teacher Che Jin Min. He tried to call President, kneeling down to beg. President. After finishing the settlement, Woosik said, with our efforts alone, it's difficult to link Teacher Cha Jin Min and Minister Oh Mung Jin together. There may not be an investigation, Jun Wu said seriously. No matter how much power they have, once it's publicized and attracts public attention, then they can only do a few things to prevent a tie. Unexpectedly, he reached for the phone and angrily snapped, I've never seen anyone so crazy in my life. The two walked down the corridor discussing, so focus entirely on spreading this case as much as possible. Do you know someone in the media? Right. He replied, I do. He asked for help. Please ask them to exaggerate AT as much as possible. Jun Wu turned to ask, and can you add that move when you do that? Causing him to wonder. A move. He explained, 80's about Chung Hoon's son. I heard he was unfairly dismissed and is investigating the case 2 years ago. That kid must be itching to take revenge. We should give him a chance. He nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, is your hand okay? He was silent and said nothing. The punishment of the hand extraction. AT must be very uncomfortable with your current condition. You even punched with that arm just now. He hugged his right arm, ignoring the system warning, activating the punishment, self-inflicted injury. The caster temporarily has the same state as the target affected by the weapon's ability. He gave advice. Go to the hospital. At least get a prescription for pain relief. He avoided replying. Ivan. No need to worry about things like this. A2 will disappear soon. He waved and went ahead. So please take care of what I asked for. I have something to return, so I will go first. Woosik looked at his back and smiled and sighed. Manager Peksh, come in here and take this guy away immediately. A specially admitted student. How could you let a stranger in here without properly checking? Under the schoolyard was Kim Jong-hyun sitting alone with one arm lost after the dungeon accident. Suddenly there was a call. So you are here. Jun Wu was holding a wooden sword and said, I have been looking for you for a while. He then asked, was that intentional? You deliberately fought with your left arm to show me, causing him to look at him fondly. He then replied, I told you the Sef Tarai of your grandfather. AT was not an exaggeration. Right. Catching him off guard. That is why I wanted to show you. That is all. No matter how you feel. Senior. He handed the sword and said, the rest is entirely up to you. But Jun Wu's next words stunned him. Oh. Right. What about Sun Doom? Jong Hyun took the sword. He looked at AT thoughtfully. There was nothing left to say. He turned to leave, but he seemed to want to say something. The wind gently swayed the falling leaves. He watched him walk away. He sadly clenched the sword and began to hesitate, remembering the times he practiced diligently. I can and excellently defeat the opponent. Can I do He frowned and pondered. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked AT up and saw that AT was his father calling. Juik could not hide his curiosity and hastily asked, "How do you know that name?" He quickly received an answer from Jun Wu. "Son Dung of them three." "Of course, I know her. You kept chasing after her, getting rejected, and then crying in front of me," and sat down to answer. "Hello." He immediately shouted, "Zhonghain, are you okay?" Making him a little deaf, he anxiously asked, "Dad heard that something big happened at school, so Dad called. Are you not injured?" He calmly replied, "I've lied, Dad," he said softly. "Thank God. That is a relief." Dad did not have time to watch the news because he was working. The father then expressed, "Come home early today." He happily replied, "Yes, I will come home early. Do not worry, Dad." He changed the subject. "By the way, the Vizianto is still being played on the news. Who is that guy?" Confusing him. "What do you mean?" "The kid who uses the sword with his left hand. Believe it or not, he is using the exact same swordsmanship as your grandfather." He was shocked after hearing this. Not seeing his response, he comforted, "If it's hard to answer, you do not need to say AT. You must be tired of hearing these stories."
I'm sorry.
He said in a low voice, "Dad, I do not think I can give up." Making him wonder, Zhonghain firmly said, "I will definitely become a licensed hunter. I will not give up, no matter what." He saw that he was excited and encouraged. "Of course, as long as we are alive, we can find a way. Right? Looks like Ata did not work after all." This is the 9 of the clock news. A female reporter reported, during the end-of-year exam at the Hunter Academy, an incident occurred when a student used an illegal skill, causing serious damage to the school hall. AIT has known that the father of this student is none other than the current Minister of Interior, Oh Meng-jin. Police agencies are investigating whether there was any collusion related to this case. This incident has drawn attention back to a disappearance that occurred during the Hunter Academy exam 2 years ago. Evidence linking the previous case to an instructor named Camo has emerged, and there are calls for a reinvestigation of the case. At the gym, Jun Wu was holding a phone reading news about Kim Dong-ju. He was satisfied with what was happening. "Okay. The public opinion campaign that I gave to Wu-sik seems to be working quite well. It's good that Dong-ju has been restored." Go-yun went to hold the water bottle and said, "You are about to dive into your phone. There is only talk about you on the internet. They call you the secret weapon of Class E. By this time, there is probably no one in the school who does not know you." He took the water bottle and said casually, "Oh my God, we are not kids anymore. You are the same, right?" Making her a little confused, he held up the phone to explain, "People are talking about you even more than me." She looked at the phone in surprise. AT's all comments saying that she is only in Class E and already so good. Juik angrily grabbed Jun Wu by the collar. Jun Wu asked, "Do you see this? They call you the one-punch girl," making her embarrassed and avoidant. "I do not know. I do not see anything." Suddenly someone came in and asked, "Oh, are you guys practicing?" Go-yun happily said, "Hello, senior." Kim Jong-hain then said, "Oh, one-punch girl, congratulations on being confirmed into the student council. We will probably see each other at the student council office from next year." Hearing this, she shyly replied, "Hey, senior, why are you saying the same thing?" At that time, Jun Wu spoke up, "She has not even been officially nominated yet. It's too early to relax until everything is completed." He replied, "Well, who knows?" His eyes shifted his attention to the sword he was holding. "Senior. That is," he explained awkwardly. These days I have been stubbornly trying to practice alone, but AT has not been very smooth." Regarding that, he was still silent and said nothing. He concluded, "I will say Ada first. Ada won't be easy," causing him to look at him questioningly. He considered, "If you want to be as good as your grandfather, you will have to go through a lot of hardship." Hearing him say that, the corners of his mouth suddenly smiled. "You little brat. What are you trying to pull? Who the hell are you?" Then he confidently determined, "Even if it's difficult, I do not care. Just teach me." Go-yun happily teased, "This kid is extremely cunning, so be careful." He glanced at her. "If you have any complaints, just give up." Suddenly, someone spoke up, "Son, do you know where Dad put the documents?" He was shocked to see this person. He then asked, "Are you Zhang Haiyan's friend?" He politely replied, "Hello, uncle. I am a junior at school." He seemed to understand. "So that is a T. Nice to meet you." He introduced next to him. "This is my father," he excitedly praised. Looking closely, "You guys are from Class E, are not you? I saw you guys on TV. You guys are great." He pointed at him. "Jun Wu. You are Jun Wu, right?" He stammered and replied, "Yes." He continued, "You use the same kind of swordsmanship as my father." I was really surprised. Zhang Hein hurriedly stopped his father. "Really? Why are you making them uncomfortable?" He justified, "You do not understand. That swordsmanship is not something you can learn just anywhere." He recalled the memories of his past life. His them was helping the wounded, and constantly begging, "Captain, please." But he still strictly ordered, "Kick these bastards immediately." They still stubbornly begged, "Captain, just this once, please. Forgive us." He turned to leave, leaving AT to his subordinates to take care of. Looking at the devastating fire in front of him that had burned everything, Jun Wu remained calm and continued, "In this life, even Wu Shik is grabbing my collar." Suddenly there was a shout, "Captain." A Dung man rushed UV panting and said, "A survivor." In his arms he was holding an unconscious child. Seeing the two father and son so close, he thought to himself, that 10-year-old kid has really grown up. No, just because I have gotten old, do I really need to do that? AT's a complex feeling. The sky was turning golden. The classroom was emitting the teacher's voice. "Okay, today's lesson ends here. You've been announced. And starting from tomorrow, students can register to run for the student council. Anyone interested, please come to the science office today or tomorrow to get an application form." The students sitting below started to whisper and discuss. Jun Wu jumped up and said, "Okay, let us go. We need to get an application form." Surprising Ayun. "Huh. Right now. Can't we wait until tomorrow when we submit the application and then get AT? You have become quite bold, have not you?" He said the purpose. "There is something I want to check." To the science office. He and she were standing outside waiting. Ayun hurriedly asked, "What is wrong? Are you not going in?" Jun Wu then stopped her. "Just wait. I said I need to check a few things." Someone came. He and the black-haired female student made eye contact. She suddenly realized and said, "You are Kim Jun Wu, right? The one who defeated Jusiok recently." "AT's great. AT is like meeting a celebrity, making him helpless." She shifted her attention to Ayun. Jun Wu's demeanor scared Wu Shik into letting go and asked, "By the way, is the girl next to you your girlfriend?" Making her flustered and denying a time. "No, we are just classmates." Seeing her reaction was a bit excessive, she waved her hand. "Just kidding. She has become quite famous. The one-punch girl, that is you, right?" Ayun replied in confusion. "Not really." She chatted happily. "Do not be so shy. Be confident. For you guys in Class E, you are really great. If you guys try a little harder, your skills might even stand in Class D. You can believe me because I am a student in Class B." Jun Wu silently evaluated. "Look at the way this girl is talking." She introduced. "Anyway, I am Hong Jian from Class B. Can we be friends?" But only received the bored eyes of the two people looking at Ji Yun. Seeing that, she immediately resolved the situation. "Hey, do not be so alert. Anyway, we will often meet. So is it better to get to know each other?" Making him wonder. "Often." Ji Yun held up the paper and said, "You guys came to get an application form, right? There is no reason not to do that. Right, for Class E. Your skills are quite good. More importantly, Jusiok has been expelled, so consider everything settled. Right?" Hearing this information startled him. Then he continued to soothe him. "Wu Shik, listen to me." And he smiled. "Interesting. Jusiok can't even run and has been expelled. So with him leaving, she is saying that her position is being guaranteed. She is saying as if the student council candidates have been decided from the start." Hearing these words, she was a little cautious. He glared threateningly. Are you related to the Parents' Association? She was silent and did not answer. He speculated. Sure enough, I was right. There is something I need to confirm. The reason I did not go into the teacher's office and waited in front of the door was because there was something. Starting to receive application forms means that everyone who wants to become a member of the student council will gather at the office. In other words, just waiting in front of the office, there is a high chance of meeting someone related to the Parents' Association. And my prediction was correct. Jun Wu questioned Wang Jiyan to clarify everything. He said, 80's strange. Oh, Juseo can't even run and ended up being expelled. And now that he is gone, it is as if your position in the student council has been guaranteed. Like they are acting as if the student council candidates have been decided from the start. Right. Hearing the student say that, Jiyan could not hide her composure. She felt confused. Bewildered. He asked bluntly, are you related to the Parents' Association? How many times do I have to tell you? She smiled, regaining her composure. Jiyan crossed her arms calmly and asked him back, you know about the Parents' Association? No one should know about ATI except for the board of directors in the school. Right. He confidently replied. My ears are very good. She continued. So Ojusik's elimination was not a coincidence. Honestly, I did not like him either. Even if he was kicked down to Class E for causing trouble, he should not have embarrassed Class B like that. Seriously, being embarrassed by a Class E opponent. I can only laugh in disbelief. Hearing the words she said, both Jun Wu and Ayun stood silently. Not knowing what to say, Jiyan friendly reached out her hand to ask. Let us get to know each other. Okay. Anyway, we do not need to be unnecessarily agitated. Jun Wu was wary of her attitude. He gently refused. I am not so sure. Seeing that, Jiyan was disappointed in him. She angrily showed her face. Now you are still acting high and mighty. Making friends with Class B will really benefit you. Whether I tease in front of monsters. She covered her face and laughed at off. You really do not know anything. Do you? You have lost touch with reality just because you are a little famous online. You do not really think that all the council members are on the same level. Do you? Those words made Jun Wu's heart waver. He lowered his face shyly. Ada's not entirely wrong either. Even senior Kim Jong-hyun was treated like an outcast among the student council members. He stood firm in front of his words. Said. However, I do not care if you are from Class B or what. Sorry. I just came to see your face. I am not interested in playing the friends game, so I will go first. Then Jun Wu turned his face and left. He provocatively continued. From the beginning, you have mistaken your opponent. Ji Yun was confused. I am not the candidate. You know. She worried, sweating all Zhu Vi in front of this student. Scene changed to the restaurant. Or in front of people. The parents were talking enthusiastically about the class issue. Minister O and Teacher Che. I heard they were investigated and prosecuted this time. Right. They won't say anything about us. Right. If they do, AT's like admitting their own guilt. So they won't. Will they? One parent spoke up, saying, even if Minister O does not say anything, they could still get caught during the investigation. They did not get this far easily. Another parent chimed in, A's not just the first-year parent association, but the second and third-year associations could also be at risk. Do you think they will just sit back and watch? Especially when AT comes to the third-year parent association. The director is involved. Jun Wu recalled that meeting. Back then, the director nodded and smiled contentedly. Yes. He is a board member of the association and a powerful individual with significant influence on the poaching industry. Pushing Goanche to the top. The one who initially created the parent association and is currently a member of the third-year parent association, Director Go-sik Do. As long as he is still around, no one will dare to bring up the issue of the parent association. If this situation continues, it's important for the vice president to become the CO. Many were astonished by this information. The parent association representative gave her opinion. As you all know, if things go in a different direction, we will need to adjust our plans accordingly. I guess so. It'll be difficult to continue the contract with Minister O. If you are going to take control, do it properly. Ushik recognized a familiar figure and tremblingly called O. Commander. The parents continuously built on each other's ideas. Discussing animatedly. Does not everyone here have at least one contract with Minister O? One man said. I was promised priority broadcasting rights for the conquest, but AT's not a particularly important contract. He continued. I also discussed an exclusive contract for the new system being developed this time. If ATA does not work, AT's okay. The deals with the association are more important. However, AAT's a pity that the Minister of Conquest has been taken of the game. He expressed his regret. Depending on who replaces Juik, they might fill the void to some extent. Everyone remembered Kim Jun Wu's face. At this moment, many questions were raised, such as, AT's definitely him. Right. There is no reason why he would not become a student council member. I mean, of everyone. Someone got special treatment with connections. The woman did not accept the previous speculations. Not necessarily. No matter how I think about AT, I still feel like there is something suspicious about this. She speculated. Kim Jun Wu winning the practice match against Juik is something we can overlook. The problem is what happened next. She recalled Wu Sik's speech and said, with Juik being eliminated, AT was a situation where just standing still could guarantee his position in the student council. Then, of nowhere, the president himself stood up and made an official statement at the operations management headquarters for the subjugation base camp. Hearing the Sef Turai from her, the other parent replied, now that I think about ATA seems like they exaggerated the issue in a strange way. The president would not benefit from this. If anything, he would choose to cover up rather than reveal the shortcomings of any student at this time. She said, but he is publicly cutting teas. This can only mean one thing. They also guessed. There is something between Kim Jun Wu and President Bai Wu Sik. Right, AT's definitely not a normal relationship. He can directly control even that puppet president. So, that means, people's faces began to show confusion. If Kim Jun Wu becomes a student council member, even the president will be uneasy. We have tried countless times to approach him, but he never budged. However, we are finally on the same boat now. He continued, even if his influence can't be compared to the board members, he is one of my old colleagues, so he might even be better than Minister O. Everyone burst laughing, but Cheng Su looked worried. He said in his head, damn so everyone's jumping ship, huh. Of everything. The project I am preparing can't continue without Minister O's help. Man shouted in a harsh voice, damn what are you doing? With Minister O ending up like that, Ada seems like I am the only one who is completely screwed. Cheng Su imagined that scene, unable to hide his worry. Now that things have turned this way, my position will definitely become unstable soon. I have to find a way to survive somehow. He smirked. Just then, the phone rang. AT was his daughter. Flustered, he quickly said, Dad's busy. His daughter said, Kim Jun Wu is not running. He exclaimed in panic. Huang Jiyan explained to her father that AT was not him, but Goanche who was running. I even asked the homeroom teacher to make sure. Cheng Su could not believe his ears. He asked repeatedly if it was true. Goanche. He realized that she was Goanche's half-sister. She is definitely Go Seek Du's granddaughter. He was delighted to receive the message. He thought, having someone other than Kim Jun Wu run won't suddenly change anything, but if that person is Goanche. Suddenly, someone called Cheng Su. Boss. Is something wrong? He startled and replied. Nothing. Did not you hear me? Hurry up and bring the food and antibiotics. He stood up and excused himself from the meeting. My daughter's calling, so I will head. She keeps nagging me about when I am coming home. As usual. His friend laughed cheerfully. Still a daughter doting dad. I see. I understand. The people around him also expressed, I am envious. My son never talks to me like that. Cheng Su left the conversation. As soon as he went outside, he stared intently at his phone, happily waiting for a phone call. Hello. Is this Goanche? It is nothing. I just have something important to talk about. He arranged to meet Goanche at a cafe to talk. She asked curiously, how did you get my number? Hearing this, he slowly replied, Acres is still the largest guild in the country. We have contact information for most hunters in Seal. I apologize for contacting you so suddenly like this. Goanche asked directly, what is the important matter you mentioned? Hearing the commotion, Jun Wu went to check Atio. What is going on? Bang Im nervously said. It seems someone was kicked out of Camp 7 due to a contagious disease. They are asking for food and antibiotics. You know the freshman student council election has started. Right, she politely replied. Yes. I know. He asked further. Do you know who is running? She said. I have a guess, although I do not like him very much. Cheng Su said. If you are thinking of Kim Jun-woo, you are wrong. Surprised by this, he shared that, my daughter told me that AT's not Kim Jun-woo. She said Goanche will be running. She tried her best to remain calm. He reassured her, that is the truth. My daughter heard A directly. To be honest, since Juseok had that incident, I do not care who becomes the student council member anymore. But I did not think you would think that way either. Unche was straightforward. What are you trying to say? He calmly replied. What else can I say? If your half-sister becomes a student council member, Unche will be in the most trouble. Right. It's very likely that your complicated family situation will be exposed. If that happens, I doubt your grandfather would be happy. And of course, that would not be good for you either. She reconsidered what Cheng Su had just said. This news seemed quite new to Jun Wu. A contagious disease, Bai Young-im explained. They said their sibling is sick, and they suspect AT might be contagious. He suggested, so, let me help you a little. What is the condition? He said. AT is nothing big. Could you take my Ji-yeon on a public hunt sometime in the future? AT would be better if you could mention her as a capable junior in an interview. She looked surprised at his request. Cheng Su jokingly asked, is that the kind of expression that says, what kind of request is that? Our Acres Guild is quite large, but in terms of influence, size, or revenue, ATA still can't compare to the association. That is the Supernatural Space Management Association. So, what if, in addition to becoming a student council member, a rising talent caught the eye of the famous hunter Goanche and joined Acres? She asked back, are you saying you want Ji-yeon to become that person? He calmly picked up his teacup and said, you are right. He had calculations, his face showing satisfaction. Just like how Goanche raised the association's influence as a symbol, if Ji-yeon becomes a symbol of Acres, I won't need Minister O or Director Go Sik-do anymore. He confided in Yoon Che. But my daughter's skills are not very good. She only got into Class B because I used a lot of connections. She asked back, would not A to be more reasonable to hire a tutor for her? He turned away and said bluntly, there is no need. What I need is not Ryu's skill. Perhaps Jun Wu had found a solution. Cheng Su recounted the days when Ji-yeon was doomed. From the beginning, Ji-yeon did not have the talent to be a hunter. As her father, I know that well. That is why I need to influence things. Unche pondered. She just needs to play the role of a mascot. He said. That is right. I think that is enough. Now, I want to hear your answer. Unche asked specifically about what he had just mentioned. You mentioned preventing her candidacy. How do you plan to do that? He chuckled and replied, you seem worried because she is your sister. Huh. There is no need to be. I won't go as far as Director Go Suk-do. He suddenly realized he had misspoke. Oh. Wait. Cheng Su cuffed and said, anyway, do not worry too much. If we send someone to threaten her a little, she retorted sharply. That won't work on her. He tried to persuade her. If we find a few weaknesses and threaten them, she responded vehemently. That is not something that works on them either. He thought, what if we bribe them with money? She affirmed, that is useless too. Seeing Unche getting up to leave, he patiently asked, then what do you suggest we do? We will have to stop her, even if we have to use force. She turned her face and left. He stepped forward without hesitation. Before leaving, she said, by the way, have you told the other parents about this? He laughed loudly. Who would benefit from that? Scene changes to the funeral. The boy and grandmother grieved for the loss of their loved ones. The girl suppressed her tears, saddened by the loss of her parents. Suddenly someone walked in. Go Sik-do and his entourage swaggered in. Even after the coffins were closed, they still acted like this. The grandmother was furious. Gritting her teeth, it was him. She lost control, rushing towards him. The man held a knife to the girl's throat. Threatening, do not come any closer. She grabbed Sek-do by the collar. How dare you show up here? You killed my children like this? How dare you crawl in here with that brazen face? Those two were deliberately demoted and transferred to the countryside. You lied about the dungeon level and carried out the mission with just the two of them. You refused to send support until the last minute. Do you think no one knows AT's all because of you? Sikdu calmly replied with a sarcastic tone. Dear-in-law, I have also suffered the pain of losing my child. Was not my son being robbed enough? And now his very life has been taken away. I am the one who should be angry here. She was tearful, not believing what he had just said. What? Her hands trembled as she clung to his collar. Unable to contain her emotions, she demanded Sikdu to leave immediately. The girl chased after her grandmother, calling her name. Before leaving, Sikdu said, I have made sure to include a generous condolence payment. He glanced at his granddaughter, but seeing the determination in Jun Wu's eyes only made him angrier. She was tearing up. He said, Let us go. Goanche. Goanche looked at everyone for a moment. Then she turned and left. The grandmother screamed, You will die. I said you will die. Suddenly, Goanche woke up gasping for breath, dripping with sweat. She covered her face, saying to herself, That dream again. She felt sad whenever she looked at family photos. In the past, when she was Doong, Goanche lived in the love of both parents, as if the fire burning within Jun Wu could not be extinguished. At the academy's gym, on the boxing ring, Goanche was knocked to the ground, painfully crying, Oh, ouch, while Jun Wu stood opposite her with a blank face, his hands on his hips, looking at the weak and helpless Goanche. He called, Oh, Goanche, startling Goanche. Huh. Jun Wu asked suspiciously, Why are you so spaced-o these days? Is something wrong? But Goanche lowered her head. It is nothing. Jun Wu became even more worried. What do you mean? Nothing. Are you being too lax? Like you are already guaranteed a spot on the thim. Seeing Goanche so distracted, Jun Wu said, Should we just stop training? Surprising Goanche. No. I'm sorry. Jun Wu sighed. Let us take a break. Then Goanche felt apologetic, telling Jun Wu, I have not been sleeping well lately, so I have been too unfocused. I will be more careful from now on. Jun Wu looked at Goanche's dazed appearance and thought, It seems like putting pressure on her here is not the best approach. He stood with his arms crossed, saying to Goanche, Now that I think about about go seek do. I have never heard the reason you want to get revenge on your grandfather. Can I ask? Perhaps Jun Wu had come up with a new training method for Goanche, reviewing the reason behind her decision to take revenge. There is no better way to rekindle motivation. Only hearing this, Goanche's voice was filled with resentment. That bastard. Go see D. He warned, but with a hint of hesitation. Do not come closer, or she will die. Jun Wu extinguished that confidence with the words, Go ahead and do AT. He killed my parents. After hearing this, Jun Wu could not help but be shocked. He was dripping with cold sweat. What? Not believing what Goanche said, Jun Wu asked again to make sure. Go see D. Your parents. Goanche evaded his gaze and confirmed. Yeah. Jun Wu gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He killed his own son. That guy. Then he recalled memories from the past, thinking back to a timid Sikdu. Leader. Do I really have to fight against people like that? Every time fighting or having to engage with enemies was mentioned, Sikdu would hold his head in fear and run away. I'm sorry. I can't do AT. Leader, please save me. Jun Wu racked his brain. No matter how much that guy has changed, that guy who would not even kill a fly, let alone a person. There is no way he could have done that. Accidentally, Jun Wu's words were heard by Goanche, who immediately got angry and asked, What did you just say? Surprising Jun Wu. Huh. He realized, Damn I let AT slip. He could only explain, No, he's just, he seems so different from the Goseokdu I knew. At this, Goanche stood up abruptly. What do you know about that bastard? Goanche grabbed her backpack and turned to leave. I am leaving first. Perhaps Goanche knew that this had nothing to do with Jun Wu, and AT was useless to get angry at him. The kidnapper and hostage were speechless. What? Goanche left, leaving Jun Wu alone in the gym with a mess of thoughts. Then, suddenly, Jun Wu noticed something. AT was something Goanche had forgotten. He sighed helplessly. A girl who wants to become a student council member at a hunter academy forgets to bring her weapon. Just as he picked IT up, Another person appeared in the gym, carrying a sword. A2 was Zhang Haiyan, who had just arrived and asked Jun Wu, "Is something wrong with Aiyun? She left earlier than usual." Jun Wu then realized this and greeted, Senior Zhang Haiyan. Zhang Haiyan continued to ask. She did not look happy. "Did you two fight?" Jun Wu avoided the question. "No, it is nothing." He asked Zhang Haiyan, "By the way, Senior, do you know anything about Director Go Seok-do?" Zhang Haiyan thought and said, "Unche's grandfather. I only know about him like everyone else. I guess." Jun Wu hesitated. "By the way, that person, has he ever killed anyone?" Shocking Zhang Haiyan. "Did Aiyun mention that?" Jun Wu knew he had found the right person. "It seems like you know what happened." Seeing their expressions, Jun Wu repeated, "I said, go ahead and do AT. With monsters roaming freely, AT would not be surprising if someone suddenly died." Zhang Haiyan held his head. "My father once investigated that matter briefly." Jun Wu continued to ask, "Can you tell me more details?" But Zhang Haiyan avoided the question. "Oh no, my father told me strictly not to tell anyone about this. First of all, about Goanche Wu. Unche's father divorced Unche's mother, whom he married through an arrangement. You know, Aiyun was born when he was living with Pifi Myceon, whom he had a relationship with since childhood." "Right," Jun Wu replied. "Yes. Roughly. I do not know the details." Zhang Haiyan continued. "Apparently, they lived very well. Then, 8 years ago, they were both transferred to a local branch, which made Jun Wu's eyes widen. Aiyun's parents were also hunters." Zhang Haiyan only replied, "Yeah." Then he continued, "A2 was a level 6 dungeon raid, but during the raid, the rest of them had to retreat due to injuries. Only the two of them entered the boss room." Jun Wu was suspicious. "They did not actually clear the dungeon with just those two, did they?" Zhang Haiyan nodded. "Even with a level 6 dungeon, A2 was too much for 2 people, so they decided to map a TO and retreat. That is how the boss room was opened." The door opened, and both of them were astonished. A2 turned. A2 was not a level 6 dungeon, but A2 was an orange level dungeon. Moreover, A2 was a one-way type, meaning the exit was sealed as soon as the room opened. This cornered him. "What the hell are you saying?" Jun Wu coldly interrupted. "What is wrong? Can't you bring yourself to do ITA?" Jun Wu was anxious. "What about requesting support?" Zhang Haiyan continued. "They did, but AD seems like the branch's system malfunctioned, cutting off communication at the worst possible time." Jun Wu was lost in thought. The THIM members suddenly retreating, the dungeon's level misclassification, and on top of that, communication being cut off. Ada feels like too many coincidences are piling up, but then he immediately dismissed the idea. But just based on that, to say that Go Seok-do arranged everything, is not that a bit of a stretch? Zhang Haiyan affirmed. "That is right. But the problem is, that dungeon was accurately reported to headquarters as an orange level." Jun Wu was astonished. "What? Then there is no way Go Seok-do, the director of headquarters support, would not have known about that." Zhang Haiyan walked inside the gym. "AT's quite suspicious, but there is no tangible evidence, so this is a tricky case in many ways." He put the wooden sword down. "But what is really scary is, 2 years ago, during the academy exam, a disappearance occurred that was exactly like this, making Jun Wu extremely vigilant. At this point, he immediately understood. Oh, go see D. So that bastard has become like this?" He could not help but sigh. Then Jun Wu thought about Bei Wu Sik. He was one of the least happy people when the leader returned. Then he thought about Aiyun's resentful eyes. "What do you know about that bastard? Did not you say you wanted to save your sibling? Then you have to get the medicine, even if it means killing everyone here." Jun Wu's eyes became sharp. AT's been UVD 40 years, enough time for an entire generation to change completely. Do even the faintest traces of the Dung Go Seok-do that I once knew remain in this world? Looking at the weapon Aiyun was holding, Jun Wu could not help but reflect. "I thought I knew a lot about that guy, but maybe I should apologize." He said to Senior Zhang Haiyan, "Senior, let us study on our own during today's training. I have some things to take care of." Hearing this, Zhang Haiyan was surprised. "Huh. Where are you going?" Jun Wu replied. "Aiyun forgot something, so I am going to return a tie to her." At this time, on the way home, Aiyun was silently contemplating alone. "I just ran so suddenly. Was I overreacting?" Aiyun was very sad. There is no way Jun Wu could know about my parents. I have gotten to where I am today thanks to him. I will apologize tomorrow. Because she was so absorbed in her thoughts. When she looked up, Ayun noticed a person in black blocking her path. He was covered from head to toe. Even his hair and face were covered with a hat and mask. Not just one, but two. Another one appeared behind her, surprising Ayun. Ayun asked loudly, "What is going on? Do you have something to do with me? If you are going to save one person, you have to be prepared to take the lives of others. No matter who they are. That is the world we live in now." Suddenly surrounded, Ayun became vigilant. Ayun noticed the sleeves of those people. They pulled their sleeves down to hide AT, but that unusual bulge is too obvious. They are definitely wearing arcs. Then, she realized, these people are hunters. Ayun prepared to activate her arc. This is bad. I forgot to bring my arc. But Ayun did not know she had left her arc in the gym. Those people were combat-type assassination hunters. They activated Night Veil, and immediately the surroundings turned into a dark black. Ayun was attacked by surprise from behind her neck, leaving her unable to defend herself. Then Ayun immediately fell down. A dark space suddenly disappeared. Seeing Ayun unconscious, the two men began to approach. A mysterious car drove near their location. The person in the car was Wong Cheng Su. He said to the two men, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and put her in the car." "Yes." "So, whether facing monsters or people, if you want to take control, do it properly." On this side, Jun Wu was trying to call Ayun, but it did not work. The phone rang with the message. This person is currently unable to receive calls, being transferred to voicemail. Jun Wu did not think much of AT, only thinking that, Ada seems like she is very angry. Jun Wu held Ayun's arc and thought, well, there is no other way. I will give IT to her tomorrow. The next morning at the Hunter Academy, while everyone in the class was noisy, Jun Wu was still trying to contact Ayun. But his phone kept ringing with the message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The call will be transferred to voicemail. Jun Wu ended the call. His expression was very anxious. It's been 3 days since that day. When she left the room, "This is crazy. I can't get in touch with Ayun. I asked the teacher to contact her family, but they said she has not returned home since that day." Zhang Hein said to Jun Wu, "They have already reported Atai to the police." Right. Jun Wu could only sigh. Zhang Hein realized. The application. The Vitlay is 6 p.m. tonight. Right, Jun Wu replied. Yes. If you can't do that, do not bother with these useless games. Ayun would not give up on running on her own. Ada seems like someone is behind all this. This made Zhang Hein also suspicious. They are trying to stop Ayun from becoming a student council member. Then, is Ada the parent association? But Jun Wu countered, no. Given that the investigation is ongoing due to the Chai Jin Min incident, I do not think the parent association wants to escalate things any further. Zhang Hein reasoned. With Jusek being expelled, there is really no benefit to making things worse. If IT is not the parent association, then AT is someone who is not happy with Ayun becoming a member. Is A Goanche? At this point, Jun Wu also agreed with Zhang Hein. Yes. I think AT can only be her. The question is, who leaked the information to Goanche? Making Zhang Hein jump. Not me. I have not said a word to her. I have not even met her since the exam. But Jun Wu immediately reassured him. Calm down. I know AT's not you. Senior. Suddenly, Jun Wu froze. He had just realized something. No way. Zhang Hein saw this and was curious. What is wrong? Why are you acting like that? Then Jun Wu suddenly avoided the question. Last time, I went to get the application form, and I ended up talking to a Class B girl in front of the teacher's office. Zhang Hein was helpless. How could you? You told her. Jun Wu could only hold his head. She is very good at starting conversations. So I might have said something without realizing AT. Zhang Hein scolded. You are so talkative. Or just go die peacefully beside your sibling. So who is A? Jun Wu confessed. AT's Wang Jian from Class Woma. She is a member of the parent association. Zhang Hein was shocked and asked back. You mean Huang Jian colluded with Goanche and kidnapped Ayun? But Jun Wu only replied softly. I am not sure. Then he fell into thought. Goanche and Huang Jian working together. I do not understand what Wang Jian would gain from that. Since she is a member of the Parents Association, maybe she was guaranteed a position on the executive board. Maybe someone else has conflicting interests. Not Wang Jiyan. The person who could receive information first and who could actually be involved in this. Considering the situation, it seems like Jun Wu dialed his phone, which piqued Zhang Hai's curiosity. The phone connected, and he said, "Yes. Father, 80's me." Jun Wu. The voice on the other end responded, "Oh. Jun Wu. What is the matter? Are not you at school right now?" That conversation surprised Zhang Hai, who was standing next to him. "Father." Jun Wu and his father continued talking. "If you are not too busy, could I ask you for a favor?" "Oh." Jun Wu. "If I tease a favor from you, of course I will help." "What is a tea?" Zhang Hai stood beside him, completely astonished. "Hey, when did you exchange phone numbers with my dad?" But Jun Wu was only focused on the phone call. "Could you investigate Wang Jiyan's parents from Class 1B? He only heard his father say, Wang Jiyan's parents. They are quite well known, so there is not much to investigate. Her father is the head of the SEAL branch of the Heirs Association. He is divorced and currently lives with Wang Jiyan." Jun Wu wondered. "A guild." Zhang Hai's father further explained. "You could say AT's a private hunting company. However, AT's not exactly a place that only handles legal matters. In particular, Acres has always been a controversial organization." Jun Wu then realized. "I understand." Then he continued to ask Zhang Hai's father, "Is AT possible to track her father's current location?" Upon hearing this, he could only laugh. "Haha, so that is the main point." But he added, "I'm sorry, but AT's very difficult right now. Even if I go, AT will take quite a bit of time." Jun Wu's voice sounded disappointed. "Is that so?" Zhang Hai's father was curious. "Well, if something dangerous happens, why did not you let the police handle AT?" This subtle provocation caused the man to drop the hostage. "I will talk to them and try to get the investigation started as soon as possible." But Jun Wu stopped him. "No, AT's okay. Thank you for sharing that information, especially since I contacted you so suddenly." But he did not mind. "Ha ha ha. What are you saying? I am the one who should be thanking you. You are helping Zhang Haiyan. Right, I sincerely thank you." Jun Wu said nothing, his eyes becoming gentle. Then, he waited for him to hang up. Zhang Haiyan, who was standing next to him, asked, "What should we do now? If we can't determine the location, then there is no way." Jun Wu said, "It is not that there is no way. If we can't find them, we just need to make them come to us." The two of them had incredibly determined eyes. Zhang Haiyan felt somewhat relieved after hearing what Jun Wu said. But in the very next second, he grabbed Jun Wu's shoulder in a panic. "Wait, stop. No way. AAT's not what I think. Is not that a crime? Huh. You know that. Right. My dad's a police officer." Jun Wu reassured Zhang Haiyan. "Do not worry. You do not have to participate. Senior. Well, since time is running I will head first," ignoring Zhang Haiyan who was trying to stop him from behind. "Hey." Jun Wu. Ready to rush at Jun Wu with the knife. Seriously speaking, this is insane. On the academy's rooftop at this moment, Jiyan was happily talking to her father. "Hello." "Oh. Father. No. She has not come home since the day before yesterday and has not contacted me either." "Yes. I understand." After ending the call, Jiyan sighed in frustration. "I thought I would at least be praised if I told Dad that Goa Yun was running for student council, but AT does not seem like AT." Jiyan noticed someone approaching her. Recognizing the person, Jiyan asked, "What is AT? I was wondering who AT was." "And AT's the arrogant Kim Jun Wu. How did you find out about this place?" "What? Do you have something to say to me? Are you trying to apologize now?" But Jun Wu remained silent. Jiyan waved her hand. "Sorry, but AT's too late. I am in a bad mood, so do not bother me and just go." Jiyan did not notice that Jun Wu was secretly activating his arc, the weapon being equipped, the patelis ring. Then he used the skill, Violent Overlord's finger-stiffening fist. Of course, Jun Wu would not let him have his way. The car carrying A Yun earlier stopped in front of a dilapidated building. Wong Cheng Su in the car was contacting Goanche. "Oh. Goanche, he's okay. There is no one around. Go ahead and talk. Yunche asked, is that person okay? Cheng Su got out of the car, frowning as he said, well, she seems calm. I am glad to hear that. Yunche sighed. If she goes on a rampage, it'll be quite a headache. But Cheng Su confidently affirmed, we are professionals. You know, there is no way we would have trouble with a high school student. But still, she is your sister. Is Ada really okay to do this? What if she finds out what we did? Unchained nonchalantly said. Someone as important as the director of the SEAL branch of Acres would not interfere with a client's request. Would he? AT's a request that I personally handled. Anyway, if you can keep an eye on her until 6 of the clock, I would really appreciate AT. Cheng Su replied. All right, I will contact you after AT's done. After hanging up, he exclaimed, well, AT is no surprise. She definitely has that person's traits. That kid certainly knows how to stand her ground. Then Cheng Su went to his subordinates. Greetings, boss. He asked. Oh, what is the situation? He replied, she is calm. Cheng Su glanced at the confinement through a small gap in the door. Inside, a Yun was lying motionless. Cheng Su ordered his subordinates. Release her after 6 of the clock, but be vigilant about security. Understood. Jun Wu used both hands to tightly grip the man's weapon-wielding arm. Then, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. AT was his daughter's phone. Cheng Su was surprised. I can't believe this. After answering, his voice was stern. I told you not to call because I am busy. Then a desperate cry came from the other end. Father. Father. His face showed worry. What is wrong? On the other side, Ji Yun, who was tied up, said in fear, Dad, I am being held captive right now. But before she could say anything more, Jun Wu held the phone to his ear. Oh. Hello, he said with a calm voice, ignoring Ji Yun's surprise. Are you Huang Ji Yun's father? Cheng Su on the other end was furious. Who are you? What have you done to Ji Yun? Cheng Su's voice echoed from the phone. Jun Wu could only smile inwardly. I just want to make a deal. Ji Yun was anxiously fidgeting while Zhang Haiyan, who was forced to wear a mask, stood guard UVA her, his face covered in sweat, fearing being discovered. Cheng Su angrily shouted, Who are you? With a spin, he slammed him to the ground. What have you done to Ji Yun? But Jun Wu calmly replied, Nothing at all. He emphasized, Nothing yet. Ji Yun next to him gritted her teeth in anger. Jun Wu looked at her expression and reminisced, recalling old memories. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If someone hits me in the back of the head, I will retaliate in the same way. If someone takes what belongs to me, I will take it back in return. AT's an emotional, inefficient, and unethical way of doing things. But sometimes, AT's the best way. Just like now, Cheng Su became increasingly impatient. What do you want? Jun Wu's plan was clear. By bringing her here, we have achieved equality in the agreement. Just like when you existed in your previous life. Jun Wu said clearly. Bring the student with you. Bring her here within an hour. Cheng Su was surprised. What? But Jun Wu cautiously repeated. Did not you hear me? I am saying that we will exchange her for your daughter within an hour. Hearing this, Cheng Su laughed. Only someone like you would make a deal like that. You are a student from Class E. Right, a high school student who dares. Do you know who I am? Jun Wu was not afraid at all. Yes, Wong Cheng Su, the manager of Acres. But right now, is not the safety of student Huang Jiyan more important than who I am? These words struck Cheng Su's dark heart, leaving him speechless. Powerless and without a chance to turn the situation around. Damn A. Immediately after, he cursed incessantly, but Jun Wu did not care at all. He continued to repeat, You have 1 hour. Bring student Goa Yun here. Then nothing will happen to your daughter. Cheng Su said through gritted teeth. Just try 8. Jun Wu ignored his words. 8's up to you. But Cheng Su still tried to inquire. What are you going to do? What can you do? Are you planning to kill her? His words directly caused him to regret 8 later. Jun Wu revealed his hand. Even if I can't kill her, I can make a tea so she can't continue living the life of a hunter. Ji Yun was startled. Jun Wu did not stop. For the rest of her life, even the sly old fox Cheng Su had done so many evil deeds, was frozen in place. He roared. Hey, do not exaggerate. Jun Wu interrupted him. I guess you have not heard about what happened to student Oh Jusiok this time. For some reason, even though he was equipped with an arc, they said he could not use his skills anymore, leaving Cheng Su stunned. He broke in a cold sweat. Could that wooden sword have suppressed them? Cheng Su could not speak, only able to curse. That bastard. Jun Wu confidently said. Well, A does not affect daily life, but if that happens, not only will she not be able to become a member of the council, but she won't be able to be a hunter for the rest of her life. Under the violent force, his body crashed hard against the ground. Are you sure you can accept that? These words truly made Cheng Su tremble. But he clearly could not do anything, only able to seethe. Damn A. Where do I need to take her? Jun Wu replied. I will text you the location. You need to come immediately. Zhang Haiyan, still wearing the black HE, looked utterly clueless and asked Jun Wu blankly, Are you sure this is okay? This time, the opponents are professional hunters. What if they attack us with force? But Jun Wu did not seem worried at all. Well, in that case, I will take care of it. Ji Yun, who had clearly heard the conversation between the two, was surprised. Dad kidnapped Go Yun. What on earth is going on? At this time, in the student council room, Unche was surprised. What? Discovered. How? Cheng Su was furious. That class of bastard figured the plan we set up. Unche did not understand and asked again, Are you talking about Kim Jun Wu? How did he know? But Cheng Su clearly could not worry about those things right now. Damn A. How would I know? Unche remained calm. Even if he knows, he can't do anything immediately. Cheng Su could not restrain himself anymore. Do I look like I am calm? As a result, the man still did not give up on his wrongdoing. That bastard is holding my daughter and demanding a hostage exchange within an hour. These words left Unche completely shocked. She asked, You are not really agreeing to his demands, are you? But Cheng Su had no choice. He practically yelled into the phone. He said he would make AT so my daughter could not continue living as a hunter for the rest of her life. Do you think I would sit still and do nothing? Hey, student Goanche. I do not expect Ji Yun to become an outstanding hunter or to be recognized by others. What I need is not those things. No matter what, AT's unacceptable for Ji Yun not to be able to become a hunter. At the very least, she needs to become a high-ranking hunter. That is the buy-ditch requirement I need. Understand? Unche, recognizing the fury in Cheng Su's words. Understood. So, you are saying that you are going to give up that request. A was you, manager, who came to me first. At this time, Cheng Su's voice softened. No, I do not intend to give up either. I'm sorry. But from now on, I can't guarantee the safety of your siblings anymore. Unchi was pensive. You called just to let me know that, Cheng Su added. He hung up, muttering, Well, I suspected you would not care about this anyway. Then he coldly ordered his subordinates. Put the girl in the car. We are leaving immediately. Understood. One more thing. Cheng Su glanced at his assassin-type hunter. Just in case, bring your equipment with you. Not forgetting to hurl insults. You piece of trash. A little while later, at some desolate warehouse, Jun Wu and Cheng Su met. It's a pleasure to meet you, Manager Wong Cheng Su. Ignoring his greeting, Cheng Su asked bluntly, Where's Ji Yun? But Jun Wu looked at him with sharp eyes, saying, The order's wrong. Bring Go Yun here first. Cheng Su's face turned dark with anger. You bastard, Jun Wu smartly said. You think I would hand her Ru Veep so easily? If you do not bring her, we will be the ones getting tricked. Cheng Su held his head and sighed. Then he waved his hand as a signal, and his subordinates understood. The car door opened, and a pair of legs appeared. The subordinates stood on either side of the hostage, expecting to see a Yun, but they had covered her face. Then they roughly pulled off the hood, a Yun's face showing full resistance. The Yun vaguely saw Jun Wu's figure. Die. You scum. Jun Wu simply waved his hand coldly. Yo. Long time no see. Seeing him, a Yun seemed relieved. She weakly called, Oh, Kim Jun Wu. Jun Wu also waved his hand at this time. Zhang Haiyan brought Ji Yano. At this time, she turned back and said to him, "Senior, since everyone knows who you are anyway, why did not you take off the mask? You are the only one in the school with one arm." Zhang Haiyan realized. Dumbfounded. That is right." Jun Wu spoke up. "All right, let us exchange hostages and settle everything neatly." But Cheng Su said nothing. He pulled a lighter and flicked Tai on. Cheng Su slowly lit a cigarette and said, "Now that I think about it, I have a task that I have been assigned to do. We will keep Goa Yun, and we will take Ji Yun with us too. Is that okay?" Jun Wu remained resolute. "If I say no." A loud laugh echoed throughout the warehouse. At this point, Jun Wu equipped the Patelis' ring weapon. "That is right. That is the spirit." Cheng Su turned hostile, his eyes incredibly cunning. "Hey, kid." Saying this, his subordinates surrounded them, numbering more than 5 or 6 people. Even Ji Yun was surprised. He said loudly, "You think I am asking for your opinion?" Jun Wu remained silent at this time, looking at him with angry eyes. The atmosphere was silent, the situation becoming incredibly tense between the two opposing sides. Jun Wu suddenly spoke. "This is a very important matter for both me and her. How about we end this peacefully?" Cheng Su dropped the cigarette in his hand and sarcastically said, "Just now, you were making a deal, and now you are begging and pleading." He said with a faint smile, "That is not going to happen, kid." Hearing what he said, Jun Wu pondered. 80 ended up like this after all. Ji Yun glanced at him and reminded him in a raised voice, "Hey, do not act recklessly and just let me go. You are not thinking of fighting these people, are you?" Jun Wu sharply replied, "Shut your mouth and be quiet. If you get hurt, do not blame us." Suddenly, the action he was about to take was halted. After speaking, he suddenly looked to his side, surprised to see a strange man covering his face standing there. Jun Wu narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is AT?" The man said, "Even if I ties you, AT'll be tough to do AT alone." Jun Wu calmly smiled and replied, "So what if you know? Are you still going to do IT?" The other person laughed and replied, "That does not matter anymore." Saying this, he decisively took off his hat. Access to the Unified Hunting Support System of the Supernatural Space Management Association has been granted. Hunter user Kim Jong-un has been granted access to sea-level skills. Bright and sharp golden light radiated from his body. Enhancement type combat. Rampaging hedgehog Riet. Zhang was surrounded by sharp hedgehog spines. Jong-un held a hedgehog spine in his hand and leisurely said, "I think I have started learning from you for about a month now. What do you think? Is not now the perfect time for a monthly evaluation?" Hearing what he said, Jun Wu silently smiled and looked at him with trusting eyes. Jun Wu picked up the stick and said happily, "Let me tell you in advance." Jun Wu approached his forehead with 2 fingers. Evaluation standards are quite strict. Jun Wu proudly held the golf club in his hand. Seeing that stick, a surprised voice rang, "Oh, wait. That, a golf club. Ada looks expensive. Are you really going to use AT to fight?" Jun Wu casually replied, "Well, there was not anything else suitable, so I borrowed IT." The scene showed Bei Wu sick painfully holding his head and sobbing, probably of fear. While he was helpless, an indifferent voice spoke, "I will borrow 8. Seeing that his weapon was only that, Cheng Su sighed and contemptuously said, "Kid, are you kidding me? You think you can beat us with just a golf club? There is a limit to showing off. What are you doing?" Then he ordered, "Bring them here." The subordinates followed the order and rushed to surround Jun Wu. Cheng Su said in frustration, "I swear, the more I think about this, the funnier it gets. You have watched too many movies." But immediately, he became stunned as he witnessed the scene of his subordinates being eliminated before his eyes. One of Cheng Su's soldiers was hit and kicked, rolling on the ground. Cheng Su glared, seemingly horrified and wary of the strength of Jun Wu and Jong-un. Activating the weapon's ability, Super Extreme Compression Flick Explosion. On the other side, Jun Wu and Jong-un continuously used their skills and took down one person after another. During that time, one person was behind Jun Wu and was planning to attack him sneakily. Jun Wu sensed it, and just as he was about to swing his weapon at him, Jun Wu turned around, gathering momentum to jump up. He held his golf club and struck the opponent with a powerful blow. For Cheng Su's horror and fear, a Yun triumphantly said, Please notify the client in advance and let them know. Ada seems like this mission will fail. Cheng Su's face turned pale with fear and unwillingness as he heard Yun's words. After the broadcast, I learned certain information. Your movements truly surpass those of a freshman, with a deep understanding of combat and strategy. But all of that is only within the scope of school. The real world of professionals is on a completely different level. No matter how proficient and talented you are, that is all AT is. Facing professional hunters who have risked their lives in dungeons countless times, there are inevitable limits. Cheng Su stood observing everything and thought. That is what I thought. But simple movement created an astonishingly powerful attack. Even the most powerful subordinates and hunters under his command were quickly defeated by Jun Wu. Cheng Su thought in horror. What the hell is going on? An old-fashioned D-rank ability weapon and a golf club. He is facing my subordinates with just that. Looking at his appearance dominating the battlefield, he was shocked. They are hunters from the Acres Guild. After all, they may not be outstanding, but they are still second-rate. Who would have thought that 6 professional hunters would be defeated by 2 high school students? 80's ridiculous. Jun Wu, with his eyes ready for battle, rushed towards Cheng Su with a terrifying aura. He fearfully put his hands up in defense. Damn me. But Jun Wu did not intend to harm him. But instead, he turned around, slipped past him, and ran straight towards the back. He cut the ropes binding Yun with swift speed. Cheng Su was surprised and wary. Thinking, he attacked suddenly, straight at me, forcing me into a defensive stance, so he could quickly move to the blind spot and cut the ropes. Jun Wu stood sternly shielding Yun, and she exclaimed in surprise, Kim Jun Wu. A man shot out of sight like a shadow. Cheng Su stepped forward with a dangerous expression. Facing them. A perfect feint, and to be able to do that against me, the SEAL branch manager of Acres. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, mysteriously and evilly. He scratched his head and said slowly, Yes, I understand now. I get 80. The system reported. Access to the Unified Hunting Support System of the Supernatural Space Management Association has been granted. Hunter user, Wong Cheng Su, has been granted access to A-level skills, able to use skills from the start. Summoning type magic, no. 18. Mountain Lord Tiger. A terrifying beast appeared, bearing its ferocious fangs. A giant tiger was summoned. Cheng Su smiled and said, I will handle this myself. Seeing this, Yun thought in fear, that is the skill of the SEAL branch manager of Acres. The pressure is incredible. At this time, Jun Wu spoke. Hey, go Yun. He threw an item to her and said, Catch. She put on the bracelet he gave her, and Jun Wu continued. We do not have much time. Run straight to school. Yun anxiously asked, Will you be okay? Is the election really the top priority now? But Jun Wu calmly replied, You have to submit your application on time. Right, hurry up and go. The pressure was so strong that the wall shattered. Yun looked at him, worried but also believing that he could do a tie. Immediately after, Cheng Su lost his patience and controlled the beast to attack. You think I will let you escape? Yun strained her legs, trying to run away, but the tiger behind her quickly chased after her. Just as the tiger approached them and bared its sharp fangs, Jun Wu quickly shielded Yun, allowing her to escape. Jun Wu stood tall and challenged. Why do not you step do veek me first before saying that? Cheng Su angrily cursed. Damn you. In the front, Yun ran at the speed of light. She tried to run to school, panting because AT was too much. Suddenly, Yun stopped and was shocked by the sight before her. She laughed, saying sarcastically, What is this? The client came here directly. Unche stood facing her. After this blow, he was completely unconscious. Yun and Unche stood silently facing each other, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Yun said with determined eyes, I have to go. But Unche bluntly said, No, you are not going anywhere. Yun was silent again, seemingly holding back something. Yun spoke, AT's about my family. We used to live in a small and dilapidated room. Do not you think AT's funny? My parents are both hunters, yet we were poor and struggled to survive each day. Then, I found out that when my father left your house, that old man pulled all sorts of tricks and demanded a huge sum of money. In the end, they had to spend all the money earned from hunting on that old man. Father and mother barely managed to make a living by doing odd jobs. Every time we slept in that cramped and smelly room. Do you know what my father said? Jun Wu had a task to assign. Bang im, we still have some antibiotics. Right. Quickly assemble a search them and find his sibling. They are probably around here. That I had a really beautiful and kind older sister. Father promised that one day I would get to meet her. And when we met, Father told me to be friends with her. Hearing this, Unche's face fell and her eyes filled with sadness. Yun resentfully continued. But why did not you even bow your head at the funeral? She shouted in pain. He was my father. But he was also your father. How could you be under the command of the person who killed my father? Yunche seriously said, I understand you want revenge. But, before Unche could finish her words, Yun shouted, like you understand. Yun lost her temper and began to use her skill, fire-type magic, fire creation art. She stubbornly said, if you can't help, then at least do not get in my way. Facing her younger sister's fury, Unche calmly reminded her, you still do not know what kind of person he is. Then she also used her ability, ice-type art, crystallization. Unche seriously taught, if you recklessly act based on your emotions, you will die. But Ayun stubbornly replied, I do not care. I am different from everyone else. A strong aura radiated around Ayun, and her eyes were filled with hatred. She shouted, I have nothing left to lose. Then she unleashed her skill. A fierce firestorm attacked with Ayun's power. The problem Bangin was worried about was, wait a minute. Yunche did not hesitate and showed her power. Ice needles. Under her control, sharp ice needles rushed forward one after another. The sky outside was snowy and the scene was frigid. An aftershock from the clash of arrogant powers shook the entire area. On this side, Jun Wu was still trying to suppress the beast, which was aggressively lunging at him. Jun Wu focused intently on facing the tiger, while Cheng Su struggled to observe the situation from the side. He thought, good, I will take this opportunity to go to the orphanage. While he was planning to run, Jun Wu rushed up from behind and angrily said, where do you think you are going? He quickly kicked him. Jun Wu stood imposingly facing Cheng Su, his eyes sharp. He nonchalantly said, I believe I told you already. If you want to go to Ayan, you will have to get past me first. If their sibling really has a contagious disease. Jun Wu provided a reasonable explanation. The distance from Camp 7 to here is above 100 kilometers. AT takes almost a week to travel. And if AT really is a contagious disease, then that brother would be the first to die. Cheng Su, provoked, gritted his teeth and cursed. This arrogant brat. He muttered, what the hell is this guy? He is really just a high school student. He not only can handle my spirit beast, but he can also hold me back. Skill is one thing, but his fighting instinct, honed through experience, far surpasses most hunters. This is troublesome. My subordinates have chased Jian into the building. At this rate, we will lose track of Goanche. After thinking, Cheng Su spoke, I guess I can't keep holding back and fighting. I am a bit busy. I do not have much time to play with you right now. The ring on his hand suddenly glowed. Number 18. Mountain Tiger King, Mano Link. The Tiger King's eyes glowed, and that power seemed to link with Cheng Su. His entire body amid an evil aura. The caster's mana has connected with the summoned entity. Cheng Su's eyes changed color and became vicious. Do not you dare die, brat. The tiger began to growl fiercely, its whole body carrying tremendous magic power along with deadly light and lightning. Ada seemed to be stimulated with power, bearing its fangs close to Jun Wu. Jun Wu, seeing its magic power, was wary. AT's too fast. The tiger went berserk, its eyes sharp. AT unleashed its power on Jun Wu, sending him flying away. If you understand, then hurry up. Bang Im quickly complied. Yes. Jun Wu coughed up blood from the heavy blow, thinking in surprise. I thought AT would aim for my head, but AT aimed for my body. The movements of the summoned beast are now on a completely different level. Jun Wu, attacked and losing his balance, struggled to hold his ground. Stepping backwards, Jun Wu smiled slightly, wiping the blood from his mouth, and said, you even used Mana Link. Is not that a bit much to use against a high school student? Cheng Su smirked. Why are you acting surprised now? This is not even enough to scratch you. Jun Wu glared, cautiously wary of him. Mana Link. the pinnacle and masterpiece of summoning skills. Summoned creatures move independently, except for general commands. When connected to the caster's mana, they can directly control every action. If they are not skilled, things could be worse than independent movement. But that only happens to amateurs. That summoned creature, controlled by branch manager Wong Cheng Su, must be at least as strong as, or even stronger than, boss monster of a higher level. The tiger then roared and lunged, its eyes glowing as if to finish him off. Next, Jun Wu instructed another member, take this person to Jun Dumai's shelter. When the man wakes up, give him food and water and have him start training from tomorrow. Ada slashed its huge claws with high destructive power, chasing Jun Wu, who quickly ran away. Ada chased after him, constantly attacking with powerful force, blowing up the places At passed. The tiger, with sparks flying from its eyes, frantically chased and wanted to exterminate Jun Wu. Jun Wu tried to escape from the tiger's fangs. Jun Wu ran and thought, At might look like reckless attacks, but every blow hits a weak point. Is this the skill of someone at the branch manager level? He turned his head and saw the tiger approaching him, reaching out its claws to grab him. As the tiger reached out to grab him, Jun Wu quickly jumped high to avoid its claws. At this moment, Cheng Su burst out laughing. Got you. Jun Wu sensed the danger and that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. Number 8. Giant Golem. No link. A huge, bizarre form appeared. Cheng Su grinned smugly. Now you are floating in the air. You can't do anything but fall. Only those in this division understood Jun Wu's intentions. Cheng Su struggled to calculate. I got hit. I never thought I would have to bring more than 2. Cheng Su mocked. Do not worry. This won't kill you. But Ata will hurt like hell. As Cheng Su was about to deliver the knockout blow, he was suddenly stunned when Jun Wu unleashed his ability with the golf club, activating the weapon's ability. Troll's Strike. Jun Wu's eyes were determined as he prepared to strike. Cheng Su shouted in surprise. What? Do not tell me that golf club is also a supernatural weapon. Jun Wu did not say much, and with one hand, he forcefully released the club forward. The club, following his force, flew powerfully towards Cheng Su, causing him to fearfully cover his face. But then he opened his eyes and was bewildered. The club, at his will, had slammed into the ground right under Cheng Su's feet. He was stunned in disbelief. Huh. Super high-pressure impact weapon ability activation. Jun Wu flew UV and said, the stronger the Mina link, the more skilled you are, but even so, there is still a fatal flaw that can't be changed. Jun Wu had taken care of everything here as well. From now on, we are a thim. If the caster focuses on something else, the summoned entity becomes useless. Cheng Su frowned. Iron Fist. A loud noise rang out. Jun Wu picked up the club and said, oh, come on. He looked at the club and said, even though I hastily chose this, a supernatural weapon that can make a golf ball fly far, he clearly used this to cheat in golf matches. Wu sick. That bastard. I will talk to him later. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-hein was dealing with Wong Cheng Su's men. He worried. I wonder if Jun Wu can handle branch manager Wong Cheng Su. I hope he is safe. But then he tried to reassure himself. No, now is not the time to worry about others. 3 professional hunters from the prestigious Acres Guild. Can I fight them alone? The blue-haired guy said. So now, even without that golf club, you still plan to fight us alone. I have to admit, you have got guts. The guy next to him also spoke mockingly. All right, if we delay, the branch manager will scold us. Wu Shik, hearing about the past from someone else, could not hide his surprise. Really? Let us go. Let us finish this quickly and go back. He immediately turned and ran, planning to apply the tactics. Okay, let us do exactly what Jun Wu taught me. My skill is Frenzy. It allows me to use spikes that can regenerate almost infinitely to attack continuously, delve leap into enemy territory and pave the way, but not anymore. He remembered Jun Wu's instructions. From now on, never charge straight at the enemy first. A combat-enhanced user with only one arm is a huge disadvantage. Facing multiple enemies at once is like a suicide mission, which surprised him a bit. Jong-hein then asked, so what should I do? He explained, keep moving to maintain distance. Lure them to attack to exploit openings. Back in the fight, he engraved what he taught. The first step is to make every situation and condition favorable to him. He still avoided engaging with them. Making the Gyeoprip impatient shouted, "Hey, kid. Are you just going to keep running away? This is not a game of tag." The words he said were being applied to Ryu combat. If you keep maintaining distance and prolonging the time, sooner or later the opponent will lose patience. When he lured them, he immediately stopped. Eventually someone will rush to attack alone. Really? That commander, what was he like? Even so, for Jun Wu, AT was a thing of the past. I do not even know. I just woke up, and AT turned like this. The brown-haired guy angrily said, "Are you kidding me?" He then rushed UV, cursing him. "Just stalling for time. You do not even have the guts to fight." That was the moment he should really put all his strength into the attack. Fortunately, Zhonghain managed to dodge his punch. He then seized the opportunity, bent down low, and stabbed him in the calf. He was injured in the leg and cried in pain, causing his teammates to start feeling anxious. Another guy rushed up and cursed, "You bastard." Continuing to maintain a one-on-one situation, he kicked towards him, but he dodged by bending UV. He revealed an opening, and he decisively stabbed him hard in the foot, causing him to scream with wide eyes. The remaining guy saw this scene, and awkwardly ran up to ask, "Hey, are you guys okay?" But both were struggling, hugging their aching legs. Wu Shik's expression was half believing, half doubting. Really? He stood there observing their situation, and breathed heavily in amazement. "Oh my god, is this really possible? Without using any skills, you can still fight professional hunters like this? I lost my right arm and just gave up being a hunter not long ago." But unexpectedly, in just 1 month of learning from Jun Wu, I could go this far. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. "You damn brat. So you still think that grade is what decides things?" Suddenly, the black-haired guy noticed something. He discovered Wang Jiyan hiding behind a pillar. Her hands were tied tightly, and she was anxiously observing. He then glanced at his teammates to let them know. They immediately changed direction and shouted, "Control the target first." At this moment, he realized in horror, "Damn I was so focused on fighting that I completely forgot about Ji Yun." Considering the situation, Jun Wu had to explain in more detail. "It seems you still can't believe AT." But then he was punched straight in the face, and he questioned, "Where do you think you are looking?" Zhonghain struggled to endure the pain, thinking, "I was so panicked that I lost my position." Suddenly another guy came up and swept his feet, losing his balance, causing him to fall hard on the floor. Both guys took turns trampling on him, mumbling curses. "Hey, the brat was so arrogant just now. Right, kill him for me. Make sure there is not a single bone left to pick up." He recalled Jun Wu's words. "If the distance I maintain with the enemy is broken, the end of the match. With his current level, Senior has no way out. So what should I do? Only grit your teeth and endure, hoping that an awakening will happen." Hearing him say that, he immediately wondered. Awakening? He presented. In the process of fighting, sometimes there are rare cases where hunters are driven to the brink, and in desperation, they burst out with combat power far beyond the limits of the ordinary. AT is not about thinking about actions. AT is more like the body automatically reacting instinctively. Anyway, AT's best to avoid falling into a situation where you have to rely on awakening. He replied, "Understood. I will keep that in mind." The brown-haired guy was about to kick him hard in the leg, yelling, "A nobody like you is so full of time. Damn A." Believing this would make Wu Shik doubt himself. Honestly, would not anyone feel that way? Someone who died comes back to life in a child's body. But he blocked AT by stabbing his leg with the hedgehog spikes again. His eyes seemed to become lifeless. He immediately stood up and stabbed continuously at him. The other two saw this scene and were stunned. What? He's been beaten half to death and can still move. They used a tactic to hold him tight. Quick, hold him down, pin him down. Do not let him move. The black-haired guy gritted his teeth and held his hand tightly, not paying attention to Zhonghain tossing the hedgehog spikes up high. He gnawed and bit them, stabbed his hand. Seeing him change in a strange way, they cautiously backed away. They observed his state. What the hell is happening to this guy? His movements suddenly. Is he really the newbie from just now? To make him believe, Jun Wu had to take a punch. Oh. Really? Then what should I do? Should I bring up the time you peed your pants on the first hunt to make you believe me? His eyes stared at them. It seemed he had been forced into an uncontrolled awakening state. They began to be wary of him. The blue-haired guy then urged, "Hey, this is not good. Quickly use the equipment." Immediately, they successfully accessed the skills. The system announced, "Combat. Assassination system." Suddenly the blue-haired guy was hit on the head by someone. He immediately turned to ask, "Who is AT?" Ada turned out to be Wong Cheng Su, who said blankly, "Who else would AT be? AT's me." "You bastard. Quickly clean up the equipment. AT's all the V," he now realized. Branch manager. He lit a cigarette, and he planned to report that guy, but he was cut off by an unexpected remark. "I lost." He looked at Zhang Haiyan, who was still in a hazy fighting state. Outside, Manager Pika hurriedly ran, not caring about his age. Hearing that, he fell down, causing them to stare at him blankly. He praised him a few words. "With only one arm, he made my people use equipment. This guy is really not simple." At the basement under the bridge, smoke filled the air, obscuring visibility. In that smoke, there was heavy breathing. That person was Goanche lying on the floor, covered in wounds, seemingly no longer able to resist. She lay trembling in resentment, letting Goanche question, "I had a little expectation because you said you wanted to join the student council. Is that all? Is this all you have in the name of revenge?" Yunche advised, "Give up. With this kind of effort, you won't last a year, and eventually you will disappear." Earlier, Wushik had called and shouted, "A specially admitted student. How could you let a stranger in without properly checking?" Despite the pain spreading throughout her body, Ayun still struggled to speak. Rather than giving up, "At's better to die here." Hearing these words, she just helplessly closed her eyes and gave up. She turned to leave and said, "Do whatever you want. I do not think in this state. You can do anything." Her voice trembled and called, "Wait. Not yet. This is not UV yet." Ayun looked at her sister's back, which made her unwilling. "No. AT's already come to this. And AT ends like this. No way." Tears of resentment flowed like that. Suddenly, Jun Wu came from behind and called, "Hey, Goanche. I told you to run. Why are you lying here?" Causing her to startled. She turned around, and with a confused expression called, "Kim Jun Wu." Hearing this name, Inche also stopped and turned back to stare. That is why Manager P had to run like this. "Oh dear. What a mess." Jun Wu spoke first. "AT's been a while. Senior, we meet here again." Unche then asked, "How did you get here?" "No way. Did Director Wong let you go so easily?" He nonchalantly replied, "Yes. I was going to negotiate properly if possible, but he was too stubborn. So I just put them to sleep and quietly left," causing her to look at him in astonishment. She challenged, "Do not tell me you defeated Director Huang." He replied, "No, I did not do that." She impatiently said, "Do not joke. Say it clearly." He said confidently, "Senior, do I look like I am joking?" Causing her to fall silent. He did not care. "Believe AT or not, AT's up to you. Think whatever you want. Anyway, we are busy. Please move aside." She frowned and asked, Why are you helping that kid?" He relaxed and replied, "There is no big reason. AT's just that her personality matches mine." Her eyes firmly ask, "Do you know the consequences of helping her?" A specially admitted student is a program to help students from difficult backgrounds receive special admission. Because the student came to ask the chairman for help, I naturally assumed they were a specially admitted student. He frankly replied, "Not sure. Do I need to know those things?" He noticed her hand casting magic. Ice system. Crystallization. Yunche said seriously, "You will soon understand. But by then AT will be too late to regret." Jun Wu looked at Ayun. Calculating. There is about 15 minutes left until the registration vite lay. Even if I carry Goanche and run, AT will be close to time. Can't waste time here. He used logic to ask, "Do you really want this? If you fight me here, then AT's clear that you have interfered in this matter." Goanche. Star Hunter. Best Student Council member. Involved in a kidnapping and detention of a minor. This is really getting more and more troublesome, as if speaking their fatal point made her hesitant. The ice magic system on her hand gradually disappeared and lowered her hand. He carried Ayun away, not forgetting to leave the sentence. Well, I will go first. Suddenly she spoke. That matter you asked the last time we met. There is no use regretting AT now. For now, he could only sincerely beg for forgiveness. I agree to help, seeing the proposal has been accepted, making him surprised. He then asked, "What did you just say?" She repeated, "You want me to retrieve the weapon stored in the support room. Right. I will try to persuade him in some way, so let go Ayun and leave here." He asked again, "Are you serious?" She certainly replied, "Yes. I am telling the truth." He also cast his eyes towards her and replied, "I refuse," making her unexpected. What? He recalled the dialogue between him and the chairman. He clasped his hands and begged, "One of my subordinates has begged me not to make things worse. I am not the kind of person like that, but this time I have tried to act as carefully as possible." Jun Wu continued, "But looking at this scene, the youngest sister has gone too far." She asked suspiciously, "What are you saying?" He left and instructed, "Just tell your grandfather like that." His eyes became angry. "I will personally meet him soon, so just wait." Chairman. AT's manager. At this time AT was dusk. At the hospital, Ayun with sweat startled and woke up. He cared and asked, "You are awake?" She asked in confusion. "Oh, where is this?" He just pressed his phone and replied, "AT's the hospital. You have been unconscious all day. Do not get up in a hurry." Hearing that, she worried and asked, "What about the candidacy? How is the registration file?" He asked her in reverse, "Do not you remember anything?" Jun Wu narrated, "The teacher's office was chaotic at that time, but he submitted the application in time, so do not worry." After hearing, making her breathe a sigh of relief, confirming she was okay, he planned to go home. "Okay, seeing you awake makes me rest assured. I am leaving." But she hesitated something and asked, "The proposal that Goanche gave, why did you refuse? That could be a perfect opportunity." He silently looked at her and revealed, "Goanche is more afraid of grandfather than I thought," making her wonder. The sight of the chairman doing push-ups in front of a student stunned him for a few seconds. He continued, "That is right, she is always obsessed with Sikdu. Otherwise she would not need to cause such a big thing. Assuming such a person helps me get what I need. But what if Sikdu refuses? Would she dare to resist and persuade him?" He explained, "I need someone who can persuade Sikdu, not someone who only knows how to listen to orders. Besides, there is another reason." She looked at him expectantly. "Another reason?" Hearing the reason, "Because she is rude," making her helpless. "You mean Goanche was rejected because of rudeness?" He avoided and replied, "No, I mean she was rude from the beginning. Anyway, there are people who are even ruder." She gave up on him. "Really? Sometimes you say things that I do not understand." He immediately blocked. "Shut up. You should know that after being discharged from the hospital, I will make you practice even more strictly." He took the door handle, as if remembering. "Ah, right. In fact, I do not know exactly what happened to you, and I do not need to know. But, at least for now, you are doing great." Manager Peacock's expression looked deeply troubled. "That is what I can say for sure," making her stunned for a few seconds. He opened the door. "That is AT. I am leaving." After the door was closed, she still looked after, and was silent. Her eyes filled with tears. Perhaps his encouragement touched her heart. Inside the large building, Jun Wu's phone rang. He answered the phone. "It is him." "Wu sick," he said. "I have reported the matter to the media as you instructed. But do not you think this will make everything too tense? Goanche's plan failed. Now there is no other way but to switch to a new plan. Even so, treating the Acres-Sil branch manager so publicly is..." Jun Wu replied, "Hey." Saying that, "People will think I am the one doing something shady." He awkwardly, "Things are not like that, but..." The door slowly closed without a sound. He said again, "AT surprising that you did not expose everything. I thought you would drag both Goanche and the parent association in. Just throwing that much there should be enough to get them to bite." All right. I will leave the rest to you. Wu Sik sighed. So, I am stuck cleaning up again. Huh. You sound unhappy, he said. Since when do you dare talk back to me? Suddenly, he called, "Oh, Captain." You questioned, "What is AT? Why all of a sudden?" Wu Sik paused for a moment, then said, "That golf club. When are you planning to return AT? At the special agent's office." Unch's face darkened. ATZV. Yun will officially become a member of the student council. He evaporated from here without even knowing the truth of the matter. Ada won't be long before public opinion takes notice. If things from the past are brought up again, everything will truly collapse. That is why I took the risk of cooperating with branch manager Wong Cheng Su. But that Wong Cheng Su? Jun Wu. What exactly are you planning? Just then, her phone lit up. She picked IT up and her expression changed. She answered, "Yes, I am listening." The person said, "I have seen the news. AIT seems something interesting has happened." Unchi asked, "What do you mean?" News appeared before her eyes. Wong Cheng Su. Acresil branch manager Wong Cheng Su implicated in juvenile kidnapping case. Why? The shadow behind the nation's top Jia Reap. Kidnapping victim identified as Goanche. Police officially launch investigation into kidnapping case related to Acresil branch manager Wong Cheng Su's office raided. Uncha panicked. "What the hell is this?" Man said, "Did you do this?" "There were some issues. So I just tried to take care of time." Ada seems a Yun has decided to run for the student council. Is that true? He was Go Seek Du, CEO of the Supernatural Space Management Association. Support headquarters. Uncha replied, "Yes. The thing is..." Just then, Jun Wu uncomfortably applied ice to his slightly swollen left cheek. He cut her off. "Unchi. AT took me a lot of effort to get where I am now. You see that too? Right. But if things continue like this, neither you nor I will be able to keep our positions." She tensed up. "I will take care of AT. Sick Dusa. Ada seems you still do not understand the situation. Do not you see? The person who leaked this deliberately left you only targeting Director Huang. Why do you think that is? AT's bait. If you do not want to reveal that you are the one behind AT, you will have to do what he wants. Then who is he? Who would dare throw bait at us like this?" Uncha was so panicked she could not speak. A moment later, she spoke. "Transfer student from Class 1E. Sick Duside. A first year. He has got guts." "All right. Leave this to me now. I will handle AT personally." Unchi asked, "What are you planning to do?" He replied, "You do not need to know. Just like always." Hearing that, she could only remain silent. Inside Class 1. Looking at Wu Shik's expression, he knew he was very remorseful. Several students gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Everyone wore a probing expression. They were talking about Huang Ji-yan, whose father had committed kidnapping. She muttered inwardly, "You guys would not even dare open your mouths in front of me yesterday." Suddenly, someone called, "Oh, hey, Huang Ji-yan. Looks like your father's pretty famous." Huh. The one who spoke was Li Suyang, the eldest son of Li Kungzik, the vice president of Dunjian Daily Magazine. Jian retorted, "Li Suyang, if you can't say anything nice, then get lost." He sneered. "Even for Acres, this is going too far. How could he kidnap a child? Your father's got guts. I will give him that." Jian angrily slammed her desk, then left the room. Junwoo did not understand why he had to endure this. Ada still hurts. Wu Shik fussed. "I'm sorry. Commander, the memory was too embarrassing, so I could not help myself." Suyong added, "But with your father like this, what about you now? Without your father, you are nothing. Right? Without his connections, you would probably only get into Class D. Even if you become an executive later, who would hire you?" He patted her shoulder. "Well, if you really can't manage, just tell me. I can give you a gopher position at my company. Knowing how to make coffee is enough." Ji-yun forcefully pushed his hand away, then left, while Suong wore a satisfied smile. Ji-yun thought as she walked, "Even though AT's frustrating, he is right. If it were not for my father, I would not have been able to get into Class B, let alone become an executive. That is why I have to try to live up to his expectations. Even though I am not perfect, I still practice diligently every day without missing a session. So, she went to the police station to visit her father. Do not worry, Dad. Even if it is difficult, I will try harder indefinitely. Unexpectedly, Cheng Su said, "What can you do without your father?" The coffee on the table was still steaming. Do not do anything unnecessary. Just stay put. I never expected anything from you anyway. These words left her speechless. She dejectedly turned back. He never had any expectations of me. Then what am I trying for? Am I just a decorative piece? Just then, she saw someone. It is Jun Wu. That guy. She became furious the moment she saw him. After Ji Yan left, someone else came to visit. Cheng Su walked out. Jun Wu's mood was hard to describe. Well, the world has really changed a lot. Wu Shik understood. You must be shocked. Commander. Because it's like everything changed in the blink of an eye. He was surprised. What brings you here? The director personally coming to a place like this. Sikdu replied. After working together for so long, how could I not come? I was worried about you, so I came to see how things are. Cheng Su thought inwardly. For someone who does not even bother showing up at official events, there is no way he is here just because he is concerned about me. There must be a reason. Something's not right. Sikdu asked, Are you alright? He replied, Thank you for your concern. He said, Our legal department is doing everything they can, so you do not need to worry too much. We have eliminated the scenarios and prepared a replacement. Everything will end smoothly. Cheng Su reluctantly said thank you. He added, No need to thank me. With everything you have done so far, this is obvious. The association has entrusted heirs with handling the difficult tasks that they can't handle. Right. Even when it's the dirty work. But even so, the fact that you wanted to separate from heirs really disappointed me. Cheng Su's face changed upon hearing that. Not only shocked, but Jun Wu also wanted to create a turning point. That is right, and among those, conquest stands out the most. Sikdu continued, You pushing your way into the Parents' Association, and even enlisting the help of Minister Omangjin to divide the factions within the association, and this deal with my granddaughter this time. You planned all of that to create your own position, separating yourself from the Gi-Corrupt. Right. Cheng Su was stunned. What? How does he know? I made sure everything was kept secret. Could Ada be the Minister Omangjin's son? No way. Sikdu spoke. Do not panic like that. It is not like I do not understand you. If that is really what you want, I can let you go fake Ri. Cheng Su was startled. Really? But he set a condition. Just do one thing for me. Cheng Su thought inwardly. Damn Is Ati about erasing all traces again? Even so. He asked. What task? Sikdu said. Just one simple thing. Remember to do everything cleanly, without leaving any trouble behind. He asked directly. Who is the target? He replied. A first-year transfer student at Hunter Academy. Cheng Su realized Ati was Kim Jun Wu. Sikdu said. He is the one who dared to throw bait at us without any fear. He has to pay the price. Cheng Su chuckled. But he is just a high school student anyway. Is not this too dangerous? He replied. Branch Manager Huang. Before that, I saw them luring a monster into the middle of the city to subjugate it. Wu Shik knew quite well. You mean the intersection near Gan University Hospital? Right. Think carefully. Which is more dangerous? Handling that guy cleanly, or revealing that my granddaughter is involved in this? Cheng Su remained silent for a long time. He turned to leave. I will contact you again after you complete the mission. Ada won't take long. He sat blankly after talking to him. Back at school, Jian scolded Jun Wu. You must be happy now, with my father in this state. You questioned. What? She shouted. Do not pretend you do not know. Everything is just as you wanted. You even got revenge on my father. Now you just need to sit there and watch me crumble and slowly die. Right. Jun Wu's face remained expressionless. What is she babbling about? I think I understand what you are saying. Jun Wu needed to grasp more information. How did things turn out like this? Revenge. You are seriously misunderstanding. I really do not care about you or your father, Jian said. But unfortunately, things won't go the way you think. Jun Wu asked. What? What are you talking about? She replied, I am going to drop O. Your face does not really look like you care. His expression screamed, so what? She said again, you thought you would see me miserable. Struggling here. Right. Too bad. You won't get to see that scene. Jun Wu turned away. Yeah. Do whatever you want. Ji-yun was stunned. What? You said, Ada does not concern me what you do, but do not cause trouble for others. Dropping O or continuing school is your own by Dinette. She teared up after hearing that. You ruined everything. Everything is messed up because of you. Do you know how hard I have been trying? Everything turned O this way because of you. Junwoo could not hold AT in any longer. That is ridiculous. Why are you putting all the blame on me? Wushik said. Commander, after you defeated Gigantiana, the world really became peaceful. She yelled. Are you really asking that because you do not understand? My father. You interrupted. All right. Let us just say that my father is in this state because of me. Then what does your effort have to do with that? I do not know how hard you have been trying. But does your father going to jail mean that all your efforts have become meaningless? Without my father, I am just useless. Is that all you want to whine about? Jian angrily said. Fine. Without my father, I am nothing. Is that what you want to hear? But I just want to be recognized. How much have I tried to live up to other people's expectations? After school, I practice until dawn, UV and UVD again, without missing a single day, even facing danger. But AT's impossible, so what am I supposed to do? Sometimes she would curl up in a corner. If I had known that no one had any expectations of me, then I would not have wasted my time like that. Dangerous monsters have become rarer than before. They deemed the public conquest operation acceptable. Junwoo continued, so, they chose to lead monsters O of the dungeon and defeat them for all to see. Junwoo remained silent. This troublesome kid. You said, you took AT the wrong way from the start. With a summoning system, the first thing you need to learn is to control the summoned beast. You can't just recklessly connect mana like that. Jiyan stopped crying after hearing that. How do you know my skill is summoning? You replied, I can tell by looking. The faint scratches on your hands and feet. A wolf. No, more like a fox. AT seems you have been practicing hard, but you were too eager to connect with mana. So you were attacked by the summoned beast itself. You just want to be on par with your father as soon as possible. You are such a child. First, learn how to control the summoned beast without connecting mana. Do not order them around. Just see AT as the two of you fighting together. When you accumulate experience, the summoned beast will automatically adjust to your rhythm. When you reach that level, then think about connecting Ma. Seeing her spaced O. You said, hey, are you listening to me? Jian replied. If I do what you say, can I become like you? There is a limit to how careless people can be in maintaining safety. Wushik glanced at the floor. Well, there is another reason too. Junwoo bluntly replied. No, of course not. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? But still, that'll be enough to strike a blow at your dad. Though, at Hunter Academy, Junwoo thought of Ji Yun. Really, I just happened to pass by and got caught up in this. In the end, AT took longer than I thought. The phone rang, and you answered AT. The person asked, are you the first-year transfer student? You chuckled inwardly. Decades have passed, and his voice has changed a bit, but I still recognized AT immediately. That characteristic leap voice. Like there is a metallic sound echoing in Adia. You said, I thought my neck was going to fall off from waiting. The caller was sick due. Currently, AT's difficult to maintain this industry without advertising from sponsors and the backing of large corporations. The Supernatural Dimension Management Association and countless government agencies are closely linked, making the operations more complicated. He said, for a high school student, you made a pretty clever move. You replied, but you are so busy. I thought this was the only way to get a chance to meet you. He asked directly, I have heard. What do you want from me? You smiled. 8 is not anything too difficult. Just... He interrupted. First of all, do you have any evidence that Goanche is behind this? All data on the location and skill usage logs of hunters are managed by the support headquarters. In other words, because I am the director of the support headquarters, those things can't be used as evidence. Jun Wu spoke. Director Seek-do. If you are sure that I have nothing in my hands, you can hang up right now. Then you will soon know what card I am hiding when the press jumps in. Hearing that, he had no choice but to make an appointment. All right, let us meet then. You rejoiced inwardly. Great. He added, but we can't meet right away. As you know, I am very busy. You smiled. I won't wait long. Because AT affects their own interests. Hunters have become almost like celebrities. The conquest operation has degenerated into such a distorted system. With that, you hung up. Then you pondered something. At the police station, Cheng Su walked dressed in a neat suit. He lit a cigarette, taking a drag as if he had not smoked in a long time. Someone called branch manager Wong Cheng Su. I am Kang Hangguan, assistant to director Go Seek-do. I will escort you home. Cheng Su glanced at him. I did not expect you to come so quickly. It seems things went smoother than expected. Hangguan replied. That is right. We found a replacement sooner than we anticipated. Ada drove Jun Wu crazy. It's not too late to fix it. The victim's insistence on not speaking up is also very beneficial to us. I am not sure why she chose to remain silent. Cheng Su said, but I was not the main target anyway. Forget AT. You do not know anything. He thought inwardly. That is why he shortened his own path to destruction. If he had just handed me Juik to the police, he might have been able to save his life. But he dared to get involved with Go Seek-do, not knowing how to assess the situation, not knowing his own strength. What a kid, he asked Hangguan. So, has the date been set? He replied, yes, the first Saturday of next month, at 7. The location is written here. Cheng Su looked at the paper he had just handed Juik. Wearing a surprised expression, you told me to handle everything cleanly without leaving any loopholes. You are really determined. Huh. Hangguan added. Oh, and one more thing. He wants you to do AT yourself. No support. The fewer people involved, the lower the risk of exposure. Moreover, the opponent is just a high school student. Branch manager Wong Cheng Su should be capable enough. Cheng Su became annoyed. Are you crazy? Have you ever met that guy? I am telling you, even if you gather all the best B ranks from our Jiub Rup, they would not be a match for that kid. Hangguan was stunned. What? You are the chairman of the academy. Right, from now on, you should focus on educating the kids. Wu Shik said with difficulty. I told you before. He chuckled. I mean, he is just a high school student. Cheng Su scolded. You moron. Do you think I am joking? His face went blank. Cheng Su worried. His strength is beyond question. But what I sense most clearly is the experience and wisdom that a high school student could not possibly have. AT must be the culmination of decades of battle, he said. In short, I can't do AT alone. I will gather everyone I can mobilize. Tell him that Jun Wu was at the sports 5. So, when you are cornered, your body reacts automatically. Zhang Hein asked, is this what people call awakening? You replied, it seems that is what AT is. That is a very good experience for you. If you practice during the time while remembering that feeling, you will improve very quickly. By the way, starting today, let us make the training more like Ryu combat. He agreed. That sounds good. Because of the overly tangled connections between large corporations and government agencies, I can't even change a single education regulation on my own. Jun Wu wanted to scold him. Are you just a figurehead leader? Jun Wu looked to the side. By the way, what are you doing here? Jian said. Do not mind me. I followed you out of curiosity. You were annoyed. You followed us here on your own and then tell me not to mind you. You called out to Zhang Haiyan. Senior, why is a student council member being trained by a first-year student? Jun Wu was frustrated. Are you just going to ignore me? Zhang Haiyan chuckled. Jun Wu is a very good teacher. Ada feels like a Ryu coach. You said, but, as a senior, you have to have your pride. He replied, AT's not like that. If IT were not for Jun Wu, I would not have thought about returning to being a hunter. He asked Ji Yun, did not you also come here after hearing something Jun Wu said? She acted coyly. No. I mean, he said again, Jun Wu not only helped me, but also a Yun. You should ask him for help too. It'll be useful. Jun Wu thought inwardly. Who gave you permission to decide that on your own? Ji Yan looked at you. A student council member saying that kind of thing. Who are you? You replied, AT's none of your bitey net. I do not have time to worry about you. Go home. Right. What about the other members? If we join forces with them? Wushik immediately extinguished his hope. Those very members are the ones pulling the strings behind the large corporations and government agencies. She asked again, what are you practicing? Is ATA really that different from the stuff at school? Jun Wu snapped. Did not you hear anything? Suddenly, she dashed off. Is not this the wooden sword you used in the last sparring match? This sword is really heavy. Senior, do you often use this to practice? Zhang Hein chuckled. Be careful not to injure yourself. Continues to fidget. What is this glove for? He replied. That is used for practice. Jun Wu was speechless. She is annoying in a completely different way compared to a Yun. Zhang Hein asked Jun Wu. So, you are going to meet Seo Sek Du? You replied. Yeah. Next Saturday. At this time, Ji Yan was still engrossed in holding the sword. He asked again, are not you nervous? You are probably the first high school student to meet him privately, except for Unchi. Jun Wu said, I am not sure either. Whether it is a private meeting or not, I just have to go and find I hate to say this, but yesterday, he personally contacted me, asking if I had any evidence. Zhang Hein was startled. Wait, Director Sek Du personally contacted you. It seems he is really keeping an eye on you. Contacting you directly. Jun Wu thought that he was probably testing your reaction before deciding what to do next. Ji Yan sniffed the sword. This smell is like the smell in a temple. Jun Wu said again. If I do not have any evidence, he won't agree to negotiate. If I have evidence, he will want to silence me. Zhang Hein listened with tension. Either way, there is no way he will agree to negotiate right away. Zhang Hein exclaimed. But that is too dangerous. Suddenly someone approached. A2 was Go Yun. Jun Wu asked. Wait, since when were you allowed to appear? She replied. Just now. Zhang Hein was surprised. Wait, you came straight here. Did not you go home? She said. Yeah, I felt too restless. Suddenly, a Yun felt uncomfortable. By the way, I am sure that most of the members won't be happy about the fact that you have returned. Commander, Jun Wu blurted, oh, do you think so too? Why is she here? Ji Yan pointed to herself in surprise. It is no wonder she is reacting like that. She was looking for trouble from the first time we met, not to mention that kid's dad made her suffer. Jun Wu said she came on her own, so do not worry about AT. Ji Yan said. Jun Wu brought me here. He said he would explain some things to me. A Yun did not believe AT. Really? Is that so? He replied. Not exactly. She approached Ji Yan and said, tell me the truth. Why are you here? She said, I thought I could ask Jun Wu for some advice. Then she smiled. What is this? Do not tell me you are jealous because you think he is your boyfriend. That is scary. Yun was angry. Do you really need to ask Jun Wu for advice? Your dad is the famous general commander of the Acres Association, is not he? Right. You can't rely on your dad anymore. Can you? Wushik waved his hands everywhere. No, not at all. You do not know how much you mean to us. Commander. Ji Yan got upset. What? What did you just say? A Yun retorted. What? Is there a problem? If you are so good, let us go to the arena. You think I am scared and will back down. Even at my worst, I am still Class B. You are just a nameless Class E. Jun Wu said. How about we sneak out of here? Zhang Hein was stunned. He said. Just go. Let them fight if they want. I said. Wait, should not we stop them? He laughed. Are not you curious to see what the result will be? Okay, then I will be the referee. All right, let us begin. After who knows how long, Jian woke up. Jun Wu gave her water. You lasted longer than I thought. She was surprised. What? What just happened? He replied. You fainted. Jun Wu's head was about to explode. 8 is all a mess. Only 30 seconds after the match started. She was shocked. Yun asked, how do you feel, being defeated by a Class E, when I have been looking down on her this whole time? Unexpectedly, Jian said, this match is invalid. Yun was annoyed. Do not be so stubborn. Just admit you lost. Jian replied. You got stronger after being trained by Jun Wu. Right, Yun responded. So what if I did? Jian smiled. I will learn from Jun Wu too. Then we will have a rematch. That is fair. Is not 8. Yun was annoyed after hearing that. Jian said, if that classy student's abilities are that strong, then I, a Class B student, should at least be stronger than you are now. Yun got angry. Hey, fight me again right now. Zhonghain stopped her. Calm down. Yun. Jian laughed. Jun Wu, I just need to come after school. Right. What time on the weekend? Oh, that is right. The break is coming up. I guess I can join you guys on the FI trip too. Seeing this, Wu Shik wanted to do something to reassure him. You should not say that. Anyway, the world has become peaceful. Has not it? Jun Wu was speechless. Until 2 weeks later, at the chairman's office. How was your vacation? Jun Wu complained. It was terrible. Am I running a daycare or something? Wu Shik said. Speaking of which, I heard you took on new disciples. He got annoyed again. Disciples? My foot. They came on their own. I did not invite them. They are sucking the life of me. Wu Shik laughed. Even so, you have not kicked anyone, which means the kids must have potential. He replied. Well, they are just trying to keep up with the training, Wu Shik said. In this day and age, just keeping up with the captain's training method is something to be proud of. He put his glass down. By the way, 80's tomorrow. Right, the day you meet Director Seok Do. Do you really want to leave? The captain knows about this too. Right. Everything's been decided. He replied. What else can I do? I have to show my face anyway. I am already old. But Commander, you have become Doom again. Starting a new life with a new style is also a good option. Jun Wu only had one way. Gigantiana will be resurrected. Wu Shik said. He will never accept negotiations. But he won't just make empty threats either. If I tease him, he will at least. Jun Wu interrupted. He will try to kill me. From the beginning, I did not expect anything from this negotiation. I just want to ask him one thing, face to face. By the way, how's that thing going? The thing I asked for? Wu Shik stood up. That thing. AT took a lot of effort to borrow AT. He took something. You have to return AT later, so remember to keep IT safe. Do you know how hard AT is to find skill weapons these days? Jun Wu fiddled with IT. I know. You idiot. After seeing AT, he was stunned. This is, Wu Shik said. AT's been a while. Has not AT? Indeed. These words blocked all of Wu Shik's strategies. A gun-type skill weapon. Persona. Before, during his time in the Conquest unit. This is the weapon Seok Do used to use. A supernatural gun-type weapon. Persona. A weapon Seok Do used to use when he was in the Conquest unit. Jun Wu asked, where did you get this? Do not tell me you got AT directly from Seok Do. Wu Shik asked, do you remember Captain Petit Tay Seep? He was surprised. Tay Seep from the Weapon Management Division. That guy who was always complaining about small things like this blade is messed up. You might as well use a wooden stick if you are going to use AT like this. Of course he remembered. He was in charge of all the supernatural weapons for the Conquest unit. So you borrowed a T from him. Wu Shik confirmed that was right. Jun Wu asked again, but why is the weapon so rusty? That is not his style. He said. He just kept IT in storage. Wait, what did you just say? Jun Wu uncomfortably repeated. Gigantiana will be resurrected. He does not do weapon maintenance anymore. He just opened a small used goods store. He was surprised. What? That guy opened a used goods store. I know people do not use supernatural weapons as much these days, but he was practically the #1 expert in handling errors. He should be considered a national treasure. Woo-sik thought. He probably has his own reasons. Anyway, I heard that a few days after the commander died, Sik-du gave up everything. As you can see, AT was not maintained well, but AT still usable. He replied, as long as AT still works properly. What about bullets? He took a TO. AT's in here. After opening a T, Jun Wu was shocked. Only 8 bullets. Hey, is this all there is? He said. This is a 40-year-old weapon. AT's already good enough. He asked again. You are telling me I have to fight with this many bullets? Well, AT's better than nothing. Alright, I'm off. Take care. Suddenly, Woo-sik called, "Oh, Commander." He turned back to look. He said, as you know, there are only 8 bullets. No matter what happens, absolutely do not use more than that. He is something that takes a lot of effort to defeat. Jun Wu smiled. Then he left, leaving him with worry. He went into the lobby, holding that gun in his hand. He remembered someone crying and saying, "How can I become someone like the commander?" Someone shouted, "Sik-du." Ada was Jun Wu in his past life. Where is that damn punk? The person said, "Commander, let me handle IT." He scolded, "Damn A." I asked where he is now. He replied, "In the dormitory." Sik-du was hiding in a corner, trembling. Besides being unbelievable, Woo-sik was also scared. You are saying that Gigantiana will be resurrected. Jun Wu walked in. Hey, you bastard. He grabbed his collar. How dare you run away in the middle of a conquest operation? We were lenient because you were the youngest. Now you have completely lost your mind. In Biam and Woo-sik were injured because of you. AT's a good thing AT was just a blue-level monster. If AT was a gold level, we would have been wiped a long time ago. AT's all your fault. You stepped in here yourself and said you wanted to fight alongside us. He sobbed. I was scared. Commander. Jun Wu was fed up with hearing that. Sik-du, a kid who joined the conquest unit at 18, for a very simple reason. At that moment, Jun Wu had heard each word very clearly. Yes, I do not want to believe AT, but AT's true. His parents were killed by monsters that escaped from the dungeon, and he wanted to avenge them and his younger sister. After 2 years of training, he was assigned to combat them 5. But perhaps the trauma of witnessing his entire family being slaughtered right before his eyes was too severe, so he could barely stand when going on missions. Jun Wu thought he would get better UVP time, but in the end, things turned out like this. He called Sik-du. Do you know why I put you on the combat them? Because I believe that anger is the strongest motivation. I thought you could overcome anything, no matter what. But now, I realize I was wrong. Sik-du, from now on, you are no longer a part of the conquest unit. He was shocked. Jun Wu repeated, Did not you hear me? Forget about revenge. Live like a normal person. I am sure you will never be able to avenge anyone. His hands clenched. Then he gritted his teeth. When I was on the verge of closing my eyes and losing consciousness, I met him. He said he would return after 42 years and said I would meet him again. How can I become someone like you? Commander. Jun Wu reached the door. He said, You can never become someone like me. Sik-du hung his head after hearing that. The door was closed, leaving him all alone. A month later, someone rushed in to call the commander. Jun Wu asked, What is AT? He was horrified. Sik-du. Sik-du has returned. Woo-sik received too many surprises in one day. Impossible. Could you have mistaken something else? You do not really believe that? Do you? Jun Wu was not joking. What? You do not believe me? He came back and dragged at a monster's head. AT was tied to a rope. Jun Wu was shocked. That is the monster that killed Sik-du's entire family. He spoke up. Sik-du, did you subdue AT yourself? He replied, Commander, I swear I will never run away in the middle of a conquest operation again. Please let me return to the conquest unit. Jun Wu pondered for a moment. Then he called Bayan-chan. Sik-du's position is still open. Right. Take him to get equipped and feed him something. Sick du bout. Thank you, Commander, he said. And another thing, Captain Pita Te Seep. You can believe that someone who died 42 years ago like me can come back like this? Can't you? Juik could not say a word. Well, I want to use the monster's core to forge a weapon. Can I ask you to help me? Returning to the present, holding the weapon in his hand made Jun Wu nostalgic. But then he continued on. Only Juik was left in the office. The commander told me to find him a supernatural weapon that was still in good condition, so I brought back the most intact and stable persona I could find. At was unclear what Juik was thinking. He picked up the phone and called someone. Are you Fikari now? I need a favor urgently. And that person was Zhang Haiyan. Today was Jun Wu's appointment with Siak Du. He seemed to have arrived very early. Really? Jun Wu stood up, annoyed. That is enough. I came here clinging to the hope that I could find a way. Oh, but Ada seems useless. Juik also reached. Oh, Commander, what are you going to do? His voice was quite loud in reaction. What else? And he even sent geographical coordinates as the meeting point. What is that supposed to mean? Is he playing a treasure hunt? Let us see. I must be almost there. I think I am in the right place. After walking for a while, Jun Wu stopped, a bit surprised. That was a dungeon. So that is why he used coordinates. If he just said to meet in front of the dungeon, who would agree? So that was his intention. He is looking down on him just because the other party is a high school student. Someone's voice came from behind. You are right on time. Hearing that voice made Jun Wu feel like his efforts had not been in vain. Where's Director Siak Du? Why is AD Branch Manager Cheng Su? His way of responding was extremely unpleasant. Our director is not so Fikari that he has to deal with a high school student. Like before, I will take care of AT myself. Juik felt a surge of unease. What? Jun Wu sneered. Oh, are you trying to act important? You were in prison just a few days ago. How did you get out so quickly? AT seems like Director Siak Du cares about you quite a bit. Silence passed between the two, who were quite different in age. The only thing Jun Wu wanted was to provoke the other party. Did your time in prison make you mute? You are not answering any questions. I heard. Before he could finish, Cheng Su interrupted. I heard you have summer homework. Right. Jun Wu really did not know whether to laugh or cry. What? Cheng Su said. That is pretty tough if you do not have connections in the association or guild. Are you ready for AT? What Jun Wu cared about was not the homework. Why bring up something so strange out of nowhere? Cheng Su answered with too much enthusiasm. Here's what. If you have not done AT yet, I can give you a hand. He pointed to the dungeon behind him. No matter how talented you are. Commander, with that body, Jun Wu believed in himself. I defeated him once, so why can't I do AT again? I mean, the hunt observation assignment. Jun Wu's eyes were 3 parts contempt and 7 parts judgment. I had a feeling. Sure enough, I was right. So, you want to play this kind of game? Cheng Su's face was full of wickedness. Do not worry. We will ensure your safety. Several men in black suits came out from the bushes. Everyone looked so serious that they were untouchable. This situation was like Jun Wu was being ambushed. Cheng Su seemed to be making a veiled threat. As long as the intern did not act too stupid, nothing would happen. Jun Wu would play this game with him. Let us see. Is AT worth observing? Jun Wu went inside the dungeon alone. That is right. There is something. Suddenly, he stood still, silently looking ahead. There were already people inside, blocking all escape routes. At this moment, Cheng Su walked in. Hey kid, you are making too much trouble. AIT should have been enough to just lock me up. Let me make it clear to you. This is all your fault. Jun Wu remained calm. Oh. Just now you were offering to let me observe the hunt, but now you are trying to double-cross me. In any situation, people like Cheng Su like to show off. This time, I have brought enough elite ranks. Ada won't be as easy as last time. In return, Jun Wu gave a contemptuous smile, using the excuse of a hunt observation assignment to throw someone into a dungeon, then eliminate them afterward. Ada seems Director Siak Du likes this trick, using the dungeon as a means to kill people. If an intern acts foolishly and causes an accident, The police can't do anything about A-Tai. Right. And if you conveniently throw the body to the monsters, there won't even be any evidence left. Cheng Su maintained a calm demeanor. You understand pretty well. Now Jun Wu revealed his true self. But listen here. Director Huang, do you know where the weapon I used to use is? I can take care of the rest. But it'll be difficult without A-Tai. Juik hesitated and said, if I tease your weapon. Commander, do you think this situation only applies to me? The expression on Cheng Su's face changed as if he had been discovered. Jun Wu equipped the persona weapon. Do you really think this many people can defeat me? There were only 8 bullets left in the gun. Suddenly, the corners of Cheng Su's mouth slightly curled up. He smiled as if he would hold the whole world in his hands. Seriously, with such an old weapon, you think you can fight me and all of Acre's elite hunters? That is crazy. Jun Wu did not say anything, but that did not mean he did not hate AT. This guy is really getting on my nerves. Cheng Su was still smiling, not paying attention to anyone. AT's being stored at the headquarters of the Supernatural Dimension Management Association, but with its significant symbolic importance. AAT's not something you can just take. Jun Wu sighed. Really? Can't I even get my own things as I please? New IT. I was not wrong. You really are not ordinary. Jun Wu stopped. Why are you suddenly? Cheng Su returned to his serious demeanor. Now, let us get to the main point. Jun Wu asked. The main point. What do you mean? Cheng Su's way of speaking was not the same as before. Have you ever thought about working with me? Jun Wu was stunned. Wait. What are you talking about? Cheng Su explained in more detail. What else? I am saying, let us overthrow Seek-Du together. The more Jun Wu heard, the more confused he became. Heavens, I completely did not expect this. Sometime before, at Seek-Du's office, the assistant came to report the situation. I have checked branch manager Huang's location. AT seems he is on his way to the dungeon. After thinking ATU Veach, Juik did not want to hide AT. The person in charge there right now is Executive Director Seok-Du, but Jun Wu became much more positive. Our little brother. As you instructed, I have prepared all the documents. The specially selected student will be recorded as deceased due to an accident during a 5 exercise because of reckless behavior. About that, Seok-Du reminded. Change the wording a bit. Instead, say that because of the student's reckless behavior, the 5 exercise failed, and everyone died. Then Seok-Du confided. Branch manager Huang. Although he seems like that on the outside, he is a very diligent person. In 15 years, he has done what he said he would do, always following orders without questioning anything. But in the 2 years after that, he seemed a bit hesitant. I mean, the practical exam, when Unche was still a freshman. Since then, branch manager Wang has been secretly preparing step by step to make the Acres headquarters in Seoul independent. He does not even know that someone put him in that position. The assistant was a bit curious. But, is not there anyone who can do as good a job as the branch manager? Anyway, Seok-Du had to admit one thing. Yes, he is the most capable person. However, if we leave him alone, one day, he will betray us first. What is the point of having sharp fangs if they bite their own master? Then that is great. He is loyal to me. The assistant asked. So, should I give the order to them in Fa? Seok-Du shook his head. No need. I have taken care of that. Just focus on the next steps. And now, only Seok-Du was left with the setting sun. Whenever we look, the sky is always so beautiful, built up little by little from scratch. Can all of this exist if he is gone? AT's been 40 years since his death, but the foundation Jun Wu left behind is still strong enough to shape this entire society. AT's no exaggeration to say that his soul lingers in all of this. Perhaps there is no one in this world who can replace him. At that time, Jun Wu had said, "You will never be like me." That saying had followed Seok-Du until now. 42 years. Has AT been that long? AT won't be long now. A voice came out from the communication device. Them and Fee's attack failed. A fight is unavoidable. Seok-Du held IT in his hand. Juik knew what the situation would be. Commander, that little brother, the one who used to believe in you and follow you, is now one of the people who will be least happy about your return. Have erased the Arc usage records. Eliminate them, at any cost. Back to the time when Jun Wu was discussing things with Cheng Su. Can that be done so suddenly? Did not you say you were going to eliminate me under Seok Du's orders? But now you want to work together. Cheng Su had already made up his mind. Listen here, kid. I have been preparing for a long time to make the branch in Seoul independent. I am too tired of always cleaning up other people's messes. And above all, I hate the way that bastard works. But guess what? Seok Du already knows. Maybe Jun Wu should listen for a while longer. Cheng Su had calculated everything. Now there are two choices. Either I clean up that garbage until I die, or I die while cleaning up that garbage. Jun Wu asked directly. So, you are saying you are going to attack Seok Du before he can do the same to you? Cheng Su was slightly surprised. Is 80 that obvious? Were not you also using bait because you wanted to get something out of him? Jun Wu had given so many ways. Nothing was going well. Wu Shik had a suggestion. No, listen to me more. Coincidentally, Executive Director Seok Du's granddaughter also attends this school. He dotes on his granddaughter and can't say no to her. Let us work together. It was clear that Jun Wu was sticking to his principles more or less. The head of the country's #1 association, lowering himself to cooperate with an ordinary high school student. Is not that a bit degrading? Cheng Su tried to persuade him. An ordinary high school student. If you can find a high school student who knows they are alone but still walks into death, bring them here. Jun Wu was speechless. If you have already said that, then I do not know what else to say. Confusion appeared when Cheng Su said, Actually, no matter how I think about I do not think I can kill you. Jun Wu stared in disbelief. You are being that blunt. Cheng Su sighed. If you work in this long enough, you will gradually get a feeling. Who is worth trading with, and who is not. So, what are you going to do? It's time to make a decision. Jun Wu just smiled. He returned the other person's handshake. This way might be promising for Jun Wu. Granddaughter. Oh. About what you just said. Suddenly, Jun Wu pulled Cheng Su down forward. It was to avoid a laser beam from the opposite side. That created an explosion that shook the entire dungeon. Jun Wu said, It seems your subordinates have not been informed. This was the moment when the subordinate relayed the message to the device outside. The Manhwa has failed. A fight is unavoidable. Yes. I understand. Cheng Su did not think he would be ambushed like this. These dog bastards. This lineup made Jun Wu a little worried. Damn this is dangerous. So you are saying that approaching his granddaughter might be a way to solve this problem? Wu Shik did not think I tie through. Well, I am not too sure. But every single one of them was carefully selected by the enemy. Dealing with them one by one would be possible, but 10 at once was impossible. Jun Wu spoke up with enthusiasm. Well then, I like the idea of attacking Seok Du. But, on the condition that you follow my orders. Cheng Su felt It was quite interesting. You can still talk in this situation. For some reason, thinking about himself and this kid being on the same side made him believe that there was no way he could lose. Struggling to get up in Cheng Su's triumphant mood. Seriously, these kids these days have no respect for their elders. Jun Wu saw someone rushing towards him. That is what I mean. Just in time, he equipped the persona weapon. It was a type of bullet that had the effect of freezing the opponent. Having a way is better than Jun Wu finding it himself. Alright, I will have to try ATO. What is her name? Wu Shik gave a suggestion. I believe you have seen her before. You mentioned the subjugation location near the Gan University Hospital intersection. Right. Jun Wu acted like a gentleman and repeated Cheng Su's words. Seriously, kids these days have no manners at all. Evening in a small forest. Zhang Yin arrived here as instructed. Let us see. The coordinates are. Seems to be somewhere around here. Going back to when Zhang Yin received the message. So the director's saying, he wants me to secretly follow Jun Wu tomorrow and keep an eye on him. Wu Sik instructed quite thoroughly. Yes. I am counting on you. Remember to control the situation. Some unexpected things might happen. It seems like you already know. But it's not that we are worried about Jun Wu's safety. If he goes overboard, try to stop him if possible. Zhang Yin sees this as a piece of cake. Go overboard? As if he has never done that before. Found AT. Looks like that is the meeting point. Giants peeking from behind. Is not that the dungeon cave? That is exactly Yun Che, who Jun Wu had met. Even Ian too. No way. Is AT really the meeting point? Cyan even said she had intel. Why are they negotiating at the dungeon cave? And Jian and Hyan started talking nonstop. Wait a minute. There are people nearby. Where did those guys come from? 1, 2, 3. There are at least 15 of them. But wait. Where's Jun Wu? Did he go inside the dungeon cave? Let us just go in there too. Are you crazy? Can't you see those guys are guarding the entrance? Just take them down and go in. What is there to be afraid of? Hey, who are you calling scared? I mean, we should not stir up trouble unnecessarily. Jian said warily. Can you two calm down? We will all get caught. Jian winked repeatedly. You are too loud. You are making Sunbae angry. Ian was speechless. You were the one who started yelling. Looks like Zhang Ian should shut up and go in alone. I have been monitoring the situation in the gym through the app, and told them to call the police immediately if anything strange happened. But I did not expect them to actually follow me all the way here. Zhang Ian thought he should take a more advantageous position. All right. Stop arguing. We do not know what is going to happen yet. AT's too dangerous to rush into a fight now. Ian was a little startled. So you are saying we should just sit here and wait? Ada seems Jian saw someone on the other side. Few drops of sweat fell on his face. Yunche is Sick Du's granddaughter. Wushik still did not know anything. Yes. That is right. Is there a problem? AT's uncle Seoja. Zhangyan asked curiously. You know him. You could say he is quite close to Jian. He is in my dad's organization. He has worked with my dad for a long time. They are very close. Jian started to suspect. So those guys are also members of the Acres Association. I have a bad feeling about this. Huh. What is wrong? The men in black suddenly ran back into the dungeon cave. Zhang Ayin was shocked. They all went inside. Ayin was worried about her friend. But do something. What if something happens to Jun Wu in there? Without knowing what she was thinking, Jian bravely stepped forward. There is no other choice. I will go in there, pretend I accidentally got lost, and then ask what is going on. Jian stopped her. Wait. AT's too dangerous. Who knows what they will do to you? Jian was confident in herself. A's okay. I know them. We are pretty close. One of them even gave me a laptop when I entered the academy. Uncle CJ. Regret filled Jun Wu's heart. I am done for. I went crazy when I saw that terrible public subjugation, so I scolded them. Wushik stopped. Huh. He said sternly. Why are you here? Jian put on a pitiful look. I got lost while hiking, and then Ada got so dark, so I got scared. I am so glad I found you here. But Uncle CJ, why are you here? That place looks like a dungeon. Are you on a mission? CJ received a call. Wait a minute. Jian, this is Bravo, reporting an unexpected situation. Director Huang's daughter is here. What? But she is a high school student. No, sir. Understood. After ending the call, Sujay used lightning magic to paralyze Jian with binding rope. A subordinate beside him asked, What is this kid doing here? COJ explained. She is Director Wang's daughter. I do not know how she found this place. AT seems like her father did not tell her. Never mind. I will take care of things here, so hurry up and go. The situation seems serious. Jian struggled. Uncle Seokjae. Sujay even wanted to use lightning strike. Tadamedi, why are you here? Are you trying to make me the biggest bastard in the world? But he could not act. You did not injure anyone or anything. Did you? Jun Wu did not hit people for no reason. I'm not crazy. A long metal bar pierced straight through CJ's hand. What the hell? The person who did this was Ayan. Using fire magic, she used the blue flame strike, punching COJ straight in the face, sending him flying into a rough sea near the dungeon cave. Perhaps Ayan was very brave. She seemed confident. So I predicted this would happen. Subordinates helped him up. Are you okay? Vice Chief, COJ felt pain all Lu VD. By any means, do not let those brats escape. Today's incident must not leak o. They are using great hammer weapons. These little punks are gutsy, daring to go up against the hammer squad. There are only 2 of them. Is that all? Do not need to call anyone out from inside. Zhang Ayan warned. Remember to be careful. They are fighting seriously. Ayan will also fight. Then I will fight seriously too. The crowd charged. All right. Let us see what you are made of. Ultimate skill. Thunderclap. I got too heated, said a few words, and left. A strike like the heavens descending directly towards Zhongyan. Just in time he managed to escape. If that hit me, I would have been reincarnated. Gotta be more careful. This time Zhongyan charged into battle, but that was to distract the opponent, giving Heian the opportunity to attack. A sudden wind appeared from behind. The wind blade released by that guy was extremely sharp. If hit by this, she might be cut in half. Of the frying pan, into the fire. The opponent's ultimate skill, critical blow, was about to be unleashed. Perfect positioning. Jun Wu had never felt so terrible and frustrated. He used all his strength to execute this move. Fortunately, Zhong Aiyan appeared in time. At the same time, Aiyan used fire magic plus the blue flame shockwave. Level 3. A pretty perfect combination between the two. Absolutely struck the opponent too perfectly. Aiyan escaped the pursuit of death. His comrades ran Druid with panicked faces. Impossible. We are all professional hunters. How could this be? Who are these little punks? After Zhong Heian and Aiyan defeated one of them, the other one was flustered. Panicking. Oh dear. I do not know. He gritted his teeth anxiously. This is terrible. They dodged the wind blade and blocked the blow with just one arm. Are they really high school students? ATs like they are mercenaries raised by some mysterious organization. Aiyan intended to strike quickly and win. If I tease 2 against 1, we can win. Take him down. Sunbai. Do not let your guard down, Aiyan. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? The guy who heard AT thought to himself, I have already used all my skills. Even if I call for reinforcements now, I won't be able to hold O until then. Damn I give up. Suddenly a voice rang O. Wait. Causing the guy to be startled. But then he smiled smugly. Behind Aiyan and Zhong Heian, a hand using lightning subsystem magic was silently approaching. He held his hand O in front of Wu Shik. Unexpectedly, lightning pillars appeared, surrounding Aiyan and Zhong Heian. What is this? Do not touch Aiyan. What do you know? Is this the first time you have seen this skill? This skill is not suitable for conquest, so I rarely use AT. Seek J continued to threaten. AT takes time to activate. At most AT can only trap 1 or 2 small monsters. Blue level and higher level monsters will break IT anyway, so AT is considered useless. But AT is very effective when used with people. Is not AT? Aiyan was annoyed. I should have made sure you could not wake up. The subordinate at this time turned to praise Seok J. Thank you. Vice Director, you saved me, Seok J reminded him. I let my guard down because I thought they were just high school students. From now on we have to be more careful. By the way, Director Wong Cheng Su's daughter seems to have run away. He's okay. She can't run far. I will ask the Thim at the foot of the mountain to look for her. Aiyan thought Jian had run away, so she was very dissatisfied. You caused this mess and then ran away alone. Coward. On the contrary, Zhong Heian was very worried about his junior. Jian. Be safe. Suddenly, summoning subsystem magic was displayed. Jian riding on the monster. Rushed UV. He stared intently without understanding anything, causing the guy to not have time to react. Falling back into the lightning pillar, making the light on A to glare very dazzlingly. Jian was sweating profusely. Who said I ran away? Aiyan and her senior were surprised. What have you been doing all this time? Shut up. I was hiding to wait for the paralysis to wear off. Okay. Seeing the situation was not good, Seek J used lightning subsystem magic aimed directly at Jian. Jian was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The energy from the magic radiated through the ground. But then she quickly regained her composure, riding the beast through the magic streams, straight to Seok J. Beast that Jian rode on quickly captured Seok J. Not long ago, you could not use summoning magic or Bai-Dech skills. You have been practicing hard, have not you? Do not talk nonsense. Quickly release Zhong Heian and Aiyan. What do you need? Jun Wu beckoned. What else? The application form. Seek J did not accept AT, so he intended to make conditions. A little difficult. His resistant attitude made Jian annoyed. The energy rays on the pillars were connecting with each other, causing the distance between the pillars to be shortened. AT's getting narrower, getting closer to Aiyan. What have you done? Simple. If you do not surrender within 3 minutes, those two will be crushed by the lightning pillars and die a painful death. To be clear, Even if you try to threaten, torture, or do anything, I won't cancel the skill. You see, I am helpless too. Zhang Haiyan called Ji Yun. Ji Yun, break AT. Okay. Sick J stopped him. Can't do a. The lightning pillar uses mana that has been accumulated to maintain for 10 minutes. Do you really think I won't have any precautions? If you destroy 80, you will lose the only way to disable the skill. If you do not believe me, just try 8. Wushik suddenly froze. Application form, Jun Wu nodded. Yeah. Hurry up and bring AT here. Ji Yun, I am sorry for everything I did to you just now. I never wanted to kill you. Really? If you surrender, I guarantee you and your friends will be safe. Okay. If 80 goes on like this, your friends will die. Is that okay with you? Ji Yun concentrated on thinking for a while. Seeing this, Sick J thought Ji Yun had softened. That is right. Ji Yun, you made the right choice. But unexpectedly, Ji Yun not only did not soften but also kicked the guy painfully. Now cancel the summoning magic. The guy screamed in pain. Ji Yun moved closer to her teammates. What? I thought he was lying, but this skill really can't be disabled. What now? We are really gonna die. Let me save you. What kind of method? I am going to use my summoning magic to pull that pillar O. Suddenly the guy stopped him. Ignorant. Do you think the summoned spirit beast is a robot that you just need to press a button and AT will do as you want? The moment AT bites into the pillar, AIT will be electrocuted, as if IT will listen to you. You said AT earlier. My weapon is currently owned by Sikdu, the director of support. Do not underestimate me. Is my summoning magic that weak? Moreover, I am not giving orders. Let me take care of AT myself. The mana of the summoner has been linked to the summoned spirit beast, controlling the movement of the summoned spirit beast. Seek J was now panicked. That mana link is a technique that takes many years to master. How is that possible? Ji Yun's beast came forward to gnaw at the pillars with electric sparks. AT tried its best to break them. Zhang Haiyan and Ayun kept shouting. Ji Yun, is that okay? You have to do AT. Otherwise what? I am trying to concentrate. Ji Yun's face was serious, not negligent. She poured all the energy she had to continue feeding the beast, helping A to destroy the lightning pillar. Thanks to that, the beast became stronger, breaking the pillar in an instant. Seek J stood aside dumbfounded. She really disabled the lightning pillar by force. And to get AT back, first you need to approach Siek Du's granddaughter, Goanche, who is attending this school. In that case, there is only one option. She used to be just a shadow of her father. What exactly has she been doing in the past few months? Not giving Seok Jae a chance to escape. Zhang Haiyan came forward to threaten him with a sharp weapon stabbing straight at his neck. All right. I lost. Seok Jae's ending was being tied up with his two subordinates. Well, is this the end? Let us just consider this an expensive lesson about society. In this world, if you do not stab others in the back, you won't be able to survive, Ji Yun said bluntly. So what? I live my way. Understand. Do not drag innocent people into your dirty game. Old man, hey Ji Yun. Do something. Let us go. Then, she and her two teammates left. Ada seems like Jun Wu is still inside the dungeon. A geepy rup of hunters just rushed in there not long ago. Overreacting has become Wu Shik's nature. No. But, enrolling at this age, Jun Wu did not understand at all. What do you mean by that age? He explained. If you had lived on that day, you would be 80 years old now. Do you think Jun Wu will be okay? Ayun calmly. Of course he will be okay. If anything happens, we should worry about the others. Hurry up. This time it is our turn to help Jun Wu. The three of them went lead-dip inside the cave. We do not have this chance every day. Inside, a crowd of people rushed away. Go forward. Do not let him escape. They used lightning meteor subsystem magic, fire annihilation magic, aiming straight at the target ahead, creating a terrifying explosion. Faintly there was a shadow in the thick black smoke. That was none other than Jun Wu. He raised his gun to fight. The bullets came flying, piercing through the crowd. Jun Wu took the opportunity to run to. You are already nearing your 40s. How are you going to integrate with today's kids? Even with a doomed body, Just eating together will make you stand, oh, because of the musty old smell emanating from within. AT's too obvious. Either the kids will bully you, or you will bully them. AT can only be one of the two. He gave a smug smile, gently touching those men in black. They fell to the ground. Then he turned and left. Damn A. What kind of guns are those? The bullets that Jun Wu used were timeout bullets, a type of non-lethal bullet designed for personas. The target hit by the bullet will be paralyzed and unable to move. AT has a weakness that the firing range is only 1 meter, so AT can only be used at close range, but AT is no problem for small targets. The crowd was still not subdued, wanting to continue to destroy Jun Wu. But unexpectedly, Jun Wu's energy just surpassed everything. Jun Wu also quickly slipped through. Jun Wu's emotions were a mix of anger and shame. Who said I am going there to make friends? I will quit as soon as I get the weapon. Juik sighed. You are always so determined. Catch him. Catch him. Jun Wu was surrounded with no way back. The gun has been arranged to aim straight at Jun Wu. That is AT. You bastard. The bullet came flying to Jun Wu, making him panic, not having time to react. Fortunately, with just a teepee goat of his body, he was able to dodge. Damn A. He just dodged a sniper shot. What are you doing standing there dumbfounded? The crowd continued to attack with energy. Jun Wu not only dodged smoothly, but also pushed the guy away, making him fall painfully. Commander, Jun Wu smirked. That is why I died before you guys. Right. Not stopping there, Jun Wu lifted one of his feet, then pulled with the strongest intensity. His face at that time was without emotion. In an instant, all CV9 of them. This is not good. Let us retreat. Suddenly a cold gaze looked at them from behind. A giant bear came out. Wong Cheng Su appeared from somewhere. Maybe I do not need to interfere. But you guys are an eyesore. The bear used its sharp claws, beating the crowd into a mess. The rocks from the battle flew everywhere. Call for help immediately. Hurry up. Crowd was finally destroyed. I never thought these guys would dare to betray me. Then Wu Shik took a paper for specially admitted students. Wong Cheng Su said to Jun Wu, this is why you should not recruit these guys. AT's a waste of effort to teach them. Only to be stabbed in the back like this. AT seems that Go Seok Do has realized that the head of the department has tried to strike first. Anyway, that old man is definitely very quick-witted. Wong Cheng Su thought to himself. Also, Bravo has also switched sides. AT means that Seok has also betrayed us. That bastard. Suddenly, a sword pierced through. The giant bear slowly fell in front of Wong Cheng Su. Its head fell off its body. Blood flowed profusely. What is this? Who exactly is Ada? The assassin slowly emerged. She was covered from head to toe. Jun Wu was alert. She is also from Acres. No, I have never met her before. Ada seems like she is a mercenary hired specifically by Go Seok Do. I only asked for one thing. Please do not be too hard on the kids. Jun Wu replied for the sake of time. I won't be hard on them. Do you think I am a gangster or something? To cut down my mountain king in one blow. I think we need to be a little more careful. Careful with people. Director. Look back at what he said. Who is worried about whom? Jun Wu quickly checked his weapons. 3 bullets left. If IT's not resolved here, then this will be troublesome. The only way is to end AT as quickly as possible. I will block her attack. Then I will assist and find the opening. Jun Wu charged up to attack. The female assassin used combat subsystem missed blade weapons. The two sides just poured all their strength. Jun Wu was planning how to make her unable to swing her sword anymore. As soon as the gun pointed straight at the opponent, Jun Wu did not hesitate to miss the opportunity. Just one shot. He aimed and fired decisively, pouring all his strength to not let the female assassin escape. Yet Wu Shik avoided answering. Even if they do something that makes you uncomfortable, please try to overlook it as much as possible. Jun Wu had to consider the situation. That, we will see. But unexpectedly, that woman used her sword to block Jun Wu's attack. This guy, the muzzle is right on the bridge of his nose. Then she built momentum, sending Jun Wu flying away. Despite Jun Wu struggling with all his might, seizing the opportunity, the female assassin rushed up to kill Jun Wu. Suddenly she hesitated. On alert, an explosion occurred on the giant Russ. The unexpected explosion made both sides pause. A monster covered in flames secretly appeared behind the female assassin. AT opened its mouth, spewing fierce flames. and the woman had to quickly flee. She discovered that the monster was ordered by Wong Cheng Su. Reincarnated, Juik seemed like a righteous headmaster. I am serious. Today's kids are fragile. If you manage them the way you managed us, they won't survive. Jun Wu turned red with annoyance. I said, I know, do not nag me. Without waiting any longer, she used the mist blade and the assassination technique from the shadows to rise up. Just like that, she blended into the darkness. What just happened? She disappeared. Jun Wu quickly realized, and he warned Wong Cheng Su. Chief, get out of the way. The female assassin was now standing right behind Cheng Su, preparing to eliminate him. Chief Wong was fatally struck by that woman, leaving him no chance to resist. Wong Cheng Su died instantly. Now only Jun Wu faced the female assassin. This is a big problem. Chief Wong Cheng Su was stabbed, and there is only one bullet left. I can't think of a way. The next day at school, a bold plan appeared in Jun Wu's mind. How about killing her? Thick smoke poured covering the surrounding space. Jun Wu decisively did not let that woman escape. What the hell is going on here? A kid who has not even wiped his nose yet blocked all my attacks, and he is using that garbage gun. Am I dreaming or something? She slashed dangerously, but luckily Jun Wu dodged Then he turned around, delivering a straight kick to the opponent, causing her to wince in pain, suddenly exposing an opening. Was she thinking too much? Turned out that her name was Jung Haekyung, a freelance hunter not belonging to any association or guild. Jun Wu stood in front of the classroom door. Classy of the first year. Here is. She usually takes on dangerous missions of C rank or higher, but she also accepts some requests from individuals. The current mission is one of them. High pay, not too difficult. She only had to deal with a retired gang manager and a high school student with no backing. Depending on the situation, she might not even need to take action. But the situation had completely changed. The person standing in front of her was not easy to deal with, but a real opponent she had to defeat with her strength. User, Hunter Jung Haekyung, a level skill access activated. Ultimate skill. Sea Mist. Jun Wu also did not let his guard down, but was always actively judging and deducing Jung Haekyung's moves. A dense fog so thick that nothing could be seen. Here, everyone becomes blind. Without exception, but I can see the sound of a weapon tightening, the sound of the left foot slightly twitching. Although he was determined, now that he was about to step in, he felt quite nervous. Even the faintest breath, every sound she makes becomes my eyes. Jung Haekyung rushed out from the mist. She used the ultimate skill Death Shadow Strike. Jun Wu was still very calm, not at all flustered. I will finish you off before you even realize you have been hit. It's been a long time. A slash pierced through Jun Wu's shadow hidden behind the fog. Jung Haekyung was startled and panicked. What is this? Ada feels like I did not hit anything. At that time, Jun Wu slowly stepped forward, catching the female assassin unprepared. Well, anyway, Juik has already spoken up to ask, so I have to try to avoid drawing attention until I find a way to approach Yun-che. She thought Jun Wu was behind her, so she decisively swung her sword. But when she turned around, there was no one. Is that kid playing tricks? In this fog that obscures my eyes. The finishing punch went straight to Jung Haekyung. This time she had no way to retreat and took the full punch. When she managed to regain her senses, Jun Wu had also disappeared. Jung Haekyung was confused and panicked. She recalled her conversation with her master. Did he mean that his sea mist was not effective? Yes. At first I thought AT would work, but in just a blink of an eye, they read the flow of movement of the mist and sound. The senses that I have trained my whole life were surpassed in just a few minutes. A girl's voice came from behind. What are you doing? I felt like my whole life was denied. Haekyung exclaimed in admiration. I did not expect there to be such an extraordinary person. Who exactly is he? To break this move, you have to reach that level, he said, pointing to the statue. Eta was a statue of Jun Wu. Anyway, I do not want to go through that again. That mist, which should have been my own battlefield. Back to the present. Haekyung was now standing in front of that thick mist, and at that moment, AT turned into the most dangerous place in the world. No, AT's impossible. 10 years. I spent 10 years just to learn this feeling. But a kid like him, do not tell me Kim Jun-woo was really reincarnated. Unreasonable. She continuously swung her sword at the shadow looming behind the fog. Impossible. No matter how many times you swing, no one will get hit. Why are you standing right in front of the door? If you are not going in, then move aside. I heard that this feeling is not something everyone can learn. How could a child like him feel this? While Heikyung was confused, Jun Wu attacked from behind, kicking her hard, sending Heikyung flying away, falling to the ground. But she quickly got up. He looked like he had tried his best to hide his presence, even holding his breath. But in this vibrating air, 8 is useless. Right? He is not just listening to the sound, but also feeling the vibrations in the air. This is the realm that my master once aspired to. Heikyung seemed helpless. For some reason, Jun Wu felt flustered. I am about to go in. Not using skills anymore. Was she planning to surrender or something? No. I just want to admit that I am at a disadvantage in the mist. So now who do you think has the advantage? You will soon find. Heikyung charged with her sharp sword attacking Jun Wu. Jun Wu also used his weapon to resist. No matter who he is, I only have one choice now. I have to bet everything on this moment. After thinking atu Veach, Heikyung raised her sword straight towards Jun Wu. Jun Wu still dodged, not wanting to get hurt, then kicked her in the back. Jun Wu had his gun grabbed by the opponent. Suddenly, the other person got closer to him. What? I suspected it. If you are holding a gun, you should shoot, not swing at like a stick. At's like you are saving the last bullet. Heikyung used the tip of her sword to stab into the firing mechanism. The last bullet exploded. The remaining number of bullets has reached ZR. That was your last bullet. Right. Now you do not have to worry about pulling the trigger anymore. Prepare yourself, kid. Jun Wu was not worried at all, but explained the problem with kids these days. The gun was reloaded in an instant. Jun Wu quickly returned fire. Heikyung did not understand what was happening. They think they know everything. A Yun stared with sharp eyes and said, You? Are you? The dog from yesterday. Consuming the emotion of the performer. Heikyung fell right in front of Jun Wu. Suddenly he felt dizzy in his head. The dizziness made him scream in pain. The abnormal weapon that Goanche used. If you use rare bullets, you won't be punished. But when you run out of bullets, the penalty will appear. The type of emotion-consuming bullet. Goanche used them like regular bullets. Sound came. At turned to that Wong Cheng Su was still not dead. Chief, if you had that, you should have used it sooner. You are lucky to still be alive. Oh well. Temporarily alive. Ada sounded like Jun Wu was being cursed. Yesterday, things still had not stopped when the soldiers from Bravo rushed in. Found him. They surrounded Jun Wu. Bravo. The target has been surrounded. Them and Fa has all retreated. Damn I forgot about them. Bravo. Let's see. 15. No. About 20 people. Even if I am good at fighting, it's impossible to fight that many people at this time. If I had known this, I would have brought Wusik with me. I really do not want to become a heartless, sick person. There is no other way. Combat Enhancement Project. Spiked barrage. Finally, a Yun sneaked in to go into the classroom. I heard that a specially admitted student is being transferred today, but I did not expect the dog from yesterday to show up. Suddenly, a blue energy erupted. Bei Wusik. That bastard. I told him not to say AT, but he insisted. A Yun's Jurepi managed to arrive to help. What the hell? What is with these bastards? Counterattack. Counterattack. Zhang Ayan instructed his subordinates. Do not confront them directly. Quickly pull Jun Wu out of here as quickly as possible. I will open the way. Chang Su wondered about the appearance of a Yun's Gieb Arif. What is this? Did you call them here? Are you crazy? Bringing these kids into a dangerous place. And you are talking like a 70 or 80-year-old grandfather. Huang's Cheng Su thought to himself. Anyway, that one-armed kid is even stronger than the last time I saw him. At this rate, in a few years, he might even reach the level of the legendary hunter Kim Chung-hoon. And that other kid too. Luckily they were not wearing arc armor at that time. Otherwise AT would have been tiring to really fight. 8 is all gone. Is this because of that guy? But whatever. AT's not my by D-net, but Jun Wu needed to know the answer. Hey, that is why I am asking. What do you mean by the dog from yesterday? At that moment, A soldier on the other side rushed UV with a sharp weapon, aiming straight at Cheng Su. He seemed motionless in place, unable to react in time. Someone activated an explosion again, blocking that soldier. Sharp claws appeared. This time AT was the beast that Jiyan rode on. She asked, Jun Wu, are you okay? What Jiyan did not expect was that her father was also present. The two father and daughter were stunned when they saw each other. Why are you here? And what about you, Dad? Why are you here? Do not tell me you are also involved in this. Do you still say that after seeing me like this? Let us get out of here for now. I will support you. Jun Wu. Be careful. The wound is serious. Cheng Su was dazed for a while. And what about that woman? What? She finished talking and just left. Jun Wu was carrying Hekyung on his shoulder. Oh well. I have some net with her. Damn A. Do not let anyone escape. As long as one of them escapes, we are doomed. Seeing the situation was not good, Jiyan used magic, controlling the beast to stop the crowd. Cheng Su was stunned by his daughter, activating the magic link. If you have time to talk, worry about running away. Seeing his daughter was worried about him, he did not say anything more. UV the past few years. I have prepared thoroughly for the separation of the Acres Sul branch. I cut off relations with my younger brother, divorced my wife, and cut off all post-unary contacts. From then on, my life revolved around escaping from Goanche. The only person left by my side, my daughter, seemed to have tried to help me as much as possible, but time was short and everything had to be perfect. I did not even have time to hope or care for her growth. While I neglected my role as a father, Jiyan grew up on her own. You have always carried everything alone. You have been through a lot. Really, these kids nowadays. I once hoped to hear that sentence from my dad. But now, hearing AT does not even resonate anymore. Cheng Su could only sigh. Soon they reached the exit. Catch them. Damn A. At least catch one of them. At this rate, we will be caught. I will try to hold them back. A Yun was about to risk her life, but Zhang Haiyan stopped her. She used infinite blue flames, sending those guys flying far away. That should be enough. Run quickly, Zhang Haiyan urged. I am coming. But unexpectedly, a Yun was caught by a guy. She has been caught. When Jun Wu had only just stepped near the classroom door, everyone immediately turned around. Ah Yun. He held a knife to a Yun's neck. Everyone stand still. Take one more step and I will slash her. Put the arc down on the ground. Raise your hands. Immediately, a bullet flew piercing his shoulder. The shooter was none other than Jun Wu, probably because AT's hard to aim while holding a heavy object. I was aiming for the head. There were already tons of stares directed at him. Countless whispers of judgment appeared. That guy is the person from yesterday. That guy. Yesterday The attitude that Jun Wu saw was exactly the same as the person from just now. What is going on? Today is my first time coming here. But why does everyone look at me like they have seen me before? Am I imagining things? Whatever. Just ignore AT. I thought the Hunter Academy would be special. But turns out AT's more ordinary than I thought. I even thought everyone would bring their own weapons. Where should I sit? The bouquet that Wu Shik sent was placed on Jun Wu's desk with the message, "Congratulations on your enrollment." Jun Wu suddenly felt strange. What is this? Is AT normal to give this for enrollment? Wu Shik, this guy is not trying to draw attention on purpose. Is he? What am I going to do with the bouquet? I can't eat AT. These 3 games are just a waste of resources and money. He had only just sat down when he heard cursing from outside the door. This teacher. He is acting like I am a burden to the school. He called me to school first thing in the morning. What a pain in the ass. Entering the class after that made the entire classroom fall silent. Just by looking, Jun Wu could guess his nature. One of those kids who thinks he is the boss in the class. How pathetic. That reckless personality was sure to make Ju Seok notice the new student. He gave a sinister smile, liking to joke. Oh my god, who is this? You are the dog from yesterday. Right. I am right. The guy who caused trouble with Yun Che during the public hunt. So you are the specially admitted student that everyone's been talking about. Jun Wu still used polite words. How did you know? Ju Seok laughed. You do not know. Your clip was uploaded and spread all Veep social media. I bet everyone in this school has seen AT. Jun Wu was trying to understand today's era. Clip. Social media. I do not really understand. I guess AT means spread widely. No wonder those kids were like that earlier. While talking, Juseok hit him on the head. Anyway. This kid. Well done. You publicly caused trouble like that with Yun Che. And not only are you a specially admitted student, but you are also in Class E. Oh my god. You are the best of the best. Very. Nice to meet you. Well, you know who I am too. Right. I am Juseok. Wu Shik's words appeared in his head. Even if they do something that makes you uncomfortable, then try to overlook a T. Consider that he will close his eyes and respond to the handshake. Jun Wu. Juseok laughed sarcastically just because of a title. Seriously. This guy's name is Jun Wu. Your grandparents must be really old. They thought that naming you like that would make you a top hunter or something. Seriously. So funny. Nice to meet you, meme Jun Wu. Let us hang out together from now on. His two personalities wanted to switch places. Hold back. Try to suppress AT. Juseok changed the subject. Well, what do you think of her up close? Look at you. You are too dazed. I am talking about Yun Che. Her figure is too good. Right. Her face is not bad either. She is pleasing to the eye. Well, her grandfather is a director somewhere. I forget. That is probably why her personality is so crude. If IT was not for that personality, she would be my ideal muse. Wait. Hold on. Oops. Wrong. Those eyes look a bit like a shrew. If only they could be fixed. Next to him, Yun could not hold back. Do not go too far. That also made Juseok fed up. Really? What is AT now? Is AT you again? This is not the first time Yun has dared to say these words. Why do not you go look in the mirror? With that face, you are presuming to judge other people's appearances. Juseok's veins popped on his face. This kid has lost her mind. I have let AT slide a few times. Do you want to go further now? Huh. Yun only said what she thought. What is there to push? We are all lowly class E scum. Juseok is arrogant first and narcissistic second. Do not tell me you think you and I are on the same level. I'm from Class B. There is nothing for Yun to admire. Oh. Then you got points deducted for using skills poorly and got demoted to Class E. That is a big achievement. Speaking of which, your father's connections are really good. Without them, you would have been expelled a long time ago. Unable to argue back, Juseok used violence. You dog. You bastard. Strong words aside. After all, Yun is also a girl. One thing for Juseok and everyone here is absurd. Because he was knocked down. Everyone had to look once and intersperse with Juseok's voice. What? Are you crazy? Meme Jun Wu is this? This might be the biggest blow in Juseok's life. Hey, Meme Jun Wu. Did you just kick me? Jun Wu did not need to be polite to someone like that. What? Do not you know? Do you need me to do AT again? Juseok hugged his humiliation and stood up. Annoyed. The first day of school and you do not know right from wrong. I am going to beat you until you are pulp so you wake up. Right. This joke made Jun Wu unable to suppress his laughter. Oh my god. This kid. Have you ever faced death before that you dare to spout those words? The more he provoked, the more angry Juseok became. What are you barking about, you specially admitted student? Jun Wu dodged that like AT was nothing. What kind of weak punch was that? His left and right sides are wide open. So pathetic. Yubin walks into the classroom to this brawl. What are you kids doing? Juseok knows he can't act. Why does the homeroom teacher always show up at the worst time? I will deal with you later. Jun Wu. Your school life from here on out. I am going to make you go crazy. Just you wait. Word of this also reached Wu Sik. Seriously? You caused this on your first day. Jun Wu had no choice. I barely held myself back. You know, Wu Sik has some things to consider. But I have taken care of things for now. So we should be able to resolve this without involving the school violence committee. The problem is, I do not know how that guy you kicked is going to react. He is the son of Meng Jin, the head of the Korean Subjugation Bureau. Juseok is Meng Jin's youngest son, and he is completely out of control. He always relies on his father's influence. With all the crap he pulls, AT's insane that AT never makes the news. Jun Wu understands but is not scared. So that is why he is like that. Wu Sik is more afraid of him than of the bureau chief. Oh, of everyone to mess with, you had to pick the most troublesome one. Just so you know, if Juik causes trouble and you get into AT with him again, I can't help you. Oh. Jun Wu is tired of hearing the same thing UVA and VA. Yeah. I know. I will take care of AT. He leaves Wu Sik's office with a tired look on his face. Suddenly, a Yun pops up behind him, startling him. Why did you do that? I am talking about Juik. Do not you know who he is? Jun Wu replies nonchalantly. Why would I care? I hate rude kids. What about you? Why did you start something with him? He did not even say anything to you. He just mentioned Yun Che. After saying that, Jun Wu stops to observe. Wait, now that I think about AT, she looks a lot like Yun Che. And her name is Goa Yun. Jun Wu asks, Hey, are you Yun Che's sister? A Yun replies, Yeah. Jun Wu's face lights up. What unexpected luck. If so, then I do not need to find Yun Che directly. I can start here. A Yun has not finished speaking. But I am not her Ryu sister. We have different mothers. I am not even in their family registry. Basically, I am a stranger. Jun Wu switches to another plan. Well, do you have any connection with your grandfather? A Yun is a little unhappy when she answers this. Oh. Our relationship is wonderful. He is the old geezer who removed me from the family registry. All of Jun Wu's hopes might vanish here. A Yun laughs. Wait. You were helping me because you thought I was one of them. Right. Too bad. You probably thought you hit the jackpot with a powerful connection. Yeah, I get 80. A special admissions student like you is basically just prey here. You need someone to rely on more than anyone else. I thought you would be different. But 80 turns out you are just like the others. The kind of trash who only cares about someone's status. Now Jun Wu retorts, You are quick to judge me just because I am a special admissions student, but judging by your focus on status, you do not seem any different. Seriously. What is with all the family background and special admissions stuff at this school full of kids? 80's ridiculous. So ridiculous. A Yun just does not know. Just wait. You will soon realize what a special admissions student really means at this school. Jun Wu leaves. Unconcerned. Oh. Really? How dramatic. A Yun watches his retreating back from a distance. Her face has a hint of repressed resentment. Jun Wu stands in the hallway, looking at the scenery. I thought AT would be easy, but AT's not going smoothly at all. I guess I have to find another way to approach Yun Che. A huge guy stands behind him and growls. Hey, are you the special admissions student from Class E? Jun Wu does not know who he is. So what? There are a few other guys around too. Their faces are just as arrogant as Juik's. They stand around him, trying to block him in. The fat guy points. Come with me. You do not want to get beat up and embarrassed here. Do you? Endure all Jun Wu can think of. This is the academy storage room. They brought Jun Wu here under their boss's orders. The first thing Jun Wu always does is observe. So this is their hangout. To reeks of cigarettes. These kids. Now and then. They are all the same. AT's Juik again. Oh. Jun Wu impersonator. You are here. Before we make unforgettable memories in our school life, I want to ask you something first. What gave a special admissions student like you the nerve to mess with me? AT's so absurd. I thought I was dreaming. Jun Wu can learn without even studying. Seriously. Everywhere I go, AT's always about special admissions students. Honestly, I am more curious about what is so important about AT. Juik scoffs. What? What is so important about AT? This mutt got in with support because of disadvantage, and he thinks he is on par with me. Of course that is a big deal, you maggot dog. If I was not on disciplinary probation, I would have beaten you myself. You should feel lucky. These guys usually know when to stop before things go too far. Go get him. The guy behind him rushes forward at the command. Jun Wu only needs to move his foot slightly to dodge. He slams his butt on the ground with a pained look on his face. Juik is still laughing triumphantly. Oh. You are good at dodging. 2 more guys attack. You cheeky bastard. You special admissions student. Jun Wu needs to dodge first. Do kids these days not even get by-detch fighting skills? The fat guy joins the fight too. You little rat. Charging straight in like that, He gets a head full of shampoo in the face. Jun Wu is not cruel enough to push him back. He lets him lift his own head. That chubby body can't stand up anymore. The other guys stand there frozen, no one moving. Jun Wu taunts, "What is wrong? Why do not you come at me? Are not you guys going to create unforgettable memories for school? If you want to make a scene, you have to make a Ryu scene. You kids." A Yun was walking alone along the school hallway. She still felt uncomfortable after the conversation with Jun Wu, that damn kid. All the talks about family background, and the special admissions in the school full of kids. A Yun thought those talks were so ridiculous, talking that way without knowing anything. Suddenly she heard someone talking from the classroom. "Hey, that special admissions student was called by Jusiok's GA rep." Everyone crowded around and discussed heatedly. He deserves it. His school life is UV now. Completely UV. Is not this the shortest time before dropping O as a special admissions student in history? Did anyone tell the teacher about this? Do you want to be dragged into this by snitching for no reason? A Yun thought this was too normal. As a special admissions student, that is what he gets for acting too arrogant. But Jun Wu's words kept echoing in her head. You are making all these assumptions about me, just because I am a special admissions student. Looks like you guys are no different. Making a fuss about someone's background. A Yun stood still outside the classroom door. Immediately after, she quickly ran. Inside the warehouse, the students also started to become cautious of Jun Wu. Jusiok loudly ordered them. Are you guys kidding me? Do not be scared. Hurry up and take him down. You idiots. Fear was clearly visible on everyone's faces. Jun Wu blankly asked, making a scene just because of a nosebleed. His physical and mental ability is truly at the level of a kid. Juik became even more upset by the encouragement from him. He ordered his partner. Hey, use your skill. The person worriedly answered. If we get caught, we will get expelled. Juik still firmly said. We have to make sure we do not get caught. So those people started wearing a strange bracelet. Jun Wu carefully observed. A bracelet that looks exactly like the one Goanche used to wear. Nowadays, instead of carrying weapons directly, they use that. The atmosphere became tense. Juik aggressively jumped down, then pushed his subordinates to the side. That is enough. All of you get out of here. You idiots. Access the system. Access to the integrated subjugation support system of the Space Management Association has been granted. Everyone tried to dissuade him. Juik, if you get caught again during the disciplinary period. But he did not care. Shut up. Damn A. Student Juik's access to ranked skill is complete. The use of the skill is now activated from this point. Armed combat type. Jun Wu glared at him. Juik's confidence increased greatly when he had the black spear trias in his hand. Let us see how long you can keep talking tough. I will make you pee your pants and beg for mercy. Jun Wu seriously asked. Hey kid, do you know how to use that skill? He was very surprised and asked back. What? Is this guy crazy or blind? Can't you see I have already used a time? You idiot. Jun Wu took the old broom and sighed. You think summoning a weapon is all there is to the skill? A person who is too ignorant. How dare you use the skill on others? Outside the dungeon. Right. Inside the teacher's room. The curious teacher asked. Has you been? I heard the special admissions student caused trouble as soon as he arrived today. AIT sounds like you are going through a lot. The teacher laughed and confirmed. Yes. He also felt quite surprised. But what gave him the courage to go against Jusiok from Class B, when he was a special admissions student and placed in the lowest class? That basically means he has no talent as a hunter. Has Yuban quickly corrected the information. That is not true. He went from surprise to surprise. What? Has Yuban recounted. That student, Kim Jun Wu. He passed the aptitude test with an exception from evaluation classification. Hearing this, the teacher became even more panicked. What? I mean, AT's only given to those with such special combat levels that they can't be measured, an exception from evaluation designation. So far, the only student who has received the exception from evaluation status is Goanche. Are you saying that the special admission student is on par with Goanche? But why was he placed in Class E? If he has that skill, they should clearly be in Class A and be monitored quickly as a candidate for the student leader position. As Yuban explained, that was the chairman's order. He said to put him in the lowest class at all costs, so he would not stand out too much. The teacher's eyes widened in amazement. That is strange. In this feeve, is not it natural for people like us to aim to stand out? As Yubin herself did not know clearly either. Suddenly a cry of alarm rang out. Teacher. The teacher worriedly asked a Yun. What is wrong? She immediately announced. Right now, Jun Wu is. At the same time, the match between Jun Wu and Juik was taking place very fiercely. Juik was like a madman out of control. Damn a. He continuously launched attacks at Jun Wu, but he was able to block them lightly. Juik felt confused. What the hell is going on? Normally just activating the skill is enough to easily deal with a low-level opponent. This bastard is resisting my attacks with just a broken broom. He angrily shouted. Damn a. What the hell is going on? The more Juik fought, the more calm Jun Wu's face became. He gritted his teeth in bitterness. This bastard. Jun Wu revealed something to him. Weapon skill is not just about blindly swinging. Juik arrogantly said. What would a special admissions student like you know? Jun Wu gently taught him. The characteristics of the weapon's summoning skill are determined by the core from which a tai is extracted. The Black Spear Trias is a skill derived from the core of the Black Beast Village, a monster that controls darkness. Now, here's the question. What are the characteristics of the weapon you are waving like a fly swatter? Juik kept cursing. Damn a. Damn a. The Black Spear Trias skill core was a gift he received from his father when he was in middle school. Because of that, he was accepted into the Officer Academy and registered in the Integrated Subjugation Support System, earning a spot in Class B. After graduating, AT was almost certain that he would become a hunter affiliated with the association. And if he was good, Juik could even become a student officer and aim to be deployed in the 5I early. Juik was increasingly losing his composure. Why is this bastard? Jun Wu hit the bracelet on his hand with the broom. The system immediately announced, the weapon has been separated from the user. Please retrieve the weapon immediately. Jun Wu successfully obtained the Trias spear from Juik. He told him. Look closely, kid. This is how you use the weapon. The light from outside shone into the warehouse. In a moment AT went again, plunging the place into darkness. Everyone fell into confusion. What is going on? AT's like 80 suddenly turned into night. AT's bright again. Hey, look down at your feet. Our shadows. They are disappearing. The fat guy blankly looked at his hands. 8 is gone. AT's not there. The shadows. They have all disappeared. Juik was so scared his face turned blue. Impossible. Jun Wu's dark shadow floated in front of his face. You are asking if... Is this the Trias I know? Juik gasped for breath. He was so scared he peed all over his pants. Then he tremblingly begged Jun Wu, please forgive me. But he still resolutely pointed the spear straight at him. The demonic energy from within the spear spread endlessly. Juik screamed loudly, tears and snot streaming all over his face. The system announced, 1 minute has passed. The weapon will be disabled. Forcibly seal the weapon. The spear immediately disappeared. This is enough. Juik could not stand AT and fainted. Jun Wu approached and kicked his leg. Hey. Wake up. You kid. As soon as he woke up, he screamed because of the obsession. Jun Wu gently said, I did not do anything. So calm down and get up. Juik obediently followed. Jun Wu stood with his arms crossed and called, Kid. Answer. His face became terrifying. Skills and weapons, they all exist to take down monsters. Using them on people, especially outside the dungeon, is not that very dangerous. He glared straight into Juik's face. Answer me. He tremblingly answered. Yes, it's dangerous. Jun Wu strongly warned. If you dare use the skill in front of me again, I guarantee I will break your legs. Answer. He immediately obeyed. Yes. He turned his head to look at the fat guy. So now. You stop. Punch me. Punch me as hard as you can. Do you want people to say you tried to teach a special admissions student, but ended up getting beaten? The person blankly asked. We thank you. But why? Jun Wu explained. I also do not want rumors to spread. It will be troublesome in many ways. So let us end this quickly. The fat guy raised his fist but still asked carefully. So you really want us to hit you? Jun Wu seriously requested. Punch as hard as you can. If you hold back, you will be the ones who will be punished. Fat guy shouted very loudly. Then rushed forward and punched Jun Wu's face very hard. At that moment the teacher also just happened to arrive. As Yubin said in a panic, Oh my god! Blood is scattered all over the floor. He just transferred here today. This is too much. The fat guy fearfully defended himself. No, the blood on the floor is my blood. The teacher angrily said, you guys come with me to the teacher's room. Does? Yubin worriedly called Yun. Let us go. Take Jun Wu to the infirmary. Jun Wu stood up and wiped the blood off his face. Damn, this body is weaker than I thought. Then he turned around and urged Yun. What are you doing? I need to stop the bleeding, so quickly take me to the infirmary. She was still standing there blankly without any movement. Jun Wu was also helpless. Forget AT. After the commotion just now, I will take care of AT myself. Yun suddenly asked, who exactly are you? Jun Wu calmly answered. What else? A lowly special admission student receiving the punishment he deserves for acting too rashly. Yun sternly said, do not pretend anymore. I saw everything. Before arriving at the warehouse, Does? Yubin instructed her, Yun go this way. She will go this way. You go check behind the gym. Hearing a strange noise, Yun had followed and observed everything through the small window. They used the skill outside the dungeon, and also used IT on people. That is too much. Her mouth dropped open in surprise when she witnessed the scene that had just taken place before her eyes. With talent like that, why are you in Class E? Someone like you could easily be in Class A, Jun Wu bluntly said. How I got in or where I end up is none of your net. I plan to keep quiet at this school and leave quietly, so make sure you forget everything you saw here. Yun nodded in agreement. You are right. Seeing that, Jun Wu still did not forget to say, if you understand, then do not worry about ATI anymore and go to the infirmary. But she said something that shocked him. I used to be just like you. I judged you just based on the fact that you are a special admission student. And zippy down in my heart, I even looked down on you. Yet, I criticized you as trash who only cares about background and status. I'm sorry. Or let me apologize to you properly. Jun Wu still tried to urge Yun. Okay. I understand. Now let us go to the infirmary. Unexpectedly, she still kept confiding. Sorry for suddenly talking about this, but help me. I absolutely must become a member of the student council. Jun Wu's nose was bleeding non-stop. He barely managed to ask, what? Yun told him with all sincerity, to run for the student council, you need a guarantor. However, if someone guarantees for a child with no background like me, the other candidates will. Jun Wu also vaguely understood. So they will harass the guarantor because they increase the number of opponents. Yun worriedly replied, that is right. Unless the candidate has a powerful family like Oju Seok. That is why no one wants to be my guarantor. So, about that, if I tease you, could you be my guarantor? Jun Wu bluntly refused. No, I am busy enough with my own things. Yun tried to persuade. I am not asking you to help me for fickery. If there is anything you want, I will do 8. Jun Wu still turned and left without any concern. That is enough. This is not something you can solve. So take me to the infirmary. Seeing that, Yun offered to say, you are not familiar with the school yet. Right. I can help you get familiar with everything. Seeing that Jun Wu did not need that, she hesitated and continued to ask, do not tell me AT's money. Jun Wu decisively answered, do I look like someone who would take pocket money from children? Yun had to use the last resort. Then, I will introduce you to Goanche. Jun Wu was startled. You are going to introduce me to Goanche. How? I heard you got kicked out of your house. Are you still in contact with Goanche? Yun replied bashfully. AT's not like that. She pursed her lips hesitantly. A few seconds later, she revealed to Jun Wu, AT's because she is a student council member. If I become a member too, I can naturally meet her. Jun Wu's nose bled like a geezer. He sulked away in despair. Forget AT. I was stupid to expect anything. I will take care of AT myself, so you just... Having lost a lot of blood, Jun Wu began to feel dizzy. Then he collapsed to the ground, fainting, which terrified Yun. Hey, Kim Jun Wu. What is wrong? He said in a weak voice. I asked you to take me to the infirmary a while ago. In the conference room of the Hunter Academy, an emergency teacher meeting was being held. Teacher Ji Yan angrily voiced her opinion. This is the second time, and during disciplinary action, he used his skill again. Teacher Jong Hoon quickly followed. Last time, 80 ended with just a light punishment. But frankly, that is not reasonable. Everyone knows that using skills on campus gets you expelled. Right? The other teachers agreed. I agree. We can't ignore 80 this time, Teacher Yang Guan most sternly said. Above all, Teacher Han Yubin and I witnessed eye to firsthand. We can't overlook this. Headmaster Xiaomin Chiel turned and asked, "What is the chairman's opinion?" Chairman Wu Sik called O to Teacher Han Yubin. "So it is true. O Ju Seok and his friends really attacked Kim Jun Wu." She replied with a firm tone. "Yes. I witnessed it firsthand at the scene." He asked again to confirm. "So you are saying Kim Jun Wu was really beaten?" Yubin confirmed. "Yes. That is right." Wu Sik chuckled and replied, "Thank you very much. As everyone knows, unauthorized use of skills on campus is a very serious issue that requires strict disciplinary action. With a similar case happening just a few days ago, it seems impossible to show leniency again. Therefore, according to school regulations, the punishment for Oju Siak will be expulsion." A hand suddenly went up. "Chairman, may I say a few words?" Wu Sik politely replied. "Please do." Teacher Che Jin Min. He spoke up for Ju Siak. "It seems expulsion is too harsh a punishment." Wu Sik asked in surprise. "Too harsh? May I ask why you think so?" Jinmin began to explain with logic. "Is not it just a mistake of an overzealous teenager? That happened often in our time too." Yubin immediately retorted, "But I believe this is not just a simple mistake. It could lead to serious accidents." Even so, Teacher Jinmin insisted on defending Jusuk. He is a talented student. He will surely be the pride of the academy in the future. As teachers, we should not cut off that potential just because of one mistake. Right? Of course, I am not saying he is not at fault. Using skills on campus is definitely a violation of school regulations. Therefore, for Oh Ju-seok, I think a 1-week suspension is an appropriate punishment. Wu Sik gave his final conclusion. I understand what Teacher Che Jin-min is saying. We will decide on the punishment for Oh Ju-seok later and inform everyone. We will end the meeting here today. The teachers gradually walked out of the conference room. Only Teacher Jin-min remained inside. He grinned triumphantly and made a phone call to the minister. Yes. Minister, this is Che Jin-min. The discussion has ended. It seems AT will end with a suspension. Yes. Of course. Is not Ju Seok the most promising candidate for the student council? I will make sure to handle that special admission student. His face revealed his scheming. The end-of-month assessment is coming up. I will be able to deal with him properly. That day, Jun Wu sat pensively in class. It's been 3 days since I started school. I still have not seen Goanche. Class E, which I was assigned to, is a class full of failures, lacking the talent to become hunters. The lessons do not mention anything about hunting, but only teach regular subjects. For a place that calls itself a hunter academy, would not it be more logical to eliminate Class E? Anyway, there is no good in standing out right now. Suddenly from behind, someone hit Jun Wu's head. Hey, fake Jun Wu. I told you to be our entertainment every break. Right? Oh, this bastard did not even bring any bread. Are you trying to starve us to death? Do I need to punch you awake? Jun Wu's face turned red with anger. On the surface, I have become their Ran boy. This bastard is beyond help. Follow me. The Gibri teasing Jun Wu leisurely walked ahead, and Jun Wu followed behind. After walking for a while, Jun Wu spoke up. Hey, startling the Gie that hit earlier hurt quite a bit. Huh. Hearing this, all three said in unison. Sorry. You guys did not let your emotions get the better of you. Did you? They replied immediately. No way. Absolutely not. You told us to make AT as realistic as possible. So, did you find out what I asked you? He hesitated. AT's just impossible for a first-year student to get close to a student council member. So you did not find out anything? He trembled. No, that is not IT. Ada seems Goanche rarely comes to school. Jun Wu asked him again. That is all. She does not seem to have many friends at the academy. The only person she is close to is another student council member, Kim Jong-hyun. Kim Jong-hyun. Huh. Jun Wu felt that was the only useful information. Where is he? Kim Jong-hyun does not come to school much either. Forget AT. AT's my fault for trusting you guys. Get lost. You idiots. The three quickly left. Sorry. Next time, we will find the right information. Jun Wu scratched his head in frustration. See, I told you AT would not work. Jun Wu glanced at Yun. Tease you again. He is an official member of the student council. There is no way anyone can meet him that easily. Is he a congressman or something? That being a student council member is so important. Tease very important. The student council at the Hunter Academy consists only of the best people. They come from the most prestigious families, have the best skills, and are full of money. Jun Wu interrupted. Hey, kid. We are all students. Right. They are students. But they are also hunters. If you become a student council member, you will be officially recognized as a hunter by the association. Of course, they are also sent on practical missions. You saw item. Right. Pondering what Yun said, Jun Wu found it quite true. And because their parents are all influential figures, even the teachers have to be wary of them. Their influence in the school is enormous, and after graduation, it goes without saying. In short, they are on a completely different level than regular students. The way you are doing you probably won't have a chance to see their faces after graduation. Jun Wu asked Yun, so, is there any other way to find them? I told you already. If you vouch for me and I become a student council member. Jun Wu continued. I told you already. I do not want to. Why do you keep refusing? Would this be detrimental to you? You just said to yourself. You said that only people with prestigious families and excellent skills can get in. Right. But as far as I can see, you have neither. Then teach me. Even if I do not have a good family background, at least I can try to improve my skills. I have a learning mind, so my skills will improve quickly. Jun Wu laughed. You are really funny. If you learn from me, you will die. Yun stood still. I do not understand why you are so obsessed with the student council, but do not look at things out of your reach. I do not care. If I can't become a student council member, I would rather die. So please, I beg you. Conquest. Skill. Martial arts. Anything. Just teach me. I will endure any training. Whatever it is. Break time is UV. I am leaving. And about the guarantee. Yun reached out to call Jun Wu. Wait, Kim Jun Wu. Honestly, this kid is really gutsy. It's been a while since I have seen eyes like that. She might be useful. In class 1E, teacher Yubin was quite satisfied with the class's lesson. Okay, everyone did a great job in today's lesson. Everyone knows there is a monthly assessment this week. Right. Do not neglect A just because A ties a monthly test. Your scores were not very good last month, so try harder this time. This time, A will mainly be written tests on regular subjects. If you focus on studying. Before teacher Yubin could finish, teacher Chi entered. Sorry for interrupting the class. Teacher Yubin was surprised. Teacher Che Jin Min. He walked into the class and said, Yes, it is nothing serious, but I am here to inform you about some changes to the monthly assessment starting this time. Okay. Everyone. Listen carefully. From this month, the first-year monthly assessment will be replaced with a practical test, conducted in a Ryu dungeon. Yun was bewildered. A practical test. Wait a minute. A practical test. Seeing teacher Yubin's expression change, teacher Che exclaimed, Oh my. Please lower your voice in front of the students. Teacher Hen Yubin. A practical test is too much for kids who have not even finished their first semester yet, especially for my students. Teacher Che continued. Class E does not have the ability to handle a practical test. Is that what you are trying to say? Hearing this, teacher Yubin calmed down. Well, teacher Che continued. This has already been decided. It has been pointed out that excluding someone from education for lacking a bit of ability is discriminatory behavior. How long are you going to stand on the sidelines? If you are attending a hunter academy, you should at least graduate with the Baidech skills to become a hunter. Do not you think? Jun Wu felt, this is ridiculous. Class E has not even learned the basics of conquest, let alone getting a hunter's license. Basically, they are just kids here to get a diploma. Is he really going to throw these kids into a dungeon? There is clearly a hidden agenda here. If they really can't manage, they can freely give up the test. They will have to take supplementary classes, but AT won't affect their promotion, so do not worry. However, special admission student, you know that giving up the monthly assessment means expulsion. Right? Okay, keep that in mind and do your best. I will be supervising the assessment, so if you have any questions, Come see me, Jun Wu thought. So there is a hidden agenda here. That teacher can't do this on his own. Someone with enough influence to suddenly change the school's assessment system. And someone who has ill will towards me. At the president's office, Jun Wu came to see Wu Sik to hear the situation report, arriving just to see Wu Sik's gloomy face. Yes, that is right. Oh Mungjin, the minister of the Korean Conquest Bureau. Just as I thought. AIT seems I have been blacklisted because of the issue with Oh Ju Seok. Wu Sik sighed. I am really sorry. Leader, I tried my best to stop AT. He is a big figure in this five, and has close ties with the school. Jun Wu remarked, I understand this is difficult. If at least the reason was unreasonable, I could understand. But since they are using claims of discrimination in education, we can't even challenge AT. Jun Wu felt tired and said, Okay, that is enough. I did not come here to hear you complain. So, what are you going to do now? Jun Wu immediately said. What else? I will take the test. I still have not seen Goanche, so I can't get expelled. So, by the way, do you have any weapons on you? Wu Sik was startled. What? I can't go into the dungeon empty-handed. Just give me anything you have via Libev. Ada does not matter what AT is. Wu Sik immediately explained. There is no way I have weapons. Nowadays, supernatural weapons are too dangerous, so no one uses them. Jun Wu looked at Wu Sik and grabbed his wrist. What is AT? You had one from the start. This kid even dares to lie to me. Wu Sik stammered. Huh. Lie. I really do not have any. Jun Wu asked about the ring that Wu Sik was wearing on his middle finger. Then what is this? Wu Sik was shocked and sweating profusely. The ring of Patelis. Jun Wu was surprised. The ring of Patelis. You still have it. Is not 80 almost 50 years old? Wu Sik took off the ring. I did not even think about AT. After the leader passed away, I just wore ATO of habit. Just looking at the ring, old memories flooded back into Wu Sik's mind. Are you spacing? Oh, do not hesitate and give a tie here. Jun Wu's rough way of taking the ring terrified Wu Sik. Oh dear. Are you sure you are okay with ITIA? In terms of skills, AT's not even ranked E. Wu Jun replied. Since AT's a dungeon for children's tests, AT's likely low level. This is more than enough. Before leaving, Wu Jun instructed the leader. There are more eyes watching us now, so maybe you should limit visiting the president's office often. Then do not give me a reason to come find you, kid. Maybe AT's time for me to resign as president. That day, Teacher Cha carried documents, went to the special department, knocked on the door but no one answered, so he opened the door and went in on his own. Teacher Che was surprised to see Goanche there. What is AT? Goanche, why did you suddenly come to school? Yunche calmly asked. What are you doing here? This is not exactly a place prohibited for teachers to visit, so why are you asking? Just acting haughty because you are a student council member. Huh. Teacher Che spoke, but Unche did not answer, so he was very disappointed and angry. Teacher Che put the document on the table. This week, there is a monthly assessment for first years, and we decided to choose a fee evaluator from the student council members. Yunche was confused. 5 evaluator. This time, AT's being conducted as a practical test. You are saying the monthly assessment for first years will be a practical test? Teacher Cha replied. Yes. No need to know the details. What do you think? Are you interested? I can't do AT. My conquest schedule is completely booked until next month. Teacher Cha said sternly. If you can't, why not ask others? Yunche replied. Others probably can't either. Oh. Come on. What am I supposed to do then? Skip the practical test. If the practical test can't even be held without a council member, AT's better to skip 80. Above all, there is no benefit for us. What? Are you going to pay me pocket money or something? I am not cheap. You know, Teacher Che got heated and shouted. Hey, Goanche, does being a council member make you think teachers are inferior to you? Hey, kid. Do you think you became a council member on your own? Do you know how much I supported you in your first year? Unche interrupted. Please do not take a TO on me. The one who assessed you was my grandfather, not me. Right. You should behave better, treating council candidates like this. Where did you hear that? Suddenly, Jun Wu opened the door and entered. Good morning. Oh. Teacher Cha, long time no see. Why are you at the special department? We need someone from the student council to evaluate the practical tests for first years. Jun Wu continued. Oh. Goanche is taking care of that. Teacher Cha glanced at Goanche. No, she said she is busy. Oh. Then I will do AT. Teacher Cha was startled. You? Why not? I am also a council member. You know, this guy is a bit troublesome. Okay. The paperwork is UV8 there. Fill ATO and bring A to the teacher's office. Jun Wu happily replied. Yes. I understand. Unche still did not understand why Jun Wu wanted to participate. Do not you have a conquest schedule? Jun Wu immediately said. I will skip a T. I am not as popular as you, so 80's okay. Why? You really do not like Teacher Cha. Do you? I do not understand why you want to get involved and help. He's just, you could say AT's more like keeping an eye on that guy. Because I do not want something like that incident to happen again. Besides, I am curious about the test results of someone. The guy who shouted at you during the public conquest last time. I said that guy joined as a special first-year admission this time. Unche wondered. Special admission? That guy seems to know a lot about conquest. Is not that guy a student? I was curious and looked into Atai. On the first day, that guy completely humiliated Juik. So, I dug a little deeper. Turns out that guy is exempt from assessment. Just like you. Are not you curious what kind of person that guy is? The practical test was about to begin. Jun Wu observed each classmate. Let us see. There are some absentees from classes C and D. So classes in B have everyone participating. They look eager, itching to show off their skills. In contrast, my class only has me. Did no one else from my class come? Is not Ada good not to wait for my turn? Hearing Ayun's voice, Jun Wu immediately turned to look. Hey, why are you here? Ayun replied. What do you think? Of course I came to take the test. Do not worry. I won't be of much help, but I do not intend to be a burden either. Jun Wu scolded her. Do not talk nonsense. You think dungeons are easy just because you have a low-level skill. Stop while I am still talking nicely. Do not you realize this test is designed for Class E to give up from the start? I do not want to. I told you already. I have to become a student council member, even if I have to die. If you want to become a student council member, you can't have a failing grade. If you give up on this, even with supplementary classes, your grade won't be enough. Jun Wu was angry. Hey, you. Teacher Che announced some issues before entering the practical test. Okay. Everyone. Pay attention. You have been informed about the safety rules. Right. AT's not too dangerous, but since this is a test conducted according to the rules, stay calm and focused. The test will be conducted in a low-risk, Navy level or lower dungeon, with a geet at the group of 8 people. After the teams are decided, you will have 1 hour for deeper rep discussion based on the information provided. After the discussion, the test will proceed, starting with Class A. The rest will wait here until their turn. Oh, and this is the student council member who will be assisting with this test. Everyone knows who this is. Right. I am Kim Jong-hyun. Please help this junior. Hearing the name Kim Jong-hyun, Jun Wu felt the name was very familiar. Wait, that name sounds familiar. And from Class E, Kim Jun Wu and Go Yun. Due to the lack of participants from Class E, you will be teamed up with the remaining students from Class D. Kim Jun Wu. We are on the same theme. Well then, let us get along, kid. Those guys are acting worse and worse. What bad luck. We are teamed up with them again. Why do we have to them up with Class E? Of all classes, we will have to consider AT2 members short. A classmate whispered in Jun Wu's ear. Sorry. I will talk to them later. Jun Wu stopped them. Do not. Just leave them be. AT's easier for me to work with them like that. So, what is the information about our dungeon? Oh, I have AT here. Here, take AT. If you look here. Jun Wu did not take AT and did not bother. That lying Jun Wu. What were you doing instead of getting information? Do not delay us anymore. Look here. Teacher Che led everyone to the dungeon. Is the last them ready? Find your own routes and combat methods as you go. Juniors. The test ends when you reach the boss room and defeat AT successfully. There is nothing special. Right. Okay, let us go. Start the test. Inside the dungeon, Jun Wu looked at the recorded information. A dungeon with cave-type monsters. How classic. Suddenly, Jun Wu heard a strange noise. A swarm of ugly-looking rats rushed causing the last them to panic. There are monsters ahead. Everyone prepare to fight. Access to the Supernatural Space Management Association's unified hunting support system has been accepted. Jun Wu leisurely folded his arms and watched how skilled those guys really were. Wind art. Wind slash. Combat system. Marksman. Slingshot. Enhancement system. Combat. Berserker. The swarm of rats was still not afraid. Damn A. Come on. Hit AT. Ouch. Be careful. I almost got hurt. Just as Jun Wu thought. AT was a mess. They were using skills recklessly. Throwing them around without understanding how they work. Those guys too. They are just swinging blindly. As if they are swinging in the dark. T's crazy. The only one worth considering in all of this. A Yun used tactics. Fire art. Grass cover. Blue fire. Injuring the swarm of rats. They were in pain, scattering in all directions. A Yun. She is aiming accurately and adjusting the power, only using the necessary amount. Classy does not even have monster hunting lessons. Yet she handles skills like that. Did she learn AT herself? For a kid, she is surprisingly good. Well, anyway, she is still at the buy ditch level. Is this really a low-level dungeon? Ada feels like it never ends. A rat jumped up, trying to bite a classmate. Seeing this, Jun Wu used the equipped item. Weapon ability activated. Super high-pressure condensation strike. Exploding finger strike. Azamen tin fist. Killed the rat. Jun Wu coldly said. That is why you guys get exhausted so easily when spamming random skills like that. Be more careful. Damn A. Do I have to collect this? Hey, just stand aside. That transfer student is clearly trying to score points easily. These idiots can't even read the situation. Jun Wu. Are you sure you can do this? This is harder than I thought. Jun Wu held his head. Oh dear. The lack of situational awareness is so complete that they do not realize they almost got killed. They recklessly spammed skills like water. And even though we are only at the entrance of the dungeon, their stamina is almost depleted. It won't be possible to continue the hunt with these guys. The only useful person here is Goanche. Could I rely on that person to make a difference? I feel like saying screw AT and continuing the hunt myself. But there are eyes watching. And more than that, something is worrying me. Jun Wu went to see Teacher Che to report. Teacher, is not the dungeon's condition a bit strange? Teacher Cha was startled. What? Jun Wu continued. The monsters are appropriately low level, but there are quite a lot of them. We are still at the entrance of the dungeon, yet the kids are already exhausted, and we are far from getting close to the boss. There might be something unusual inside the dungeon, so AT would be best to stop the hunt today and assess the situation. Teacher Chi interrupted. Hey, can you even do anything? This transfer student is getting too arrogant. That is my decision as the supervisor. Do not overstep your bounds. At this rate, we will really have an accident. Do not regret AT later. Do AT now. Okay. Everyone. Pay attention. Raise your hand if you think. I am too tired to continue the test. I do not intend to force anyone too hard. Jun Wu's them had no opinion. And neither did the other them. See, if you are too tired to continue, just give up on your own. Do not drag other students into this. If you cause any more meaningless disruption, you will be immediately disqualified. Understood. Kim Jong-hyun put his hand on Jun Wu's shoulder to comfort him. Do not worry too much. If it seems like the situation is dangerous, I will intervene. I may look like this, but I am a student council member. Trust me this once. Jong-hyun's words made Jun Wu think. After passing a long stretch, everyone arrived at the boss room. Finally. We arrived. Everyone said in unison. Boss room. But no one dared to approach and open the boss room door. Jun Wu sighed helplessly. They are scared before even facing the boss. Unbelievable. I will open the door. No objections. Right. Wait. Let us open AT together. Jun Wu immediately said. That is a door I can open myself. A Yun continued. Anyway. Let us open AT together. You are probably laughing secretly in your heart, thinking everyone is scared. Right. Well, I am not. Jun Wu pretended to click his tongue. Ignoring her. Yun and Jun Wu opened the boss room door together. Jun Wu was bewildered when he saw a monster lying in a pool of blood. Yun and Jun Wu went inside. No way. Is that the boss? Is Ada dead? What is going on? Is this the dungeon we practiced in? Jun Wu looked at the information board and replied, No, AT's definitely a running dungeon. Seeing Jun Wu approach and touch the boss's blood, Yun exclaimed, Kim Jun Wu. Jun Wu realized something terrible was about to happen. Dungeon incursion, and immediately signaled everyone to retreat. Huh. Retreat? Why are you suddenly saying that? Damn AT's a dungeon incursion. Retreat. Now. Everyone ran away, but Yun stayed with Jun Wu. Darkness appeared. Jun Wu immediately looked behind. AT was the ferocious monster. Dungeon incursion. The action of a boss from one dungeon driving a weaker boss and invading the dungeon. The rarest event that can occur in a low-level dungeon. Jun looked at AT in horror. The worst possible situation. The green tier boss, three-headed lynx, was standing baring its sharp teeth in front of the thim. Kim Jun Wu thought in shock, a green tier boss in a purple tier dungeon. This is a disaster. At this time, his teammates ran in fear, shouting loudly, Hurry, to the exit. The three-headed lynx stretched and jumped. Immediately, AAT blocked the entrance before they could run. Teacher Cha trembled and said, The exit. Kim Jong-hyun stood in front. Reassuring, Everyone, fall back behind me. The system announced, Access to the Supernatural Space Management Association's Unified Hunting Support System has been accepted. Hunter user Kim Jong-hyun, access to C-rank skill completed. Skill is now available for use. Start timing. He and the monster stood face to face. Sharp spikes grew all over his body. His hands were also equipped, having completed his transformation with the combat enhancement system. Mad Hedgehog. Suddenly, he decisively suggested, Kim Jun Wu, to be honest, I can't face a green tier on my own with my skills. Can you help me? Making him a bit confused, he glanced at him and expressed, Sorry, but I have looked into you a bit. You received the assessment exemption. Right. I do not think this is the time to hide your skills. What do you think? Hearing this, everyone's expression was shocked. Assessment exemption. That is only senior Goanche in the entire school. Right. His eyes became tense. Remembering the time of the assessment, the system board. Name, Kim Jun Wu. Status. Alert. Cannot measure. The instructor holding the report in his hand said, I predicted AT, but as expected, AT cannot be measured. He was given the assessment exemption. He replied blandly, Can't we pretend? Ada feels like AT'll be too conspicuous. He sighed and said, I can't do that. This is one of the administrative tasks where I can at least exercise my authority fairly. If you remain silent, the teachers will also glossu vt, and... He smiled meaningfully. When I say AT is a task where I can exercise my authority, AT also means that no one pays attention to AT, leaving him speechless. Returning to reality, he frowned and thought, Damn I should not have been soft-hearted back then. Actually, this is for the best. Anyway, I never intended to let this guy fight alone. Let us support him without being too obvious. Jun Wu charged forward with him. Pondering, I am not sure I understand what you are saying, but if you are okay with it, Jong-hyun calmly replied. Thank you. I feel relieved. The three-headed lynx ferociously raised its claws towards the two. He observed like lightning, seizing the opportunity. A gap, then ready to fight. He fired hedgehog spikes towards the monster. A2 was hit by the hedgehog spikes and injured. Taking this opportunity, Jong-hyun attacked. He jumped high, holding hedgehog spikes in his hand, aiming to cause widespread damage. He unleashed all his strength, slamming the sharp spikes down on its head, making A2 scream in pain. The junior standing below observing could not help but admire. Unbelievable. So that is the skill of a student council member. What we can do is really just child's play. They noticed Jun Wu's actions. Hey, but Ada seems the special admission student is not doing anything. He is just jumping around. The person next to him also realized. That is right, senior Kim Jong-hyun is doing everything. Is he really assessment exempt? He suspected. Is he trying to favor the special admission student by doing that? The girl retorted. No way. In this situation. He complained. No. 8 is clearly strange. That guy has been making me uncomfortable throughout the test. And AT's really starting to annoy me. He frowned. Scheming. Damn A. I can't let that guy get away with AT like this. I have to think of something. At this time, he was fighting hard. He had some doubts. What is going on? I have never had such a smooth fight. Being able to fight a green tier boss as if AT were a sandbag. AT's like someone is serving AT right to my mouth. Suddenly Jun Wu quickly passed by, drawing his attention. He judged. Could that be the special admission student? Lost in thought, without noticing the lynx had approached from behind. Fortunately, Jun Wu timely used a move, exploding finger strike, a Zamen tin fist, to block its attack. He quickly retreated, observing the situation, as if realizing, I see. Every time the monster tries to attack, AT's interrupted by that skill. I have noticed IT in the guide. The strategy of finding the weak point in the monster's balance when AT tries to attack, accurately identifying and breaking its center. But these are just examples. Its practicality is almost ZR, unless you know every movement and attack pattern of the monster. He looked at him intently, wondering, and above all, doing this without anyone noticing. What is this guy's identity really? Now, let us focus on the hunt. He jumped, raising the hedgehog spikes high, slamming a dazing blow straight down on its head. But that was not enough. Its eyes were still staring at him. After a while of wrestling, he finally took a to down. He was also exhausted. The 3 students with black, brown, blonde hair stood frozen in place. Witnessing the scene just now, the whole Jiepta Rupee cheered him, as expected of a member of the student council. Senior, you are amazing. Teacher just stood behind. Scheming. I almost thought I would repeat the incident from 2 years ago. I did not expect things to go so smoothly. Since it seems clear that Kim Jun-woo received the assessment exemption fraudulently, I can use this as a reason to expel him. Suddenly he urgently warned. Wait, AT's still alive. AT's dangerous. Everyone step back. Suddenly, a grumpy voice rose. Hey, special admission student. Despite his advice, he insisted on rushing up. Do you think I do not know you are just trying to score points for yourself after saying all those things? He confidently said. I can't let you take advantage of this. Sorry, but the final blow is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the lynx opened its eyes wide. AT immediately opened its sharp teeth, intending to bite him, causing him to turn pale with fright, not knowing what to do. He shouted angrily. You idiot. Zhang Haiyan timely pushed him away, but ended up taking the hit himself. He felt a piercing pain and his eyes turned white. Losing consciousness, leaving him only to watch. Teacher Che and the Geeper Rupp of students panicked and screamed again. Senior Kim Jong-hyan, seeing him lying motionless on the floor with serious injuries. They now just wanted to escape from this place. Goa Yun, seeing this scene, was also stunned. She thought in horror, Senior Kim Jong-hyan. He did that in an instant. What should I do? How can I? With the terrible oppressive force of the monster approaching, she looked at IT, but tried to encourage herself. Stay calm, beast-type monsters fear fire, so my skill will be effective against AT. So, she was so scared that she could not breathe. Ayun tried to regain her spirit. No way. My body is trembling. I can't do anything. Ada ferociously opened its mouth, preparing to send her off, because she was too scared to move. He immediately reacted, swung his fist. Activated, exploding finger strike, a Zamen tin fist. He punched Ada far away, making her surprised. Ayun was about to say something, calling his name, Kim Jun-woo. The lynx was smashed hard to the ground. She confusedly called, Jun-woo, but he ignored her and passed by. Seeing his hasty actions had caused dire consequences. The black-haired guy was sobbing. He grabbed his collar. Warning, do not mess around anymore. Quickly retreat behind with the senior. If you do not want to die. He could only fearfully obey. He quickly adjusted everything. Fatty, come here and help. And the others, hide in the corner. Do not move. Understood. Jun-woo walked, blaming himself. It is my fault. The monster still had the strength to struggle. He stood in front of the monster. I should not have hesitated. I should have taken care of A tie myself from the start. He dodged its claws. The lynx was about to strike. The tail like arrows were rushing quickly. A slammed straight down to the ground, chasing him, but he jumped away and activated the weapon ability, super high-pressure condensation strike. He punched hard into its teeth. A painfully spit out blood. He kept the same fighting stance, looking at AT. Successively, a barrage of punches struck the lynx. He angrily vented everything on AT. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned. Those who were scared and hiding behind also poked their heads to observe along with Goanche. Teacher Cha still did not understand. What is going on? He frowned, grinding his teeth. Just now, he was not doing anything. Now he is like a completely different person. This is no joke. Damn A. Could AT be that his assessment exemption is RIA? With this level, he even far surpasses the skills of a veteran from the association, and he is still using an outdated supernatural weapon that no one uses anymore. He shouted loudly, "Hey, do you know what will happen if you use a supernatural weapon? AT's very dangerous." He immediately looked at him and moved nimbly, dodging the attack. Why would not I know? You are probably talking about the penalty. Each supernatural weapon has its own penalty. The effects and activation conditions vary depending on the type. In some cases, AT can take the user's life, but even so, the reason I decided to use a supernatural weapon is because they are strong. The bracelet, also called ARC, is convenient when used through integrated networks, and the advantage is that AT has no penalty. But, even so, AT only allows the use of skills of the monster that acts as the core. On the other hand, supernatural weapons maximize the power of the monster core, reinterpret AT, and create it into a form suitable for hunters to use. As a result, its effectiveness is much superior. He considered, replacing skills has lowered the barrier to entry. But because of that, the current generation of hunters has become weaker. Maybe AT's okay now, but if monsters needing supernatural weapons become essential, then, lost in thought, the monster had already wrapped behind him. Goanche shouted in panic. Careful. The lynx decisively scratched its claws, but he dodged, making A to look bewildered. Weapon ability activated, super high-pressure condensation strike, making A to wary. He spun around like a top, fully extended, moving skillfully, and then glaring, raising his fist. With the ultimate skill, exploding finger strike, punching AT hard, the attack with considerable power, so AT obstructed the view of those standing outside observing. The dust was still thick. AT gradually dissipated, vaguely seeing his figure. The penalty of the patelis ring is the one who swallows fear. He stood still, saying nothing. The monster's eyes widened, reflecting his shape. The penalty was activated on AT, causing its whole body to tremble. The one who swallows fear. Patelis, a green tier monster that I hunted a long time ago. If just one person feels fear before that monster, A becomes so strong that AT cannot be hunted. We called that monster the one who swallows fear. He did not flinch. Decisively leaving, this ring is made from such a monster. Retaining that characteristic, the penalty is feeling fear before AT will die. A simple rule, whoever loses consciousness first will die. He ran back to everyone, thinking, AT's just a weapon that works on monsters of green tier or lower. He quickly asked, is the senior okay? He saw that he was still breathing. He was more relieved. He is still breathing, but he is losing too much blood. We need to act quickly, he immediately said. The radio, making Teacher Che confused. He explained, there must be a central control channel. Quickly give IT to me so I can report the situation. He rummaged in his pocket. As soon as he brought AT up, he snatched IT from his hand. Jun Wu reported, do you hear me? Last training Jiebri, situation is UV. There are casualties in the dungeon. The other side responded, this is Control Them 3 from SEAL headquarters. Please proceed. From purple tier to green tier due to the dungeon incursion. Injured person in B3 condition. Severe blood loss. Seeing this, made him surprised. He continued, I will come now. Please dispatch a rescue them. The other side accepted. Okay, the rescue them will arrive soon. What is the identity of the injured person? He presented, Hunter Academy 3rd year student, Kim Jong-hyun. Student council member, Please inform the guardian. Not paying attention to teacher Che asking, "Hey, who are you? How does a E-rank direct admission student, who has not even learned hunting, know the injury codes and reporting system?" Not being answered, he raised his voice and shouted, "Did not you hear me talking? Who are you? Who is that guy?" But was punched in the face, distorting AT. He was thrown back and hugged his face, lying on the ground. He stood there questioning, "Hey, you bastard. Are you even a supervisor? You can't even assess the situation." Teacher Cha felt wronged and said, "You bastard. A student dares to talk to a teacher like that." He revealed a terrifying face. Threatening, "Say one more word and see," making the teacher not dare to retort anymore.